It's Friday. I hope you guys at home are having that good Friday feeling. We actually warmed up here in the studio with a pizza party, and something smells really good in the kitchen. Come join me in here. See what's happening in here. David, what's up?
Kaya, it's the grand final. It's Magnus against Maxime, so we're getting the popcorn ready. It's going to be exciting.
Ooh, I like it.
It's going to be so much fun. We're ready for the blockbuster.
Oh, I wish you guys at home could just smell what I'm smelling right now. Popcorn. Lean back, everyone. Get your popcorn going. It's going to be so much entertainment today. Welcome to the grand final of the AI Cup.
All his pieces at the right square.
Execute an attack and finish the game.
This is the chaos button that he's just pressed.
What has this kid got in store?
He's so good. He's so good at thinking on the fly.
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Durzaga reacts. He celebrates.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, and now just seconds on the clock. And Wesley done that with 3 seconds. He walks into a pin.
He is so stressed out.
Tension. He knows he's so close in this one.
This is a game-ending move.
It is the very final day of the AI Cup today. Either Magnus Carlsen or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be crowned the winner of this great tournament. The last tournament in the Champions Chess Tour before the Tour Finals that will be played in Toronto. Still 3 players fighting for that one ticket to get to Toronto. And here today to guide you through the grand final, the grinder, the great, the grandmaster, David Howell, and my fellow lady in red, the marvelous former Asian champion, Tanya Sachdev. And Tanya, is this a day where it's basically about getting the popcorn out, leaning back, enjoying some fantastic chess?
Absolutely, Kaya. The popcorn's ready. We're all ready. What we witnessed between these two was perhaps the most thrilling match of the season so far. Both clearly the players who played their best chess throughout the AI Cup, and we get a dream final.
Yeah. And I'm almost halfway through this bowl of popcorn already. Yeah, been enjoying that. And we want to see how you guys are following the grand final today. So share your picture, a selfie, on Twitter using the hashtag ChessChamps for a chance to win an Airthings Wave Mini. We really want to see how you guys are watching this and enjoying this great, great grand final together with us and David. It's an uphill task for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but what speaks in the favor of him beating Magnus in 2 matches today?
That's right. It's not going to be easy. On paper, it looks almost impossible having to beat Magnus first in a 4-game match and then a 2-game match, but he should take inspiration from the way he's been playing. Not just in this tournament, but over the last few months. Maxime's accuracy has been one of the highest of the whole event. He's nearly never blundering, and his killer instinct is on point. He can do it, but he needs to strike first. He cannot allow Magnus to get the first win.
Okay. Let's look back to yesterday. It was all about the losers bracket yesterday with 3 players fighting for that final spot here in the grand final.
Ooh, Jan doing Jan things or not seems to be the answer there. Wow, that's an aggressive move.
5 seconds. It's not much time, and the pawns are rolling.
And it's just so much easier to play with white, right? Your moves are so much easier. Just keep pushing the pawn. Meanwhile, Black cannot do anything.
Oh, I think he's just losing. White can continue pushing the pawns. White has got this in the bag. It's going to be game over any moment. Jan is bobbing his head here.
Anish knows it. Anish knows this is these are his last few moves in the AI Cup, and it's over.
Vachier-Lagrave, he's got this in the bag. If he can stay calm, control his nerves. He's so close. Whoa.
Wow.
Why wow?
What a move. This is a really strange one. Normally, a knight never lands on this square. It looks like a fianchetto, a knight on b7, but I think he's about to win the piece. Yeah. I think Nepomniachtchi's going to resign. There's a sneaky knight check involved. Also, the black h pawn, that sorry pawn that we've been talking about for ages. It's about to finally drop off. Jan is going to click that resign button. Queen takes queen, the only move. Otherwise, white is winning.
Whoa, the drama is not over in this game.
And he makes the blunder.
Oh, the bar jumps up for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh.
And Jan frowns. Suddenly a new lease of life for him. Whoa, I'm surprised.
Oh, whoa. And another blunder.
It keeps going, that bar. This is crazy. The black king is hiding behind enemy lines. It's even taking pawns.
Whoa.
And black is actually going to be the one delivering checkmate. The checks are going to dry up, and white's king is at the enemy's mercy. Checks dry up. It's game over. And Jan loses on time. Maxime progresses.
And Maxim, he started out in the quarterfinals winning against Alireza Firouzja. Then he won against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He did lose that winner's final against Magnus 2 days ago, but in the loser's final yesterday, MVL did knock out Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Magnus Carlsen, he started out with a match win against Hikaru Nakamura. Then he knocked Nepomniachtchi down to loser's bracket. He won the winner's final against MVL. Yesterday was a rest day for Magnus, and here he is, ready for his third consecutive grand final. It's going to be an exciting day. It's not only about winning the grand final, you guys. This is the final day after 6 events before the tour finals, and still one ticket is up for grabs in the tour finals for Toronto. 7 players are ready, but who will grab that final ticket? We have to go through the scenarios, David. What can happen? Who can make it? How can they make it?
Yeah, this is a big day for that final spot. 3 players are still in contention. 2 of them will be involved in today's play. Of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we've mentioned it, he'll take on Magnus Carlsen. He needs to win. He needs to defeat Magnus if he wants to qualify for Toronto in December. Fedoseev is also in action. He's playing the Division 2 Grand Final right now. If Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doesn't win, then Fedoseev has a shot, but he needs to win his match. And there is also Jan Nepomniachtchi watching from home, maybe with some popcorn as well. But he's going to be hoping that both MVL and Fedoseev lose. If they both lose, Nepomniachtchi will be the one to steal that final ticket.
Can you believe it, Tanya, that it went through all the way to the final day in the 6th event, and we still don't know who's going to be that 8th player in Toronto?
How cool is that, right? It just shows us the kind of close fight that this has been, and 3 players fighting it out for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In one way, the path is the easiest, but also the most difficult. He wins the tournament. He makes it through to Toronto, but he is playing against Magnus Carlsen. He has to not beat him once, but has to do it twice. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi is the one who's just sitting back at home and probably enjoying with a bit of popcorn himself.
Yeah, and Fedoseev, he has to work hard. He needs to win Division 2. He is playing the grand final in Division 2 right now, actually. The first game against Vladislav Artemiev has finished with a draw. So game 2 will start there, and we will, of course, update you on the action in Division 2. It is all about for these 3 players now to bank that final ticket to go to the tour finals in Toronto.
6 events, 8 players. We are nearing the end of the 2023 season, and the fight to secure a spot at the 2023 Tour Finals is on. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Nodibek Abdusatorov have already qualified through winning individual events. Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, and Denis Lazovic punched their tickets with tour points, and now only 1 spot remains. The tour finale will be played from December 9th to 16th in Toronto, Canada. Follow to see who will get the chance to fight for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour title.
And you also have a chance to go to Toronto, because you can bid for a chance for the AI Cup trophy, which is an NFT trophy. And owning this AI-generated trophy comes with a ticket to the 2023 Tour Finals in Toronto, in Canada, in December. So go to chesschamps.io and make your bid. And we did see those 7 players that are already ready for Toronto. What do you expect for that big final that will be played in December, Tanya?
It's going to be awesome. Just the stage is set, only 1 more seat remaining. We've seen the players who've made it through. It's such a cool chance for everyone watching to actually see these players live in action in Toronto, fighting it out. The whole tour this season is designed, Kaya, to crown the ultimate king in online speed chess. And we're going to find that out when it happens in Toronto.
Yeah. And later in the show today, there's actually another trophy up for grabs, because it's going to be in mini golf. David challenged Magnus Carlsen in a sport he has newly found interest for, golfing.
Okay, this one is hard. Oof. Oh, that's a terrible miss. I can get it there and then through. 4. Oh, wow. Oh, no!
Oh. I did not realize it could even go off the edge there.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Oh, that's not one.
Yeah, that's one.
That's another one.
Okay, let's
I'm
say
starting this whole now.
You're in like
I'm on like 5.
5.
That was my 4th.
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
Well, we've seen on Magnus's Instagram that he's started to play golf. What's your golf skills like, David?
That was the first time I've played in years, and it wasn't an easy course, let's just say that, but it was a lot of fun.
If this makes you feel better, David.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tanya.
Don't take it away from me. You're going to see my hand today, all day long. All right. Anyways, that's coming later today. We're going to see what happened when David and Magnus played mini golf. But now we're looking forward to the grand final. And only 2 days ago, Magnus Carlsen and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave played the winners final here in the AI Cup. And it has been described as maybe the best match so far in the Champions Chess Tour season.
Yeah, there we go. It's on the board. Magnus, will he retreat his queen? As we're expecting, the fact that he paused queen sacrifice. Magnus Carlsen surprising us, not retreating to a passive square, gives up his queen, and then Maxime gives the queen straight back. That was crazy. Suddenly, Magnus's queenside pawns will run. Black is too slow in this race.
And Maxime knows it. He looks away.
And Magnus takes the win. Maxime resigns.
Wow, we have the first decided game.
What?
Whoa.
A rook sacrifice instantly from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is crazy. This is genius. There's checkmating ideas all over the place.
One move now for Magnus Carlsen.
And
And he finds it.
Wow.
And he finds it in less than a minute.
Maxime, meanwhile, going forward with his king.
Wow.
Look at this. If he pushes his pawn, will he get mated, Magnus Carlsen, on the edge of the board? We all know queen versus rook, how hopeless that is. Magnus allows a checkmate on the board. And we have Armageddon. It is a dead drawn position. We should clarify the departure of knights. Magnus gave up his extra pawn to get the knights off the board. Means it's a dead draw, and Maxime doesn't try to flag. He offers the draw, and Magnus progresses.
Today, I made mistakes, he made mistakes. We both found resources. It was a lot of fun today. Great match, and I thought Maxime played the way he plays when he plays well, giving it a really good fight. I think I can play even better, but I'm fairly happy considering the complexity of the positions.
Even Magnus Carlsen happy with his play. These are the stats from that match. In 5 games overall, the accuracy almost 94 for Magnus and over 94% for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. David, how incredible is that accuracy?
These are simply 2 world-class players. These stats are incredible because Magnus himself in that interview described the games, the positions as complex. And in complex positions, you expect the accuracy to drop. You expect there to be blunders, inaccuracies. But these guys, they were playing the best moves consistently. And in the end, it was just a tiny margin. Just the Armageddon was the only way to separate them.
Yeah. Antonio, what can you say about Magnus's play in this tournament? Has he impressed you more than he even usually does?
It's been amazing. He's in the grand final, and I think the most exciting match that he had in the whole event was against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But it's not just been this tournament. This entire year for Magnus Carlsen, to me, it's reminiscent of his performance in the 2019, and I think we spoke about this earlier in the broadcast as well. 2019 was the year of Magnus Carlsen. He was winning every single tournament that he played. And 23 as well. This is his... potentially his 4th title in the Champions Chess Tour. He's won 3 already. The World Cup performance, the Grand Chess Tour performance. The guy looks unstoppable right now.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He played fantastic 2 days ago. Got so close to beating Magnus. So what is that little inch that he needs today to be able to beat Magnus? What can he do differently?
Oh, it's going to be tough, Kaya. Imagine playing your best, playing at such an incredible high accuracy and still not pulling off the victory. It's going to be tough. He needs to maintain that level and hope Magnus drops off slightly. And if he gets even the slightest, even a half chance, he has to jump, he has to pounce. I think striking first, getting the first win will be the key, and then just clinging on, taking it game by game, move by move.
I actually think if Maxime is able to take this first set and go into the grand final reset, he would become a favorite. It's only a best of 2 in that. And I agree with David. It's about trying to get that first win. We spoke about this when they played against each other 2 days ago. Try to get Magnus into those tricky, complicated, chaotic positions. It worked really well for Maxime the first time around when he succeeded in doing that. Today, Will he be able to get that coffee house chess going on the board? At a superficial level, it looks crazy. There we see Magnus Carlsen. He's ready to go, but crazy is the only way you can beat this guy.
Yeah. He did oversleep actually 2 days ago, even if it's 6 o'clock in Norway. But Magnus Carlsen is now ready by the computer with the white pieces in game 1 against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. What should we expect opening-wise in this match?
For Magnus, he's been really ambitious in the opening, with both colours. Usually, kind of with most top players, with white, they'll push, they'll press for an advantage. With black, they'll be solid. But Magnus has been going for it, going at his opponents, and it's given his opponents chances. Maxime was able to get one of those games. Magnus giving us a tour of his room. I spotted some food. But
there was some takeaway.
There's a lot of takeaway. And the big takeaway, I think, from Maxime from the other day was that he needs to get those wild positions. As Tanya mentions, he cannot go for anything too slow, too grindy against Magnus. It won't pay off. He just needs that chaos.
Two very different setups. Maxime, very clean, everything around him. Magnus, it's just a mess.
Mess on the board, but in his head, things seem to be crystal clear.
Yeah. It is about to start, you guys. This is the grand final in the AI Cup. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is not only fighting to win this match, he is fighting to get that final ticket to Toronto. It will be best out of 4 rapid games here in the grand final, with a potential Armageddon to decide the winner. If the winner is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, then there will be a grand final reset, because Magnus still hasn't lost a match. He has been on the winner's bracket this whole tournament. And in the grand final reset, it's best out of 2 rapid games. And here we go. This is game 1. It has started.
This is game 1, and David, we already have a switch up from what we saw in their first clash.
Already a switch up. We did not see the Queen's Gambit in their first clash. Now it's the Queen's Gambit accepted, and Magnus will have to hope that his opening is better than his air quality, which is pretty poor right now. Magnus is the first one to pause. Maxime switched up his opening repertoire. We've talked about it throughout this week. No more Grunfeld defense, which was his habitual go-to weapon. Now Queen's Gambit accepted. And Tanya, is it strange to see Magnus pause already?
I think it's strange to see Maxime as well go ahead with this QGA, the accepted pawn sacrifice in this Queen's Pawn opening. This is definitely something that Magnus was not expecting. Probably he was hoping for more of a Grunfeld, the traditional Maxime approach. But Maxime's spoken about this, that he's actually worked on making his opening repertoire more versatile, harder to predict, and it's been paying off. So really interesting, because their first match, it always started with the King's Pawn opening, went completely wild, but Magnus perhaps trying to keep things more in control, get more of those strategic battles.
Yeah, and the reason I'm surprised Magnus paused at all there is because Maxime's been relying on the Queen's Gambit accepted throughout this event and throughout recent tournaments and had a lot of success with it. So Magnus, he had a day off yesterday. I would have expected him to do some homework here. Again, he's kind of fidgeting around here, not yet settled into the game. He's burned around 1 minute, despite this being a very well-known position. White having won back the gambited pawn. The Queen's Gambit, not a real gambit. Whisper it quietly, everyone. You win the pawn back, usually with white. And here, okay, white is the first to castle, but black is going to strike in the center now. Often we see a symmetrical pawn structure after a few trades here and there, and very level play. But okay, Magnus now expanding, stopping actually the black pawns from pushing on the queen side. And for the first time, it's MVL in the tank.
He's still ahead on the clock, though, and with that last move by Magnus, it takes away certain possibilities for black, but in contrast gives away a key square in the position long-term, which is that b4 post, often used by black for the knight to jump in, eventually from b8 to c6 to the spot which has been left behind by Magnus's last move. I'm also expecting a trade in the center to create some long-term weaknesses. And Maxime, he's thinking about it. The question here for Maxime is, does he immediately trade in the center or delay it with developing the knight? Because you want to, and he does go for the knight development, you want to delay the development of the bishop on the king side to save some tempos.
Yeah, still a well-known position. Actually, this is also a known position from a Slav defense with black's pawn on a6 being back 1 square. So the players, they use all these patterns. Magnus, I know, has had experience there. He brings this rook across now. Again, a temporary gambit, temporary sacrifice, but he'll win it back due to the rook staring down at the black queen. There's a pin. He'll take back the pawn next move. And now Vachier-Lagrave should most likely just hurry, get developed, get that black king to safety. He's going to move the black dark square bishop. And there we go. After white recaptures in the center, safety for the black king. Still well-known territory. The players thinking a little bit, though. Maybe some nerves at these early stages.
Settling into the big grand final, and once again with that last move that Magnus played, it's an option, it's a choice for white in these positions. What do you recapture with in the center? And Magnus eventually decides to take with the pawn. So we see these dynamics with an isolated queen's pawn, and there we have it. The knight jumps to the square that I was pointing out earlier to actually eventually land on that d5 spot in front of the central pawn. It's going to be about whether white is able to create attack on the king's side, piece activity in return for this pawn weakness out of the opening.
Yeah, and Magnus is the type of player who doesn't really like taking on the responsibility of pawn weaknesses unless he knows what his compensation is and unless he knows there's a kind of specific plan to activate his pieces to go for the attack. And the fact, again, that he's pausing is slightly concerning. Right now, white has this isolated pawn in the center. It will be blockaded by a black knight in the near future. And therefore, it's time to bring pieces into the action. White's dark square bishop most likely about to come out. White's knight on the king side can jump into e5. Lots of potential plans here. But this is the type of position he could have predicted. Maxime plays the queen's gambit accepted. This is a position you can get almost by force. It's really strange to see Magnus thinking. We're used to these top players in the world just bashing out the moves to move 10, 15, 20 instantly if they know what their opponents are going to do.
It's going to be interesting to find out what was the mindset for Magnus going into this position and then taking his time in the opening. Wonder if he was maybe more expecting the Grunfeld setups, but as you say that Maxime has been playing this, so it should have been something that Magnus expected. In any case, these kind of positions are not something that Magnus is not familiar with. Every position he's familiar with. But the plans are so clear for white in this one. Bring that knight to the outpost on e5, bring that bishop to g5, eventually get the a1 rook to the c1 open line, develop your pieces and try and look for play against black's king side. Meanwhile, for Maxime, also the next few moves are pretty automatic to make. You want to develop the light squared bishop on c8, so ideas like b6, bishop b7. I actually play these positions with white, David, and I kind of really enjoy the dynamics of keeping the pieces on the board.
Yeah, it's interesting, Tanya. Most of the time these days, I play this opening from the black side. My whole opening repertoire on these isolated queen's pawns. I love them in all sorts of openings, Sicilians, Caro-Cans as white, French defenses, just pushing them forward, trying to break, trying to get active. And then I decided, nah, it's too much fun for me. And I prefer the long positional grind where black often tries to park a piece in front of the isolated pawn, blockades, and goes for a slower game. And okay, the most natural move, I think the most popular move, at least in the position, white's knight jumping into the center. And now I'm expecting Maxime to go for one of those two plans you mentioned, either pushing the pawn and trying to bring the bishop to the long diagonal or doing it this way with his bishop. Still a well-known position. I've had this actually many times myself, this exact position, but with the black pawn back on a7 from a different branch of a different opening. And there, the plans are basically identical. And you'll move on the board, Tanya. He's getting ready to fianchetto his bishop.
He's ready to finish that development. Meanwhile, now for white, can you be the one who takes control of that diagonal with the queen move? It can be tempting to a lot of people watching, a lot of the chess audience there, move like queen to f3. But David, then black just sidesteps with the rook and the bishop eventually will come out, in fact, hitting that queen. So it's a double-edged sword to move the queen there. And I think for many, it's hard to imagine that. How do you beat Magnus in a match situation, right? Maxime has done everything in this tournament to get this far, and then he's playing against Magnus, has to beat him twice. How does he do it? But let's just remember that actually Maxime has done this before. In 2020, in the Speed Chess Championship, he actually knocked out Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals with a 13-11 score. But Magnus didn't have to wait too long to get revenge for that one.
Yeah, he does have the upper hand, Magnus, in general, historically, in the head-to-head here. But Maxime has won that big match in the past, so can take hope, inspiration from that. Meanwhile, I don't really like Magnus's last move, I've got to admit, unless he's got something up his sleeve here. Because trading pieces in this exact pawn structure will only accentuate, only highlight the weakness of white's isolated central pawn. If all the knights disappear, if all the bishops disappear, only black can ever win, because the more pieces disappear, the weaker that pawn becomes.
We have a question, David, from a viewer. Just wondering, but why do players take so long in opening prep?
That's a good question. I mean, there's kind of two schools of thought here. There's certain players, Jan Nepomniachtchi, for example, usually Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and others who just, if they know what they're doing, they play instantly. They make moves, bang, bang, bang. Then there's players like me who, even if we know what we're doing, we'll take a bit of time. We'll pretend that we don't know, lull our opponents into a false sense of security, and then kind of up the speed a bit later in the game. And then there's also the situation where you simply don't know what's going on and you're freestyling, making it up as you go. And that often costs a lot of time too. Yeah. But yeah, slightly surprising. Magnus knows these types of positions, as Tanya mentioned. He knows all the ideas. Maybe he's just trying to get Maxime out of his preparation. He's trying to get his opponent guessing and thinking for himself. And this is an interesting maneuver. He's found a rare idea here, lifting his rook.
It really is, and it's, as I was saying, that I've played these positions, studied them, but this is not an idea that I am familiar with as well, but it really shows Magnus's understanding in this. We were a little critical about the decision to trade off a pair of knights, because when you have this isolated weakness in the center of the board, you want to keep as many pieces on the board for those attacking chances. But Magnus has that attacking chance in his head, but in a different way. He wants to get the queenside rook all the way across to the kingside. With this rook lift, rook from a3, super flexible, can go to that g3 square, lining itself up with the king, or even to that h file, eventually lining up with the queen to hit that pawn on h7. I think this could be a very new idea on how to handle this queen's gambit accepted position. Trade off one pair of knights in the queen side and then get the rook into the attack.
Okay.
Yeah, he needed to get his knight out of the way. White previously had a knight sitting on the c3 square, so he has cleared this third rank for his rook. But I'm sceptical. Once you have traded a set of pieces, you have fewer attacking pieces left for yourself. And black, for example, at some point will just push a pawn to g6. And, OK, I don't think he'll do it now, but this structure in general is known to be rock solid. It's extremely hard to break down. And, OK, Maxime going for the tricky tactics already. The tricky Frenchman, as he has been called by some of his rivals, sacrificing a pawn here. And what is the idea? After rook takes rook in the corner, black will recapture it with the queen and hit this pawn. He's also hitting the white bishop, so I don't think Magnus wants to do this. He takes the pawn immediately, and I guess Maxime wants to threaten checkmate. He wants to threaten it in one move. Look at the battery now along this diagonal, queen and bishop attacking just a pawn. This would be checkmate if the queen can capture, but he's allowing the rook to come across and defend. Really surprising. I don't see what the pawn has been given up for here, Tanya.
And the rook was headed there to start with. With the rook lift, Magnus had it in mind to get it to the g3 square. And the good news for white is that the bishop on b5 is defended with the queen on e2, so it's not really a double attack. And I think we're going to see this being played out. Rook g3 feels like the most natural response in this position. And I wonder if black's compensation here is based on one of the rooks taking on the open A line and the other coming onto the open C line, trying to infiltrate from that c2 square.
Yeah, control over these two open files looks really, really nice here for black. So your guaranteed compensation, white's extra pawn is going to be isolated. Two isolated pawns here mean that long-term, actually in an endgame, white is far from guaranteed to win, even with the material advantage. But still slightly curious. Didn't feel that necessary. He just wants to distract Magnus's army on one side of the board, no more attack. Interesting. Maxime, he's known for his pawn sacrifices, these kind of intuitive, initiative-based pawn sacrifices. But yeah, he could have maybe played a safer way, a safer approach there.
But safe never works with Magnus, and I think this is exactly what we've been talking about from the start of the show, right? It's about trying to get these chaotic, complicated positions on the board where, sure, the evaluation bar or an engine, it just grabs the pawn and then defends perfectly. But from a more human perspective, you can expect more mistakes on the board. You can expect your opponent to go wrong. Playing against Magnus, I think you have to have that brave, that gutsy approach that if you see an opportunity to create the chaos, you just go for it.
What do we think? Is Magnus going to spot that Maxime is threatening checkmate in one move?
Question.
Should we just sit back with the popcorn and wait,
yes.
for that to be answered?
Do we already have that match that we kind of wanted, just these two going all out?
Feels like it's starting. It feels like it's simmering slowly at the moment. Maxime, he's the first one to sacrifice. He's given up a pawn. We saw some crazy sacrifices the other day. Magnus throwing away his queen, then Vachier-Lagrave giving it back. So I think this is the beginning. Still a long day of chess ahead, of course. But Magnus is the one to start on the back foot. He's a pawn up, but defending, reacting. It's never where the top players want to be. They want to be dictating the pace of the game.
And is he out of the opening now? with Maxim sort of playing that a little bit surprising move?
Yeah, I think we're well and truly out of the opening. Usually, historically, we said once both sides have castled, that's the end of the opening phase. But with the dawn of computers, I think now we're a bit more flexible with that. It tends to be when the kind of last player is out of their homework, their preparation. Now, for sure, both players are on their own.
Okay.
And that's what makes it so exciting, right? Out of opening preparation, but you still come up with this really creative idea to build this initiative with the black pieces to give up a pawn right out of the opening against the world number one. It requires a lot of guts.
And it was so nice to talk to Maxim yesterday after he won his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was almost a little bit emotional. We could definitely see that this means a whole lot to him after a few years with not the results he wants, basically. And I understand he's been struggling a little bit, but now he is here showing that he really is one of the best in the world.
He really is. And yeah, I think Maxime has been pretty vocal about his struggles over the last few years, not getting the kind of performances that he was looking for or what his strength really is. And it had a lot to do with his decision to get new openings into his repertoire, to try to just become a more versatile player out of the opening. He's been one of the best using these night-offs and these Grunfeld, but over the last couple of years, we've seen a big shift in his opening repertoire, and I think it takes a little time to kind of just find your balance in that. And all that hard work and that prep, I think eventually it's kind of the puzzle is coming together for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's not just this tournament. The last few months, we've seen just incredible chess from him. Once again, starting from that Tata Steel Chess India Rapid with the best players. He won that field convincingly. His performance in the Speed Chess Championship. Yeah, it's been awesome to watch Maxime back at his best.
Yeah, learning new openings, it's like starting a new job, or it's like learning to walk again in a way. Sometimes it's a bit slow at first, but now he's well and truly kind of remembered how to walk, and he's running at high speed now with these new openings. These new openings, they seem to suit his strengths really well. I think he's picked really wisely. He had these dynamic openings in the past, and look at the position he's got now. Queen's Gambit accepted, known for being solid, but it's got dynamic potential, and all of Black's pieces really active. I think he's loving his position, Vachier-Lagrave.
It's a very Maxime position. And what I also really loved hearing from him yesterday was that how this year and his performance has actually motivated him for the candidates. Not the tournament in Toronto, which the players really want to get to. And he's got the Grand Swiss coming up, where you can make it to the candidates if you finish in top 2. So this has given him a lot of hope and motivation to fight for that. And yeah, that's awesome to hear, because he's been playing fantastic chess.
And we enjoy that when we can watch MVL and Magnus at their very best, fighting it out today. This is only the first game out of at least 4 games, or maybe even just 3 in the grand final. And we want to see how you guys are watching the grand final today. So share your picture or a selfie on Twitter or X using the hashtag #ChessChamps for a chance to win this tiny little Airthings Wave Mini to monitor your air quality at home. We will choose a winner, and we really want to see how you guys are watching this and enjoying this Friday with the best chess players in the world and the best chess commentary in the world.
Oh, thank you, Kai. And while the Airthings device is a mini one, I think this match is not going to be a mini match, because I really like what we're seeing on the board right now. And the clock. Maxime, twice the amount of time almost compared to Magnus. So he's forced him to think quite early on. And it's, again, all about the initiative, that rook on the C line, looking to infiltrate into White's camp. The last move by Magnus, developing the bishop, does hit the knight on b4. So you need to be just a little careful about whether you have the opportunity right now, David, to actually come in with the rook to pin that bishop. Do you think that might work out?
I think it's definitely something to calculate here, and Vachier-Lagrave is so good at calculation. It's on his radar, of course. If he brings the rook in, he pins this bishop. He doesn't win it, of course, but he's actually attacking at this pawn. That's the secondary motif. The one downside, I think, instinctively in rapid chess, blitz chess, is you don't really want to leave a king on the back rank exposed here. White cannot deliver a check. A check would be deadly at this point, so it looks fine. It looks acceptable here, but somehow alarm bells might be ringing in his head, and there are safe options as well. He could, for example, just move this knight. This knight could go back. He could maybe defend the knight with his queen.
I like that.
Yeah, just going active feels right here. I mean, this was the first move that I was drawn to as well, Tanya. I've got to agree. I would love to see that on the board, really trying to invade White's camp here. But this one might be tempting. for Vachier-Lagrave as well, just hitting a pawn. And if white tries to defend it with his bishop, then the black knight simply tries to remove the defender. It feels really loose for white, actually, and black's pieces are creeping in. Don't be surprised as well if in the near future both sides take a timeout with a pawn push just to clear the back ranks, give their kings some breathing space. Really tense position, but Maxim's definitely cooking up something. He's trying to find something creative. He doesn't just want to retreat this knight. It's not a Maxim move, even if it's a good one, a safe one, to drop back right now.
Okay.
Oh, he jumps in.
He does. I was thinking that, you know, your knight is hanging, loose pieces drop off, and as you said, just intuitively you want to keep things more in control, especially with less than 8 minutes on the clock. A back rank weakness, the knight hanging. I loved your suggestion of actually jumping in with the queen. Felt a lot more attractive once you pointed it out, David. But this one, Maxim isn't backing down. He goes for the most direct approach, attacking the b2 pawn, pinning that d2 bishop. Wow, this is once again quite a brave decision by Maxim. And now the big question is, can white actually take advantage of that weakness that you pointed out, the back rank weakness? I was thinking offer a trade on c1, but Magnus just simply sidesteps with the pin, saying that actually black can recapture that pawn on b2 and restore material balance.
Yeah, I think Magnus is setting a really sneaky trap here, a really cunning trap in this position. There was a pin. The white queen was slightly vulnerable, so she's dropped back. She's also defending g2. Note that now the white knight is free. It's no longer pinned on this diagonal to the g2 pawn. And if Vachier-Lagrave gets greedy here and recaptures his pawn, look at the evaluation bar. It would shoot up because white can suddenly initiate a double attack, hitting the rook and the knight. The black rook has only one square to keep defending its knight, and suddenly a second double attack. Look at the bishops, hitting the queen, hitting the rook, and it's this queen hiding away on the back rank, defending the bishop, that plays the star role, and black would lose material next turn. So he cannot get greedy, Vachier-Lagrave. Of course, he should spot this. It's a 2-3 move tactic here, but taking the pawn would lose. It would backfire immediately.
But do you think he missed this? Do you think he missed that Magnus could actually just sidestep with the pin and keep all the threats on the board?
I think that's an easy move to miss. Backward moves in general are hard to spot, and especially backward knight moves, backward queen moves. I noticed they catch out a lot of top players. Maxim is lucky here that he has options, but he has to worry about how to defend this knight. The one thing he probably doesn't want to do either is to drop his knight back, because suddenly we would see the black rook trapped behind enemy lines. Suddenly there's no way home, no way to safety, and white's bishop will simply come and capture you in the next few turns. Actually, Vachier-Lagrave, we might need a clue here. We might need a hint from the computer. How narrow is his path? This rook dive into the position, into c2. It was brave, but okay, he has a few moves to keep the balance. None of them are obvious, though. Bringing the black knight to a2 looks bizarre. That's the second best move according to the computer. Maybe the best move. Okay, he finds it. It was the most natural of those suggestions, just defending the knight. And at least now you are also opening up your bishop to strike and ruin the white pawn structure if black gets time to capture on the f3 square next. Suddenly the tactics is in the back of your mind. As soon as tactics work for your opponent, you get a bit worried, you get a bit scared. So Vachier-Lagrave retreating as well, not a good sign. Magnus will be slightly happier with that little kind of transition of moves.
What's a good sign is that Maxim finds the best move in the position, because there was a big threat of actually trapping that black rook. And now I think those moves just don't work out for Magnus, because if white was to step up with the bishop, and we need to do a deep dive into it because it's such a critical moment for this game one. If white was to step up with the bishop to c3, Maxim has the time to first destroy the pawn structure on the king side and now step back with the knight to that square that we were pointing out in the opening, and white doesn't have enough momentum to trap the bishop. You can come back bishop to d3, but black's the one to white's rook first. Just simply take on c3, hit that rook on d1. That's an intermezzo, and everything is solved in black's favor.
Yeah, at the very end, I mean, this is a lot of tactics, a lot of moves, but we would just do a quick count. It's level pawns, but it's the quality of pawns here. All of white's pawns shattered, doubled, isolated, and despite the opposite colour bishops, black is in full control. So I don't think Magnus will find that too appealing. But then again, how to deal with this threat on the white knight? It's not easy. This knight is tied down defending some key pawns. And if black ever captures, wrecks the structure, then it can only be Maxim who can ever win with a safer king. So yeah, suddenly stakes are high. I said retreating, not positive for Vachier-Lagrave, but actually Magnus still has to be careful, has to be accurate here. And I'm not sure what he will try, actually, Magnus Carlsen. 3 minutes against almost 6.
Yeah.
It's getting dramatic on the clock.
Ooh, it's dramatic on the board and dramatic on the clock. And I'm just wondering if it's time for Magnus to neutralize that really active rook of Blacks on the second rank by offering the trade with his own rook to C1. David, taking advantage of a point that you made earlier, that Black does have a back rank weakness to deal with.
Yeah, I think we might see that, Tanya. Just an offer of a rook trade. There we go, on the board. And Maxime has to be slightly careful. Don't move this rook out the way. White will infiltrate. White's rook will be ready to jump in. And, OK, who would you hold as the favourite here, Tanya? Black's still a pawn down, but good compensation. Who would you pick?
Really good activity and tough to call a result. I think this is a game for all 3 results. I'm going to predict a draw in this one.
Okay. Well, how about you, David?
Oh, you stole my answer, Tanya. I think a draw is still the favourite because neither side has made any clear blunders, any clear mistakes. It's still very, very balanced. Black will likely win back the pawn sooner or later. But I'll say Maxime, just because of the clock situation. And we saw a message from the Twitch chat a moment ago saying Magnus maybe not quite warmed up yet. I have the same feeling.
And he did have a rest day yesterday. I heard you guys talk about previously in the tour that, you know, that can sort of ruin your routine a little bit, maybe.
It's all about momentum, right? When you're in the flow of things, when you're playing well, very often you don't want that rest day. You don't want to pull in those breaks. But on the other hand, when you're having a tough tournament, you always want to take that day off and get back into it. So I think it could go either way. But the thing with Magnus is, this is just so typical, where he does start slow. Any kind of event, any kind of match situation, we've often seen Magnus have a slow start and then just go full speed.
Yeah,
so if you're able to really catch him early on in the match, that's where your best chances lie. And I think Maxime knows that better than anyone else, which is why he's gone for this kind of a sharp tactical approach in the game. And even this last move, he just keeps the tension on.
And really giving Magnus some problems. Ticking down now to 2.5 minutes left on the clock, Magnus. Could that be eventually a big problem for him?
It definitely could, especially if it remains this tense. And I love Maxime's last move, the bishop in the corner not doing anything. It comes to defend its rook. Just, as Tanya says, keeping the tension. And that's the key when you want to trick your opponent, especially if you've got half an eye on the clock. The biggest mistake is actually to rush, to clarify things, to trade off pieces, because then it makes your opponent's position simpler. But by keeping pieces on, not necessarily trading, look at this. Magnus is the one actually panicking and trying to force the issue. He's really trying to kick out that black rook from his camp. And yeah, Maxime's done everything right. Every time I think there's a mistake that could trip him up, he finds the best reply. And OK, a rook trade was eventually forced. Now watch out for the white queen coming to c8 to the top of the board, checking that black king. The black king has no escape squares. That would be a deadly check. Therefore, he blocks the file. Again, Maxime just spotting everything. Keeping control, and look at the black knight, the black queen, the black dark squared bishop. They're all pointed towards white's central pawn, and I think the material balance will be restored shortly. Still a level position, but all 3 results possible.
Yeah, and what's so impressive is that Maxime is finding these best moves in the position with the speed with which he's doing. I mean, he is a 2021 World Blitz champion, and we're clearly seeing why that's the case. But this is not an easy position to play. Just every move is a high responsibility move in these kind of situations where you're down a pawn and you're fighting for the initiative. But Maxime, just on his A game, plays on equal ground even against the world's best player. This last move, knight to c6, it takes care of white's queen not jumping into, not infiltrating black's camp, blocks up the c file now, and it's never a happy option for white to trade this knight. David, I'm just wondering, Magnus up a pawn, you don't want to take that knight. I think that's something that would give black more than enough compensation. And it's hard to imagine this extra pawn really coming to anything, because b4 is always met with this f3 knight hanging in so many situations, and the d4 pawn coming under fire as well.
Yeah, this would be simply disastrous, as you point out, Tanya. Note how this check now on the back rank is not checkmate anymore, because black's bishop can actually drop back and block, defended by the queen, and suddenly black's attentions would turn towards the white king. And Magnus does play a move. He hits the black queen, and the black queen doesn't have too many squares. Actually, she has to defend her knight, so you might have to be a bit careful here and play queen to the center. And now Magnus, if he is feeling scared, he's only got 1 minute on the clock. If he wants to bail out and play safe and probably head for a draw, then he can actually force the queens off. He can take this knight, forcing a queen trade, and here it should eventually fizzle out. White has an extra pawn still, but the 2 bishops should compensate, and eventually this pawn will most likely fall off, or we'll see an opposite color bishop position, and safety for both sides. Tanya.
Is knight takes pawn completely crazy here?
Wow, giving up the black queen. We've seen queen sacrifices between these two before, and of course the black queen is actually hit right now, and you don't care. You want to ignore this.
I care, and you know exactly why I care.
Yeah, but you can get away with it. The bar doesn't react. Knight takes pawn is a queen sacrifice, because if the black queen is captured, suddenly a fork, and you regain the material, and at the very end, still level pawns. But actually, black is very active, and he doesn't go for it. This was a lot to calculate. Maybe the one thing that scared him was that a check could have been given, but now black's queen could drop back and block. I think this was an opportunity to force the issue, but we go for that other variation we mentioned. Now it's level material. Black is threatening this knight. If we see, actually, it's black's move right now. If we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave take this knight, I think we'll see a draw very shortly. Level pawns now. And despite White's fractured pawns on the king side, not enough material left.
But
to
he
take
shouldn't
advantage.
do that, right? He's so much up on the clock. You guys said it. He needs to take his chances if he's going to beat Magnus.
But he did, Kaya, the kind of position that he got out of the opening. And this is Maxime going for the draw on his terms.
Okay.
He's up on the clock, absolutely no problem out of the opening with the black pieces, is the one who fought for the initiative. So in some ways, as we like to call it in the studio, some kind of a moral victory in game one.
Okay.
Yeah, moral victory, and I think the longer he thinks he kind of spends mulling over this position, the more tempted he'll be to bail out. There we go. The problem is there were no active ideas left, and he was just calculating there, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that the black king is quick enough to actually make a dart for white's b-pawn. If anyone, I would still take black, I think.
It's because of the healthy pawn structure. We talk about pawn islands, an easy way to see who's got the healthier position. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 4 pawns on the king's side, no weaknesses at all, while each of Magnus's pawn is a target for black. The only thing you need to watch out for is this B passer. So Maxime very rightly just quickly rushes with the king to stop any activity on the queen side or that pawn becoming dangerous. But do you think he can get ambitious in this position with black?
Yeah, look at the bar. I'm a bit surprised. It looks like a dead draw. As soon as the black king tries to make its way over towards the white b-pawn, white will give a check and block its advance. But actually, it's sneaking around the side. Maybe Magnus has missed something. He doesn't look too happy. This is where the clock really will come into play. No matter how good you are in games, no matter how genius you are, like Magnus Carlsen, you do start to get nervous when the momentum turns. And maybe this is what he missed. The king did a bit of a zigzag. It tried to go one way. It was blocked by the white bishop. Then it went the other way, and it's coming towards that white pawn. Magnus will go down a pawn.
This might not end in a draw.
Okay.
Wow, Magnus is the one who has to be really careful right now. He's under a minute on the clock, and equal pawns so far, but with every single pawn in white's position being a weakness, the king's stuck to defending that f2 pawn, can't really get active. Meanwhile, black, you can actually just advance with your king closer to that white pawn, force it to push up the board one more square. And David, I think we're going to see this being played out. b6 is the only way now to fight losing a pawn, but it doesn't last long because black can then come back one step with the king and eventually win that pawn anyway.
Yeah, I think we'll see this on the board. Magnus has nothing else to do. You have to just keep your pawn alive one more turn at least. But under 30 seconds now, about to drop a pawn in.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, he's given up a second pawn. Magnus is just going all in.
That's 2 pawns.
But he's going to be 2 pawns down, yeah? What is this? He's just... I think he's lost his head here a bit. And pawn takes pawn here is, as the computer says, a winning move. There's actually 2 winning moves. They're both to do with reacting to this pawn push. You either take it or you bypass it. Pawn to e5, also winning. What's Magnus doing? I don't understand.
And both these moves are so natural. I would be so tempted to just go e5 to create a passer, but you can also trade that f5 pawn. And these are really the only 2 moves you have in the position. So Maxime is just going to choose one of the 2 and keep his big advantage. But will it be enough to win? And those extra seconds on the clock, so critical for Maxime right now.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the second move might be more natural, pushing the pawn forward, just because you keep more pawns on the board. The one downside with taking is that white king might zigzag in and behind and start munching on some of these black pawns. So you have to calculate here. The computer says it's winning after, for example, black just takes the pawn, hits the bishop, and I think you can just come back and defend everything. But, OK, it's on the board. He's going for the win here, Vachier-Lagrave. He's got to be careful, though.
He's got to be careful because also watch out for that H-pawn being the wrong color on H1. That's a light square color. Maxime has a dark square bishop. If white gives up the bishop for 2 of black's pawns and is able to get his own king to that H1 square, it's a theoretical draw, even if black has an extra bishop on the board.
Yeah, and that's why he's found this really clever move. Maybe the clincher, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, maybe what Magnus missed, he's defending this pawn, meaning the white bishop cannot give its life for 2 black pawns. As long as you keep one of these 2 alive, that issue never exists. And white has to go in, simply has to go behind and try to win right now. But black's king is coming with gain of time. And as soon as the king moves, the black pawn will be free to run. This is going to be game over very quickly.
What a start to the grand final. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with more time on the clock. It's looking so good for him, and you can see it on Magnus. He looks a little bit frustrated, and he's going to have 9 seconds when it's time for him to move. Whew. What a start to the grand final, you guys.
What a crazy start. With the black pieces so close to a victory, but Maxime just has to keep his cool and his composure. I love what he's doing. He keeps the pawns defended and then just slowly is marching the king towards not only white's h2 pawn, but assisting this f pawn. He doesn't even care about giving up that h pawn because, David, I think this f pawn will decide the game. Magnus has to stop it from advancing, but now the king moves forward and eventually black's bishop will block out this diagonal. King to e2. Transfer that bishop to this diagonal and then just start pushing. Well, he does it immediately. Bishop e3 coming next. This is game over. I think Magnus will just resign.
Yeah, 3 seconds for Magnus Carlsen. He does make another move, but his bishop will soon be kicked away off the diagonal and the black pawn will march through to glory. You can do this in a few ways right now. You can just challenge this white bishop. There we go. It could not take the black bishop. The black pawn would have promoted. And now just 1 or 2 more accurate moves should sort this game out. You can even just take the white pawn right now. This is just going to be game over.
You can take the white pawn. You can also slide all the way to d2. And he does it, David. I think this is game over on the spot because the bishop comes over to that e1 square. And that's it. Magnus resigns.
Wow. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he takes the first point in the grand final here in the AI Cup. No reaction from the cool Frenchman. But look at him. Oh, wow. What a start to the grand final, you guys. He takes the lead. MVL, he puts pressure on Magnus to make a comeback. I mean, we were talking about this is what MVL has to do. He needs to strike in the beginning. And that's what he's just done, Tanya. What can you say about his performance here?
We were talking about it. Maxime knows it better than anyone, that you have to start early with Magnus. You got to take those opportunities when they come in. For me, the highlight was just sacrificing that pawn out of the opening for the initiative. It was incremental pressure after that, David. The whole game. Just an excellent play. What stood out to you?
Yeah, so many moments. I just want to highlight where Magnus actually let things slip. Maxime had been turning things in his favour for a long time. First from an active opening middle game into a slightly better endgame. And remember, not many people beat Magnus Carlsen in the endgame, and it was here that Magnus eventually went astray. This pawn is dropping. Magnus should have just let it fall, just retreated his pieces. And actually, with just pawns on one side of the board, it is a draw. It's unpleasant to defend, but it should be holding. Instead, Magnus went all in. He gambled, giving up a second pawn. And here, Maxime clinched it with this classy move. Bishop back to h4, holding on to this pawn. And if we fast forward, the final position, Magnus resigned because next move, bishop to e1 is simply coming, and this pawn will push. Just beautiful endgame technique. Play through it again at home.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And this is the action you get if you subscribe to chess.com on Twitch, you guys. And don't miss out on September. Through the end of this month, claim up to 30% off on all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts and score an ad-free experience on chess.com. So don't miss out on the deals, you guys. On September. And wow, game 2 in the grand final will start in a few minutes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the lead with the white pieces. We will be right back with that.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Anyone who has played even a small amount of chess, especially online, is familiar with the concept of an opening trap. We've all fallen for one at some point or another. In many cases, a failed opening trap will leave you with a terrible position, but not always. We've compiled 10 opening traps that are not only guaranteed to work, but if your opponent doesn't fall for them exactly, you'll still have a decent position. Number 2, Legal's Mate. This opening trap, if your opponent cooperates, can lead to one of the most beautiful and famous checkmates in chess. Named after Sire de Legal, it dates back all the way to the 18th century. It occurs in an Italian game, and in this position we play knight c3. Black might play bishop g4, pinning the knight to white's queen, and we can play h3, forcing black to make a decision about the light-squared bishop. If they retreat with bishop h5, this allows the brilliant knight takes e5, where a free queen is offered. If black takes the bait and grabs the queen, can you spot the famous mate in 2? That's right. Bishop takes f7, king e7, which is forced, knight d5 mate. So, if our opponent does not take the queen bait, is this a dubious position? Not at all. Black's best response is knight takes e5, allowing white to win the light-squared bishop with queen takes h5, and after black takes the bishop on c4, white can win the piece right back with a queen check on b5, picking up the knight on the following turn no matter what black's response is. White is up a pawn with control of the center, a great place to be out of the opening.
Eating popcorn. It's impossible when the ball is here right in front of you, and it smells so good as well. And okay, you guys, this is the AI Cup, and we are teaming up with Opera for this tournament. Chess.com is, and we're super excited about this partnership with the browser maker Opera. It is something for chess lovers. This browser, chess specified. You can have chess basically at your fingertips, no matter where you are. So download this new browser by Opera. We need to talk some more about what just happened. What we have just witnessed. MVL taking the lead in the grand final against the amazing Magnus Carlsen. That means, right, that MVL must have played some amazing chess in this first game. What happened here, Tanya?
I'm still thinking about it. I've never seen this happen before, where Magnus Carlsen in any match format has lost the first game with the white pieces. Maxime has done what I think many would consider just impossible. At the very start of the game, get this momentum going, take the early lead in the match. And the thing is, right, now it feels like we have a real match on our hands. Because at the start, you think, okay, how do you beat Magnus? Not once, but you have to do it twice. How do you do it? When you get this win in with the black pieces, you know that it's possible. It's within your reach. And Maxime, not only tactically very sharp, but taking some really key strategic decisions and showing extremely good technique in the end game. So an overall excellently played game. I would love to see the accuracy of this one.
Ooh, yeah, do we know that actually?
We can check that, but I just want to mention, we kind of discussed before the show, Magnus does start slow sometimes. You have to catch him cold, and that's exactly what he did. When Magnus is happy to play for a draw, he's nearly impossible to beat. So you have to take the lead in a match. That's the only way pretty much to beat him. And now Magnus will have to take risks to strike back. But Magnus was uncharacteristic in that game. He could have actually forced a draw. I was just playing through. He could have pretty much forced a draw in a very simple way at the beginning of the endgame, but he took a risk, and Maxime immediately punished him. It was just a bit of a strange one. Definitely feels like Maxime has started hotter here. He started faster, fresher, sharper, and he deserves the lead.
So what's going through Magnus's head now? He didn't seem very happy, obviously, with losing, but just throughout that game, didn't seem that comfortable, maybe.
I think it's about getting into the rhythm. And again, we keep saying this, right? Even throughout the tour, the first game is always a little shaky, but you never see him actually losing. And we are getting an update on the accuracy of the players. Almost 92% from Magnus Carlsen. And 98% for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Incredible.
98%. You have to play perfect chess to take down Magnus, and that's what Maxime did. But coming to the point that David was making about this uncharacteristic play in the endgame, I also think that it's a lot to do with how Maxime handled the opening and the middle game. Because at this level, it's never a one-move mistake or a one-move blunder, right? It's always incremental. It's always incremental pressure. And Magnus, for the most part, was forced to find good moves pretty much out of the opening once he did grab the pawn. And you can sometimes do it once, you can do it twice, but to find 10, 15 good moves in a row can be difficult even for the world number one.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. He has taken the lead, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he did it with the black pieces in game 2 starting in a few minutes. He's going to have the white pieces. So let's get to know MVL's opening strategies.
MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, or as his fans call him, the Frenchman with 3 names. MVL is one of the best players in the world. He has been for the past decade. A former World Blitz champion, MVL is especially known for playing quick, tricky, and precise chess. MVL has a degree in mathematics, and this really shines through when it comes to calculation in chess. You do not want to get him in a forcing sequence where he can work it out till the very end. The following position really demonstrates the strengths of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In this position, as black coming this way, he found a killer sequence, actually checkmate in 5 moves. This began with a knight sacrifice, the most accurate way, the most precise way, first taking a pawn, checking the white king, and forcing white to recapture. To show off his calculation skills, he had now worked out that queen takes pawn was the final blow, with the key fact being that if the white king moves forward to any square, then the queen drops back with a checkmate. Instead, the white bishop threw itself in the way to block. Black took this pawn, and after the king moved forward, he spotted this check. Here, Jeffrey Zhong resigned, because no matter what white does, black gives checkmate on the next move. The white king is trapped. Maxime calculated this 5-move variation and won a really impressive game. Vachier-Lagrave is quick, tricky, and has a rock-solid opening repertoire. His opponents better watch out, and if they want to have any chance of beating him, they have to avoid these strengths.
So that's what Magnus Carlsen can expect when he now plays with the black pieces, fighting for a comeback. MVL with the white pieces. He's had some great results in his career, but this would mean a whole lot to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave if he wins the AI Cup after a few years with some trouble. He's not only fighting to win the grand final, he's also fighting to qualify for Toronto, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has to win the grand final to do that, and if he doesn't, there's a chance for Fedoseev to make it to Toronto. He will have to win Division 2, and he has taken the lead in that grand final against Artemiev. We are following that as well. But now we are getting ready for game 2. Magnus Carlsen, now with the black pieces, he is down by a point. MVL took game 1, and now with the white pieces. Always seems so calm, the Frenchman, but you think he's feeling excited now, Tanya?
I think he believes now that it is possible to do it today, to make this happen. That Magnus Carlsen just gets so much more dangerous when his back is against the wall. It's still far, far from over. And we see Magnus with an opening approach where it implies that he wants to just stop the bleeding. He's gone for the Berlin.
Yeah, the most solid opening in chess. Rock solid here, known for its drawish tendencies, and we do see a very, very level position here with symmetrical pawn structure. White slightly ahead in development, so white has a small edge often, especially if you can keep pieces on the board. But it definitely feels like a case of Magnus just trying to get on the scoreboard, trying to stop the bleeding, trying to get a result with black. And Vachier-Lagrave not taking too much risk here in the early stages with white. Vachier-Lagrave, I will mention, has been known throughout his career as the Berlin Slayer. He's often gone into the Berlin endgame and won countless victories against the world's top players. But here, going for something slightly more full of life. Tanya, do you like the fact he's kept pieces on the board rather than go into that endgame?
I do. I like the fact that the queens are on the board in this Berlin, and we have none of that Berlin repetition stuff that we see quite often, actually, in the past in the Champions Chess Tour, which actually means that Maxime, with the white pieces, wants to keep the game alive. I don't expect him to take very risky decisions in this one, but if the opportunity was to come, we might just see his intuition and his natural style of play coming in. So I do like that we don't have the end game yet, but still a very solid position. And why is Magnus thinking after this small pawn move on the king side?
It is very strange, I must say. Magnus, again, could and should have predicted this exact position. Still very well-known theory, and especially with Vachier-Lagrave, who is quite predictable in the opening. You could have pinpointed this, and you could have said, okay, I know where I'm going to put my pieces. I know how I'm going to develop. I know how I'm going to end all of White's potential pressure. But Magnus, it feels like that rest day has really caught him cold. And, okay, he just needs to unravel his pieces here. The more pieces you take off as black, the safer you get, due to the symmetrical pawn structure, due to the safe nature of this type of position. But feels like he's trying to freestyle. Maxime, I would recommend trying to keep going, try to build the momentum, strike while the iron's hot. I do feel if the next game is drawn, I mean, this game, maybe the next one, nerves will kick in. The stakes will be so high. And if it's just a one-game shootout, that's when you start to get affected. I think he needs to continue trying to catch Magnus while clearly he's not in the flow right now.
That's really interesting because you're up a point against Magnus and many would just think, okay, take a solid approach, take a safe approach. But David, I think you're absolutely right that when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, any opportunity you get, you have to take it. The next game, Magnus will be white and he will come out all guns blazing. So in this one, to not let Magnus just feel safe, to get into that safety zone, that safety net, I think it's quite key. So for Maxime, if he gets the chance in a Berlin, but where do you get your chances in this kind of a position? It's just a symmetrical pawn structure on the king side, on the queen side. It's just about a fight for the E line, usually in this opening. The only file that's open, and it's about the side that's able to get full control of that.
Yeah, right now that is white. White's rook nicely placed on that open e-file. And there's other small advantages that you can hope for. Just to show a quick outline of the ideas here for both sides. White does have a small edge here, traditionally, symbolically at least, due to this pawn dominating the black knight. The black knight here is actually very misplaced. It's in the way of a black pawn which wants to use this square. And therefore, this pawn in the center is slightly vulnerable. Meanwhile, we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave bring his bishop to the center. Magnus going for exactly what you said, Tanya, fighting for this E-line here, trying to trade rooks off the board, trying to take pieces off. I'm expecting them to disappear, these rooks. I'm not sure on whose terms. For example, let's say they go, and then White will activate these pieces. There's two ways to do this. Either White's knight takes the long way round, goes up, back, and into the center, or you can push a pawn and bring the knight round and try to creep it up around the side of the board. Either way, these are still well-known plans, and both players just taking a bit of time trying to maybe think what's most testing for their opponents. Still no forcing lines, no big tactics, but it's all about maneuvering right now.
Do you think it's important for Magnus to make an immediate comeback after that first loss, or do you think he's able to keep his calm, maybe wait for game 3 with the white pieces again?
I think you're right, Kaya. That's his strategy. His strategy with the Berlin and not going for a Sicilian, a more dynamic opening is that I just want this one to stop, get your mind, get your flow going, and then with the white pieces to strike. So that's what I would say that he's hoping for.
Yeah, I think his opening choice has revealed his strategy. Sometimes you want to keep your opponent guessing. You play a flexible opening and then retain some chances of a counterattack. But no, he's just saying, let's get out of this game. Let's move on. And that's not very Magnus Carlsen-esque, but that's the way he's chosen to play this one. And I understand it because he is facing an inform opponent. And Vachier-Lagrave is his kind of, he's famous for his white wins, just his white repertoire. I think almost incomparable in world chess right now. Yeah.
But we have seen, I mean, when you play too much for a draw, it does give the other player some opportunities. Does this give MVL some chances to go all out in this game?
Maybe later.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Still early days, but it will be a sign of weakness. Well, I say weakness. It's a sign of what you want. And once your opponent knows, as you say, Kaya, once you know your opponent's playing for a draw, you take a bit more risk. You push them, you kind of bully them in directions. They'll take passive decisions. I'm not sure you can do that against Magnus because he's very in the moment. He's very spontaneous on the chessboard. He can react if your opponent attacks you. He will find ways to kind of slither out, and he always has a win in his mind.
And that's a great point you make. And it will come down to this inner game, right? Because you're up in the match. You've got this extra point. How much risk are you willing to take against a player like Magnus, knowing that you can play safe and keep everything under control and going one game closer to that finish line without things going too wrong? So for Maxime, again, it will be a psychological battle, but it does look like he still wants to keep the game going. You know, just again saying what I did earlier, that I don't expect him to go extra aggressive in this one, to take unnecessary action. And I think it's really hard in these kind of positions and in these kind of openings, but he's going to keep the game going. And again, the moral victory will come in if he can end this on his terms, or even if it's a draw, that let Magnus fight and earn that draw.
And Magnus is currently trying to fight to earn that draw. He's traded off the light squared bishops. That tends to favour black because if you compare the remaining bishops on the board, white's bishop potentially will be stuck behind his own central pawn mass. Black's bishop looks pretty nice, controlling both flanks. Now Magnus also offering a queen trade. I think if Maxime takes the queens off, it's going to be close to zero chance of grinding that one out to a victory. I think we will see a draw. And look at Maxime, he's not even calculating right now. He's going for, it's a moral debate. Do you play for the draw or do you keep queens on and try to win?
Oh, mind games. I think he's going to trade it. I think he's going to trade the queens. And that's just looking at Maxime. Oh, it's on the board. He goes for it.
But I was going to say, imagine going 2-0 up against Magnus. That would be incredible for Maxim. And I bet he was saying that to himself as well. But then, well...
Yeah, too much focused on the result. It's natural. It's a very human trait. We've all been there when we know a draw is enough, or you're playing a higher rated player, or if you're in the lead in the tournament and you think, OK, let's just take it easy this once. But will that come back to haunt him? I don't like that decision. I think he could have kept the queens on, still with minimal risk and still with very, very decent chances of pushing for an advantage. Now we will see most likely both rooks enter the E file, the E line, and trade off for each other. We'll see knights disappear off the board. There's just no pawn breaks, no open lines, no weaknesses in each side's camps. Dead level. This is the epitome of an equal position.
Yeah, we might even see a draw for really soon, or all pieces will trade off into a pure king-pawn ending, symmetrical pawn structure. Really nothing to fight for. That last decision by Maxime definitely implies that he's getting ready for game 3.
Yeah.
And his task in game 3 with the black pieces will again be to make sure that Magnus doesn't get his chances with white. Magnus Carlsen is given even one chance, then it's pretty much game over for you.
And if they do sort of decide that they want to go for a draw now quite soon, how will that actually work with many pieces left on the board? What will they actually do? Will someone offer that draw, or will they do some repetition?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it this season on the Champions Chess Tour. Draw offers have been few and far between. They've been very rare, actually. I think, again, it's just neither player wants to show weakness or kind of blink first. They never want to be the one offering a draw. Here, I think, Kai, it would happen, for example, let's say the white king moves, and the line it's standing on right now, the E file, white's rook will occupy that, and because it's such a nice line, black's rook will challenge. We'll see the rooks disappear. Once rooks disappear, if it's just minor pieces on the board, just knights and bishops, there's really no weaknesses to look at, and I think we'll see a few knight trades. Maybe the bishops are the hardest pieces to trade off right now, but if it's just bishops and pawns left at the end, then it will be deadlocked. We'll see the players just go back and forth and repeat. So that's what I'm expecting. But then again, I would maybe choose black. I would maybe choose Magnus's position, just because it's easier to push pawns on the king side. Around the black king, you can throw those pawns forward, gain a bit of space there. I've seen stranger things happen. I've seen Magnus, he quite enjoys these positions. That's another reason I would have kept the queens on the board, just because you know the opponents. Magnus lost the last endgame, but this one's a very different one. It's a very slow maneuvering grind type of position, and we know who the best player in the world is there.
He knows how to grind like a grandmaster.
He does.
But David, the more I look at it, I think you're right. Magnus might actually be the one who might be thinking, are there ways that he can create some chances? Because he's got easier play with his knight and the pawns on the king side. Also, notice how that f4 square can become a target. The f5 square for the knight to jump on with a check. I wonder if he's at all getting ambitious here. But the moment I say that, I also feel where? Where do you actually end up hitting a white's position here? He does start pushing the pawns. So maybe Magnus is looking at a long game, and it might be Maxime who might have to earn that draw now.
We call it the tickle. When you're not really doing much, you're just kind of teasing your opponent. You're saying, OK, I'm going to push my pawns. You decide how to react. You decide how to fix the structure. And then your opponent burns a bit of time there. If they fix the pawn structure in a bad way, sometimes you can take advantage. If they find the right way, OK, then it's a draw and the tickle ends. But you just maneuver it around, keep the game going forever, frustrate your opponent. And also, when you have the white pieces, you have this moral obligation to play for a win. As soon as you take the queens off and start playing for a draw, which Vachier-Lagrave is clearly trying to do right now, suddenly the mentality switches and you can assert your dominance slightly over your opponent. I don't expect this one to be anything dramatic, but already Maxime's playing some slightly strange moves.
Yeah.
Putting his rook on its starting square, the starting square of the other rook, kind of going all the way across the board. But it's on a locked up file right now. He's just hoping Magnus continues advancing. I don't think Magnus was intending to do that anyway, so I would say a bit of a wasted move there from Vachier-Lagrave. Now Magnus will start improving the black knight, maybe the black rook.
But is that tickling then by MVL, or even like a little bit like flirting? No, you show me what you want. No, you show me what you want.
Exactly. That's pieces right now. That's pretty much what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I would say Magnus is the one doing the tickling, and Maxime is not reacting in the best way. He's kind of sitting there, just letting his opponent to do this right now. There's no way to force the issue. There's no way to force the draw, and that's a bit uncomfortable psychologically.
Strange moment in this match then. We're just waiting for something to happen or to get inside their heads then, I guess. Right now it's not really easy, I guess, to understand, especially what's going on in Magnus's head.
Yeah, Magnus, he's going to be feeling ambitious, and this last move is provocation. I was a bit surprised by this. It looks like he's trying to ask Maxime to come forward now with some of his pawns. And Tanya, the most obvious move in the position to me would be to attack this knight. Magnus is saying, please come forward. This is the tickle. He's like tickling. He's like, please react, strike me back. And right now, what would happen if the pawn pushes?
I think the point is that you don't want to take on g4 because then suddenly the h1 rook makes a lot of sense. You're on exactly the square that you want to be. What Magnus has done is exactly that. It's a provocation. You go g4, you provoke the weaknesses, and then you simply come back with the knight. The point is, yes, you can go to g7, but maybe even to e7. And I was eyeing the f4 square at some faraway distant future to land my knight on. And I'm also hoping that you actually grab on h5 so that then my rook can slide all the way to h8. And this one's a far more active move than the one that Maxime made. Once I take on h5, h3 is weak as well. So knight to f5, I think g4 is exactly what Magnus is hoping for. And Maxime, of course, doesn't go for it.
Yeah, and retreating the knight, you mentioned passive. It's really, really not a pleasant move to play. The idea is to come round and then into the center to challenge the black knight. Very logical plan. If the knights both disappear, then it will be a dead draw. But White is really, really kind of crawling right now. Yeah. Really not pleasant. And black, at the moment, has the better knight, has the better pawn structure. And Magnus does have the luxury of 2 moves before his opponent finishes that plan.
These last few moves that Maxime has made, it almost feels like the path to draw is just getting narrower and narrower. He needs to be more and more precise and more concrete with his defense in a position where it felt like concreteness would not be the name of the game. But now he has to find ways of exactly neutralizing black's pressure, of trading pieces as quickly as possible. Rook to h1, knight to e1, these strange-looking moves gets you the feeling that something's gone wrong. Do you think Maxime's feeling that as well, or for him everything's still under control and he's confident of it?
Yeah, he doesn't look as energetic or as optimistic, as focused as he was in the past game. In the previous game, Maxime barely even blinked. He was just sitting there, stoic, and he took advantage of his chances as soon as they came. Here, it feels like he's a bit uncomfortable. He's been moving back and forth in his chair, changing his posture a bit. And these small giveaways, they're not much, but they do really signal his mindset. I think he would just love to get out of this game with a draw. If Magnus answered, Maxime would click, yes, please, draw immediately. Oh, and yeah, it's just really tense. But Magnus enjoying the tension a bit more.
Yeah, everyone is tickled by the tension in this game. Completely agree with you there. It really feels tense right now. It feels like, I mean, this could potentially be very decisive, right, in the match. Magnus making a comeback or not making a comeback.
And I think Maxime is perhaps regretting that queen trade decision that he took, because that's the moment that he really gave the chances to Magnus to feel safe and to be the one who starts pushing. And in any endgame where Magnus feels he even has the slightest opportunity, the slightest chance, which many can't even see, can't even fathom, but for Magnus, it's about playing it out then. And this is that kind of position. Right now, he's gone into a bit of think, and I think that has something to do with him deciding How does he improve this position? Whether he pushes those pawns further, clamping down on white's king side. But those are committal decisions. Do you go with that h pawn to h4 and then maybe even at some point go rook to g8 and open up the g line to create some weaknesses? Or do you keep things more flexible in this position and improve your rook already? He takes another pawn decision. He first makes sure that everything is defended on the queen side, because it's just harder as white to make moves than it is for black here.
Yeah, it's much harder for white right now. We're expecting, wow, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave yawning. Maybe that reflects his views on the position. And the move knight to c2 coming around is indeed played, part of the plan initiated by his previous move. And Magnus now instantly reacts. Again, provocation, forcing a reaction from these pawns and maybe forcing a weakness. Now, which way will Magnus drop back his knight, or will he come into the position? There is a bit of a hole right now, and if you jump in, maybe the one issue is this knight will get traded. Either white's knight will come back, or maybe first moving the bishop. Next, he'll trade off these knights by force. So the knight drops back from Magnus, and this offer of a trade allowed, but on his terms. This is really instructive. Note how a knight trade offered here. Black does not take, because this would only give white time. First, he says, OK, you can take me, but look how active the black king is going to be. And still, I feel this should be a draw. But black's king now clearly superior than the white king, more active at least. Black's bishop can look at both sides of the board. White's bishop stuck behind its own pawns in the center. And black's rook potentially much more flexible to come to any of these squares that you mentioned earlier, Tanya. Still a small advantage, but I think the disappearance of the knights will give Maxime a bit of hope. Sigh of relief there.
How often is it when Magnus is playing and we say this should be a draw, but it isn't in the end? So he does make that magic happen, and it does feel as if black has made a lot of progress in the position in the last few moves. The king has become more active. The black pawns have moved forward, gaining more space, threatening further pawn moves ahead. Meanwhile, white has been struggling to get pieces off the board and has managed to do it. But then again, David, as you said, on black's terms, making sure that the black king gets to activity on f5. And knowing Magnus Carlsen, he sees that as progress. He sees that as something to fight for beyond. But what are the plans in which he can look at actually improving this position further? Let's say the knights were to come off and your king does land on f5 and we see that being played out. Because if rooks come off, David, I think it would be easier for white to hold this position then.
Yeah, dead draw if the rooks ever come off. If the bishops come off, likewise, should be a dead draw. Like what Maxime's done, he's taken the open file. He's saying, OK, if the black rook ever goes away, I'll come in. If the black king ever moves back, I'll come in. Magnus, meanwhile, shifts his rook to the other side of the board. Again, the tickle continues. Will he push this pawn? Will he push this pawn? Just teasing. And now Maxime saying, OK, I'm not going to commit, but I might push this pawn. They're kind of playing a guessing game right now. White might push on the queen side. Black might push on the king side. I think ultimately none of these plans are too scary. If black pushes right now, white will happily lock up this side of the board. Notice how you never, ever want to trade here and allow your opponent's pieces activity. So you just lock the structure, and end the opponent's winning chances. Magnus, meanwhile, trying to lock the other side of the board, trying to clamp down and at least deter white from pushing. I'm slightly surprised. It looks like white can push anyway, but at least asking questions.
Yeah. Go on, Kai. I was just going to say that I'd love to push c4 right now. Try to create some weaknesses on the king side. If you trade everything on c4, white's king gets super active. But yeah, we'll see what Maxime decides.
I was going to say that they're definitely keeping the tension. And while they do, you guys, remember to take a picture of how you are watching the grand final. Maybe it's a selfie, and share it on Twitter using the hashtag #ChessChamps for a chance to win this Airthings Wave Mini. We are enjoying this day so much here in the studio, watching the best chess players in the world, and we hope you guys are as well. We are enjoying watching it with you guys, and we want to see your pictures. So please share them for a chance to win that Airthings. Okay, so moves. Is that tension going away anytime soon?
Slightly less tense now after this trade of pawns. Any trade, any pieces, pawns disappearing means that the tension is abating slightly, but I'm very, very surprised, Tanya, that Vachier-Lagrave has allowed black's rook an open file. You did not need to do this. You didn't need to rush to do this. You could have done it in maybe more favourable ways. And now maybe invasion from the black rook threatened.
I agree with you. And whoa.
What?
Oh my gosh, but I love it, David. But I was just going to say, before we deep dive into this last move, that A4, it just reminds me of their last match where A4 turned out to be a big mistake by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You're right, gives the B file, but the actions moved over to the king side. It looks like a pawn sacrifice, but it's a temporary one. If Magnus was to take on G4, and I think we're seeing this line being played out, the rook can jump to E6 now, hitting the bishop and eventually winning one of the pawns back here. And it's all about the point you made. The more pawns that come off, the easier it gets for white to hold this position. So G4, a very concrete, direct way to do that.
Yeah, now Maxime has to be a bit careful, though. I'm really shocked he rushed into this because look how active the black king is. There's a clear target now. Black is temporarily a pawn up, and I think the one thing you maybe shouldn't rush to do is trade off these bishops. He doesn't go for this because now the black king has somewhere nice and safe to hide in front of its own pawn, and this one is ripe for picking off next move. Instead, he keeps the tension between the bishops. This one, despite the evaluation bar saying level, I think we might see some twists and turns ahead suddenly because black's king is coming in, the black rook is coming in. White, meanwhile, has some counterplay against this pawn. All three results possible. Magnus quickly defending, and he might even go after this loose pawn on the flank here. Oof, I would not like to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave right now. Ooh. It feels like it's all about the activity of black's pieces. This is classic Magnus Carlsen. I've seen him win countless games in this type of scenario.
Oh, wow. And Maxime's got to be feeling the pressure now because, again, he needs to be really precise because of all these dynamics that David just pointed out. But I do like what Maxime's done. He's forced black's rook into the corner of the board, and to activate that, there will be more pawn trades. What Maxime is relying on is that once black does take that pawn on A5, you'll pick up that pawn on C6, eventually a C4 break, and create your own counter chances with the D pawn being the passer up the board. And all of that might very well happen because Magnus needs to activate that rook by capturing on A5.
Yeah, but how does white wait? It's pretty much white waiting for black to move, and maybe we can pull up the computer suggestions just before we drop the board here to see how narrow is the margin. Is white keeping the balance with lots of different moves? Yes, is the answer.
Whoa.
Still a draw, but OK, dropping back with the king, I would say not 100% obvious. The idea is to stop the black king coming in. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I like that one. Very human, stop the opponent's plan. But trading off, also fine. Maybe then followed by the king dropping back. And the last move, I would say that this is never, ever going to happen. Pawn to c4. It looks like it simply blunders the pawn. Pawn takes pawn. You cannot take back because then your bishop would fall. So the third move on that list, never, ever.
But it's interesting you say that because for me, that is the most natural idea. But after trading on f4, so that I don't end up losing the pawn, but I want to get as many pawns off the board as possible. So what I'm looking at is the possibility to actually get the bishops off the board first and then go c4, David. Does that work?
This makes a lot more sense from a human point of view. Not allowing any nastiness. Now, after pawn takes pawn, you can happily capture back with your king. And this game should fizzle out. All the pawns will disappear. Black can take a pawn, white can take a pawn, black can come in, white will start pushing, and eventually both sides will have passed pawns. I think it just will end up with king versus king if this happens. So Maxime, he's doing the right thing. Finally, he's calculating, and I think he's going to go for... OK, he drops back. And slightly more passive than your approach, Tanya, but probably just as effective. Black is a bit stalemated with his rook. Pretty much have to take a pawn to get the black rook active. And that will lead to similar lines that we just showed.
The only reason that I was hesitant about this was because it gives black the opportunity to come in with the rook with a check. You take on a5, and then you drop down with your rook to the second rank, driving the king away. But I think this is key. This is really important. First, you do an intermezzo, driving black's king away, so that the white king has another more active spot when Magnus does give a check on a2. So rook g6 was precise there.
Yeah, and the previous comment here on the Twitch chat, Maxime is a genius. I agree. The way he's played this, I mean, only he can play chess like this, where he forces the issue so violently, yet it still always works out. Often kind of sensing that moment when you initiate the play, especially against the top players in the world. It's so, so tough, but he does it so naturally.
Calculation is such a big strength for all these players who are the very best in the world, but it all comes down to the small difference of speed. How quickly are you able to calculate precisely? And Maxime is just really up there when it comes to the combination of these two.
Yeah, when he pushed that a-pawn forward, you mentioned a really committal decision. What was that move? That was about 10 moves ago. I'm pretty sure he had a position like this in his mind. Just he saw that he would force the pawns off the board, maybe bishops off the board. And he knew the endgame was likely holdable, likely drawn. Magnus now threatening a check. I'm not sure how much of a threat that is, but yeah, the game of tickle continues. A few checks here and there. Eventually, all the pawns will disappear, and I think you can see on Magnus's body language right now, he's resigned to the fact that this is likely going to fizzle out.
Yeah. He pushed. He tried his best in this one when he got the chances. He kept the game alive. But Maxime, not only really good today on converting a better position, but also holding a difficult one.
And he must be very happy if this ends with a draw, because actually that means game 3 could be decisive. If he wins that game, we're going to head straight into the grand final reset. Magnus Carlsen, he cannot lose game 3 if this one ends in a draw. So that's going to be intense.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. It's a very different type of match so far, though, Tanya, compared to 2 days ago when they first faced, where it was just fire on the board, opposite side castling, mutual attacks, mutual races. Here it feels like the first game was decided in that endgame. Here it's another grindy position. Do you think that's a conscious decision from the players, or just because it is such high stakes?
I completely agree with you. The first one was felt so much more random on the board. Just 10 moves into the game, and we'd never seen a position like that in every game in that first match. But this one feels like a more strategic fight. Yeah, and I think you're right that it's more controlled by Magnus. But David, I'm just wondering if in the next one, given the match situation, we might just see another Sicilian. I think Magnus might just decide to start with the King's Pawn opening.
We would love that. Another wild battle, just like we saw 2 days ago. It might be incoming. This might be the calm before the storm. We might need that bowl of popcorn yet again in the next game.
It's not going to stay there for very long, David. I'm constantly eating.
Can't blame you, Kaya.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, a pawn drops. The second pawn can fall, though. White can go hunting. White now, it's level material, but that F-pawn looks ripe. Just go for it. Why not attack that? I think Magnus is basing all of his counterplay ideas on running with his A-pawn forward, the passed pawn.
Yeah, the move that you're talking about with the rook, you could either do a sideway attack or go to e4 and just win the f4 pawn. He goes with a rook to f5. Magnus can start with some checks along the second and the first rank, and the a-pawn is pushing. That is the counterplay. It does feel like it should be enough against these separated pawns. If they were connected, it would be a totally different game.
Yeah, and if White's king were more centralized, more active, it would be a totally different game. The White king is cut off on the back rank. Okay, I think Maxime, with this last move, indicates he's going to be happy with the draw here. White's king slowly inching its way towards that black pawn, the only dangerous factor in the position. This will neutralize that. White's king will blockade the black pawn. Black's king will blockade the white pawns. And Black's rook eventually will help to trade everything off.
Yeah. And
So how will this game end? Will this be move repetition?
King versus king.
What happened?
Draw offer. Okay, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave offers a draw. Magnus accepts. And just like that, we have a result.
Maxime was like, I'm done with this tickling. This is a draw, Magnus. Let's just finish it. And look at him. So calm. He is still in the lead, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, after 2 games here in the grand final. Game 3. He will have the black pieces again. And if he wins that game, we are heading straight to the grand final reset to decide the winner. Magnus cannot lose the next game. But this game, I mean, you guys were saying the Berlin. You guys were saying it was drawish from the start. Magnus did seem to have some ambition, though.
Yeah, Magnus was working his magic, doing Magnus things, just grinding away, looking for avenues into the white position. And actually here, as black, I would have been getting ambitious. I would have been getting a bit excited. I think Magnus, in his mind, thinking, okay, I can come in. The black king's really active. But this is where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is so strong, is so genius. He, out of the blue, he sacrificed a pawn, just like he did in the first game, giving up this pawn, luring the black king away from the defense of this e6 square. And suddenly, for the first time in this game, white got active. White's rook started munching on pawns, and as we saw later, the disappearance of bishops marked a drawn endgame.
All right, it's heating up, you guys. Game 3 is coming up shortly. We want to remind you guys, there is something else very cool going on. The very cool Chief Chess Officer Danny Rensch is taking on the entire world, actually, in a chess game. And you can join our team to take him down. Danny has made his first move. That was 1e4. And how should we respond? You can head over to gochess.com/playdanny or use playdanny here in the chat to make your move. What move would you make, Tanya?
I was just thinking, I think Danny's gone with the King's Pawn opening, e4. David, my pick is c5. What about you?
Okay, I rarely play c5, but I'll say c6, just to spice things up. Kaya, break the tie.
Yeah, I'll go with. I like you at C6. I like it. I like it. And you guys make your move as well. Now, what moves will be made in game 3? It's going to be Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, and he cannot lose it. That game is coming up shortly after a break.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
We need popcorn today because it's entertainment in the Champions Chess Tour Grand Final in the AI Cup. And I want to challenge you guys. First one to be able to throw up the popcorn and grab it with the mouth. Oh, no! Oh, 2 times in a row. Can he keep...
Oh, no.
Well.
Okay.
Twice in a row. Gosh. Yeah. Oh, close, Tanya. Close. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
oh,
Kaya.
yeah. It's a day for popcorn, you guys. And... you're going to need the popcorn right now because we have something fun coming up. We're going to see what went down when David and Magnus played mini golf. Did you enjoy that day, David?
I did. More than I thought I would. I'm a less experienced golfer. Magnus is a bit of a pro, relatively. And yeah, it was memorable, as people will find out.
All right. We just have to go there. Let's see what happened when David challenged Magnus, who is now a golf player, recently started playing the game. But what happened when David challenged him in mini golf?
We all know Magnus can beat me at chess, but can he beat me at golf? We're going to find out who the better putter is. Wait a sec. Okay.
Cheating.
Oh, that was horrible. Now this is very hard. Oh. That's terrible.
Hit it as hard as I can. Oh, wow, that was bad.
No, that's okay, I think.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Woo-hoo! Hole in 3.
Yeah, boys. All level so far. Oh. Really? What the f am I doing here?
Oh, wow. Look at this amateur. Oh, I'm going to channel that famous golfer, David Howell. He's actually a real person. Okay. If I don't get this, I should retire.
Oh, that was... Okay, this one is hard. Oof. Oh, that's a terrible miss. I can get it there and then through.
4. Okay. Oh, dear. Oh, wow.
Oh, no!
Oh. I did not realize it could even go off the edge there.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Oh, that's not one.
Yeah, that's one.
That's another one.
Okay, let's say
I'm starting this whole now.
You're in like...
I'm on like 5.
5, yeah.
That was my 4th.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah, okay, now it's 5.
Oh, yes, boys! Oh, it's gone.
Somewhere down there.
Where on earth is this one?
Where's the ball? It came down this thing, so it's where's the bottom of this?
I think it's supposed to come down here, actually. Through... Yeah, okay, but that's just... Hello? let's get it in.
Yes,
five.
mate.
Yes. Oh,
Nice. That was not great. Didn't prepare my shot.
okay. So now it's even.
We're level. Oh my god.
I just have to try.
Oh, that's. Whoa!
Oh, is this the right?
That's not what I meant.
No, that's not.
3. You're 2 ahead.
Yeah. So this is just one, yeah? It's hole in one or nothing. So basically, if you
Okay.
make it and I don't,
Then
you win.
I win.
Otherwise, I win.
Oh my god. Good luck.
How on earth am I gonna?
There's just a massive red light down.
This is pretty tough. I think I have to hit it a little bit to the right. No, that's the wrong way. Okay, for all the glory, David.
Okay.
One shot.
It's all been leading up to this moment in my career. It's my one shot, my one opportunity to seize nothing I ever wanted. Okay, which way round does the golf club go? How am I supposed to do this though? But there's a massive thing in the way, so we have to go round. Ready? Let's do this.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Crowning glory. It's all in the name, David Howell, famous golfer.
I think I've played this course twice before.
Oh really?
None of the guys have ever made this one.
I can't believe it. The grinder. He always makes a comeback. David Howell wins the match.
Never underestimate a grinder. We always pull it out when we really need to, but I don't think it can get better than that. How do I top that? That's the thing.
And the thing is, so this is only mini golf, but you mean it when you celebrate there. I don't know anyone who loves winning more than you do.
It's a chess player thing. Winning is everything. No matter how sneaky you are, how dirty about it, winning, it's all about the result. We've seen it with the go-karting, the mini golf. We all want to win, don't we, Tanya?
So competitive.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Even it was in this mini golf when you guys were racing at some point.
I know,
He
same
and
thing.
Magnus just get so competitive with each other.
Yeah. All right, well, it's all about becoming competitive now for Magnus Carlsen. He needs to make a comeback in the match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. If he loses this game 3, it's going to be over. We are going to head to the grand final reset. MVL will win this first match in the grand final. If he wins this game 3, Magnus Carlsen, he needs at least a draw, and he has to make a comeback at some point here. This could be the game he will have the white pieces, snacking on something right now, Magnus, to get his energy levels up and to get that win he needs. What should we expect then, Tanya, from Magnus?
1e4. Oh, 1d4. He goes for the same recipe. The first game, it was exactly the Queen's Gambit accepted. But it's Magnus who switches it up with a more attacking approach with the move that we just saw on the board.
Yeah, much more ambitious approach here, Magnus Carlsen. He seizes the center. Black is still a pawn up, but look at all of that tension. We talked about tickling in the last game. This is not tickling. This is just brute force in the middle of the board. And it is Maxime to think first. This is still well known. I'm expecting Black's kingside knight to develop right now, but there are solid ways to play this, depending on how Maxime is feeling, depending on his mood, his preparation, of course. Magnus, we're going with the golf analogy. This is more of a hole-in-one attempt. You're going really direct, straight for glory. None of this kind of slow maneuvering, none of the end games that we've seen in the previous battle, for example. This is much more aggressive chess, and Tanya is shaping up nicely.
But he needs to at least get on par, because a bogey would mean that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave can potentially take this in game 3, and this kind of an opening is one for all 3 results. This has gone crazy from the start.
Yeah, this has gone crazy from the start, and this was popularized by Mamadjarov with the black pieces, Jordan Van Forest with the black pieces, very aggressive players. And that's why I think Magnus has chose this. It's now level material. He's won his pawn back in the center. White's pawn structure is beautiful. Strategically, long-term, White is just winning, but White is also behind in development, giving Black some chances. Maxime leaning back, looking confident. This last move, Magnus just trying to solidify his pawn center, and Black has to strike quick. Remember, white doing well long-term, therefore dynamics, short-term energy required from black.
Yeah, I'm expecting that C pawn to move up the board at some point. I'm not really sure how you actually set that up, but like you said, that black needs to strike quick to neutralize this pawn center that Magnus has managed to get out of the opening. C5 would be a break that I would be looking for with the black pieces in this one. It also seems like the kind of opening where you really need to know what you're doing. Because it's just such an attacking position in what the first 10 moves.
Yeah, and for Vachier-Lagrave, slightly concerning that he doesn't immediately recall what he should be doing here. As far as I remember, this last move for white, maybe not the most popular. So it did take him a little time to adjust, and eventually retreats his knight. Makes a lot of sense, eliminating white's powerful piece in the center of the board. We'll see a trade of knights in the next turn. And, OK, Magnus is the first to pause. Looks logical to me. Notice how Maxime, just for a few seconds, he kind of had his head in his hands, looking down away from the board, away from the screen. No distraction, just pure kind of delve into the mind palace, the memory banks. And knight back to d7, I believe, is his preparation.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing, but it's just about recalling exactly how you want to continue in this kind of a really dynamic approach by white. Because, again, it's the kind of opening where if you make all the right moves, you get out of trouble really quickly. But one inaccuracy can mean you on the defense for a really long time. And we see a bit of a pawn chain being formed there by Maxime. Again, I feel at some point you have to get that c5 break in to get the pawns rolling on the queen side.
Yeah, and let's do a bit of a deep dive here. Tanya, I want your opinion first of all. We're going to look at moves, but also pawn structure. Whose do you prefer? White's nice center here in the middle, or do you prefer this pawn chain clamping down on the queen side for black?
Usually this kind of pawn structure happens when white has an extra pawn in the position. And it took me a while to realize that actually it is materially balanced. Black has an extra pawn usually in these positions, but it is materially balanced. I do like the center. I like that white has got full control of the center, and for Maxime, he's got that double pawn weakness. It's not the typical 4 versus 2. It's the 3.5 versus 2.
Yeah, 3.5 versus 2. A nice way of looking at it, because it will be difficult for black to actually push those pawns long term, whereas it's quite straightforward for white to push these pawns later. You don't want to rush, of course. You want to get your pieces into the game. Maybe move the white queen, just connect the white rooks, bring them towards the center. But yeah, it's looking very balanced right now. And the big question is, how does white kind of advance later? Do you ever break this structure? Do you ever try and break black's pride and joy? You have to prepare this last move, of course, maybe queen c2 and then pawn to b3, or do you push the pawn to a4? For me, I would love to break down this strong point, starting with the head of the pawn chain, but I don't know whether you rush.
That's the big question. And when do you exactly strike? And speaking of striking, do you think on Maxime's radar is also a strike in the center on the other side of the board? This last move of fiancatoing the bishop to b7, is f5 something that he's thinking about?
Makes a lot of sense, especially now you have a piece. It's staring at a concrete wall of pawns right now. You need to break the concrete, erode it in order to give this piece life. So yeah, pawn to f5 is black's agenda basically right now, and maybe pawn to a4 on white's radar. I'm expecting Magnus though to take a timeout, just move his queen, at least kind of improving your pieces before the action begins. But Magnus looking down now, he's kind of replicating, kind of copying the pose that Maxime showed a few minutes ago, because he was trying to remember something. I have no doubt that both players are familiar with the types of plans, the types of ideas. We did see a pawn push, and black, he's locked in his bishop, Tanya. Slightly surprising, but it was more important to keep that pawn chain intact.
Yes, absolutely. Because if you did push the pawn, it might be tempting to go ahead with that b-pawn, hit that white knight, but you create so many weaknesses on the king side. So really important to keep things solid on the queen side. So it's temporary that you've put this bishop behind your pawn. It does look a bit of a big pawn right now rather than a bishop, but black always has the option to open it up at the right time with the c-pawn moving forward. And this last move to me seems to imply that that other break that we're talking about with the f-pawn moving forward, targeting Magnus's center, we might see that at some point in the game.
I think it's very likely, and wow, it's Magnus to step forward first. Not the type of move you would usually see. It looks a bit hasty here, looks a bit premature. Because you're kind of losing lots of flexibility. Now your pawn structure is fixed. You won't step forward much further in the center, but he's clearing a nice square for his knight, Tanya.
he is clearing a really nice square for the knight, and there's a nice square cleared for Maxim's knight as well. I'm looking at ways of actually forcing white to take a decision on the queen side, and especially this last move that Magnus has made really invites Maxim's knight from d7 to jump to b6. I'm now targeting your a4 pawn, so first you need to take a decision around that, and then I'm also eyeing that d5 square that your last move has left behind.
Yeah, and outposts are the name of the game when it comes to knights. This is a beautiful outpost for Black's knight. It can never be challenged by a pawn, and this is a nice post. It can be challenged by a pawn for white, but you will jump in. It's kind of a launch pad for even stronger squares. So it's really unclear who this favours. It's committal by Magnus Carlsen. Maybe he's just trying to cut the board in half here. He's only playing on the king side, and he's thinking, OK, I'm going to start pushing pawns towards the black king. I think in this kind of almost must-win situation for Magnus, he's just got aggression on his mind, nothing else. And I think this must be his plan. It looks like caveman chess, just push pawns, go for checkmate. But sometimes it can be effective, especially with this type of structure.
Okay, the bar slightly going up for Magnus here with this rook move.
Definitely.
Is it dramatic in any way?
I wouldn't say dramatic. It just feels slow from Vachier-Lagrave, this last move. He played it very kind of quickly. He leans back. He looks very comfortable, but it doesn't really threaten anything. It's kind of a move you play when you don't really want to calculate. And I think this type of position, you have to be a bit more direct, a bit more active.
All right. Well, this is the grand final in Division 1. I'm going to give you guys an update on Division 2 and 3 now. There's some drama going on in Division 3. First of all, Sam Sevian, coming from the losers bracket, has just won the grand final against Rauf Mamedov. And that means that is going to a grand final reset to decide the winner. And if the winner is Sam Sevian, that's actually going to be his third Division 3 win this season. Incredible stuff from the young American. So that's going on now, the grand final reset in Division 3. In Division 2, we have Fedoseev, of course, keeping a close eye on him, because if MVL does not win this grand final in Division 1, Fedoseev has a chance, if he wins Division 2, to be the one to grab that final ticket to Toronto. And last time I checked, he was in the lead in the grand final there against Artemiev. Is he still?
He's still in the lead. They're playing their fourth and final game of the grand final. If he draws that one, he looks like he's in a good position as well. If he draws that one, he's won Division 2.
And that means all hope is out for Jan Nepomniachtchi sitting at home. If Fedoseev wins Division 2 and MVL does not win Division 1, then it's Fedoseev going to Toronto. Then if MVL wins Division 1, it is MVL going to Toronto. We are keeping a close eye on all the action happening. MVL, he is in the lead in this grand final against Magnus, and he has to win this match to take it to a grand final reset. What do you think will happen in this game 3? Will we have this match decided, MVL win it, we will have the reset, or do you think Magnus will make a comeback?
It feels like a decisive result is brewing. It's incoming. Magnus, okay, going pure aggression now, throwing all the pawns forward. It's just so hard to imagine any scenario where this is a draw unless both players somehow come up with counterplay, unless it heads down to an endgame. But we're miles away from that, Tanya.
Really, I agree with everything that you just said. I think decisive result is what's going to happen here. And that last move by Maxime of getting the rook out, I just wonder if we saw the eval bar shoot up, because it's just a tiny bit slow. The position just demands so much action from Black immediately trying to create counterplay, because Magnus's idea is clear. F4, F5, F6, go for checkmate on the king side. And he's on that path already. Meanwhile, the big question is, what did Maxime achieve with moving that rook from F8 to the central square? And that could be the critical moment, because it feels as if Maxime had to get his counterplay going on the queen side before Magnus starts with this pawn roll.
Yeah, I remember when I was a young player and I used to play moves like rook to e8 because they look nice, they improve the pieces. But one of my coaches said, that's just a lazy move. What are you doing? You're not calculating. You're not actually kind of reacting to your opponent's threats. And here it's as if this rook is on a nice file, but it's staring against a wall of pawns. Maybe it will come in handy later. It is on a better square than it previously stood, but Black could have been using that time to break in the center to improve this knight to an outpost. And now the problem for Maxime is if he does continue moving his knight, then firstly, this knight is jumping into the center, into some holes. And actually, this black rook is a target, if anything.
Exactly. That's the other drawback of the move rook to e8. And you also have the option of just advancing the f-pawn. But Maxime takes a huge decision. I think he realized all these dangers that exist with the knight jumping to e4, the f-pawn advancing, and we see him do that himself. So f5 on the board, it's a break that we were talking about early on. Well, this time it's more of a defensive move than an aggressive move, stopping White's play. En passant is not an option because notice how the bishop on e3 is tender. So things have to be kept locked up in the center. And for now, at least, Magnus's pawn storm has been stalled.
It has been stalled, but now any endgame will be favourable for White due to this protected passed pawn in the centre. You can never, ever trade it away, and it will be ready to run if all the pieces disappear. It will tie down Black's pieces forever. So endgames will now favour White. Maxime, he's banking on the fact that he can get his knight to d5 and just blockade in this middle game, just set up a wall and... yeah, it's all on the light squares. It just depends whether Magnus can break through. If he can't capture en passant, I'm wondering in a must-win situation whether he starts throwing other pawns forward. Pawn to g4, for example. Just get rid of this one and just throw everything towards the black king. Risky, but it's a very kind of typical thing to do when the centre is locked, to start switching your attention to the flanks.
And risk is the name of the game for Magnus, right? He has to create his chances. David, we are going to see g4, I think, at some point in this game because it's really the path to open up your pawns moving forward. I won't be surprised if we see it on this very move. g4, it does look very scary because you're potentially opening up that bishop on b7 for black as well. Once that c-pawn moves forward, you've got to watch out for any ideas on this long diagonal. But with all the squares under control, the central squares, White's bishop coming to defense on f3, it doesn't feel like it will be enough to actually create a checkmating attack. For Magnus, the big question, does he make a slower move, like perhaps queen coming to c2, targeting that f5 pawn, which has been just pushed forward, provoke Maxime to make some more weaknesses on the king's side, provoke him to play a move like g6 before he does strike with g4, or does he play it on this move?
Yeah, I like your idea a bit better. Might as well just improve the queen, get this rook closer to joining the action for later, and then you push. And like you said, you've slightly loosened, slightly eroded the black king's position as well. Evaluation bar says very strong for Magnus Carlsen. It's far from obvious for any human that it's this good for White, but those plans we mentioned, pushing the pawn, it would mean that things get really spicy. And it looks like the structure does favour White. So Vachier-Lagrave, he's kind of gambled on this blockade, and it should be broken by Magnus Carlsen right now. I think Magnus, due to the fact he's 1 point down, will go for this idea. If it was level scores, he might play a slower, more strategic kind of approach here. But go for it. G4 for the score.
G4 for the score, and Maxime is definitely on the back foot in this one. And he's got to be feeling the pressure because he's got his pawn majority on the other side of the board, on the queen side, but he hasn't really managed to make any progress. No pawn move is actually possible on that side of the board. Meanwhile, Magnus is the one with all the flexibility on the king side, and that's the side where Maxime's king is on. So this is looking very dangerous for black. It might just be the game that Magnus strikes back.
Enjoy that message from Hello Kitty Gambit when you got a shower before work. But Magnus is about to play for a win with the white pieces. And remember, we want to see your pictures of how you are watching the grand final. Share them on Twitter or X using the hashtag #ChessChamps for a chance to win this Airthings Wave Mini. We want to see how you guys are enjoying this Friday with some great chess. So please share. Magnus has spent, again, more time than MVL in this game. I feel I remember from the winners' final that it was MVL playing slower. Today, it seems like Magnus is the one playing slower.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Magnus is uncharacteristically slow at this point. Often he's playing quite instinctively and keeps a time advantage into the endgame, pressures his opponents there. But I think he's spending time because this position is really reminiscent of 2 days ago in the fact that it's just wild, imbalanced. It's a bit crazy. You rarely see this type of pawn structure. And Tanya, we were both a bit surprised. I saw your reaction just after White pushed in the center, d5.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, this is the wildest game that we've had so far in today's matches. Both games have been strategic fights before this one, and this is blowing up. It's got everything to do with the mat situation. David, d5 did take me by surprise. You were looking at the other break with the g-pawn moving forward. And the first thing that crossed my mind here was that isn't White just losing that central pawn? Because notice how two pieces defend it. and black has got 2 pieces attacking the d5 square, but you can actually trade the bishop on a5 for the knight on c3. And I see the eval bar disapproves, but the point was that if white was to recapture on c3, black picks up the d5 pawn, and wow, the eval bar seems to say that this is really bad. Where is the compensation here?
Yeah, I mean, you have control. You have nice dark square control. This bishop has a nice home in the center. Tanya, I think we're going to find out. I think we're going to see this exact variation. Maxime did capture. The alternative I will just mention was to drop back and actually start trading pieces off. I would have loved to trade off this bishop, but Maxime, he's going for the material here. And Magnus has paused because after bishop takes knight, it's not obligatory to recapture. The top players in the world, they always look for options in every position. They don't automatically play the most obvious move. Sometimes there's a hidden resource, and he could take on c6, making sure that he doesn't lose a pawn. Now this is a double attack. I think black should just take back. And it's the same position, essentially, Tanya, but without black's d-pawn on the board.
But that's a decision that black would be really happy with, because your bishop is suddenly super active. So Magnus can't have that in his mind, at the back of his mind. That seems to work in Maxime's favor, and I think we're getting moves in that Magnus actually intends on sacrificing that central pawn. It has been captured, and now Magnus has to prove his compensation here.
He has to prove his compensation. Is that going for the central pawn? Is that, again, going for this idea we mentioned earlier, going for the black king? Magnus has to be really quick. He's just a pawn down. There are some tricky double attack ideas, such as this move. Maybe just the queen to b1, hitting this pawn, putting some pressure here. The evaluation bar says no. And maybe these pawns aren't the most relevant factor in the position. The one thing Magnus has to watch out for is the black knight rerouting to f8 and then to sit on this square. Any passed pawn should be blockaded by a knight. And if black gets his knight round, I think black is doing extremely, extremely well. So Magnus only has 1 or 2 moves to strike. The evaluation bar otherwise will drop back down, maybe even in black's favor.
Big stuff happening in this game, and I have big news. Division 2 is finished. Fedoseev has won the grand final, and that means if MVL does not win the grand final, it is Fedoseev going to Toronto. All hope is now out for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Fedoseev will now sit down and follow this match so closely. He needs Magnus Carlsen to win the grand final. He is probably liking what he is seeing right now. The bar is way up for Magnus at this point.
100%. I think if he would have joined the match a little earlier, he wouldn't have been too happy. But it's too soon for Fedoseev to start celebrating. He's done his job, what needed to be done, and now it all comes down to this one. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, his fate is in his own hands. But the position seems like it's completely out of control right now. Maxime up a pawn. Magnus with the bishop pair, with the initiative, but time is of the essence here. He needs to make sure that Maxime doesn't manage to reroute his knight to the center of the board. David, is it time for Magnus now to go ahead with that break that we're talking about? Is my first question. And second, would you rather be white or black here?
Ooh. I think I would need all of Magnus's remaining time to correctly assess this one if I were playing, if I didn't see the evaluation bar. The thing is, I would take white now with full knowledge of what the plans are with a bit of time. But if I were playing this over the board, I'm not sure. I would think that black has a very, very safe, healthy position here. It looks like the black king is not going to come under fire. It looks like you simply have an extra pawn. Black's knight is coming around to some good squares, as we pointed out. And there we go. Already the bar starting to drop down. Magnus maybe should have taken that one opportunity to start throwing his pawns forward against the black king, because now black will be reacting. And, OK, a very natural move, at least. A hit on the black f5 pawn. Do we expect black to defend it?
You've got to defend it. If you lose that pawn, then you just allow a Magnus to storm through on the king side. G6 would be the first move that comes to my mind. Just join the party, defend your piece, your pawns on the board. I think G4, the other idea that we've been talking about, hoping to be played on the board. We're going to see it at some point, but Magnus delays that decision for now. The other advantage of this last move is that it connects to rook. So now you can also look at the rook coming onto the D line if Magnus wants a slower approach and start targeting that D5 pawn. But it just looks like a slower approach won't cut it in this one. Once black's knight lands on that E6 square, I would really start liking Maxime's position. So it really boils down to the next 3 moves.
Yeah, this is the critical moment. I think everything will be decided in the next few turns, at least who holds the advantage. And just to show what Magnus could and should have done, he should have thrown the pawn forward first. I can understand why he was scared here, because the white king looks like it's really open. This diagonal about to explode. The black queen may be coming in. But after a trade of pawns here, white simply is too quick. I think he would have been able to force his pawns through, maybe with the help of his bishop in the center. But he didn't go for this. And now the key question, OK, he does. He does now finally go for it. Magnus Carlsen, he's playing for the win. G4.
He's got to play for the win. And this is a move that we've all been waiting for, and it's happened. G4. Magnus delayed it, but eventually it's on the board. And this gets absolutely out of control now. David, we've got to do a deep dive on the options that Maxime has here.
Yeah, and whose king is weaker? That's the big question. We'll most likely see this pawn captured. The white bishop will take back. And now white is seriously threatening to start pushing some pawns forward. If white gets time to blockade with his bishop in the center, for example, if black plays a slow move, if white gets the time to plant this bishop, then black's counterpart here, this black bishop will be dead. It's staring at this pawn, and there's no way to fight the advance, the avalanche. And look at this, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, such creative play, amazing play right now. He doesn't even react. He throws a pawn off the board. He says, take my pawn. And look at this, knight to c5. Wow, this is crazy. He's giving up a whole knight now, a sacrifice if this knight is captured. Queen to d5, threatens checkmate on g2. Using this battery he actually used in the first game to win, and now taking this bishop back next move. This is just another level, Tanya, of tactics. The knight giving itself up on an empty square.
This is another level of chess that we're seeing. Knight c5, a move that had to be preempted by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as a resource in this position to go through with it, to give up that d pawn in the center, opening up his own bishop. This is Maxime really at his best. And Magnus has been talking about his tier 1 rivals. I think today what we're seeing, this is tier 1 chess. At least for this day, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a tier 1 rival for Magnus.
For sure. And I think throughout this tournament, he's proved himself tier 1, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Magnus should not take this knight. Do not get tempted. It is poisoned. I think this would actually give black the advantage. And taking this bishop next move, the threat of checkmate, it would be too much for Magnus to handle, too much of a turn. I think he should ignore this and maybe just capture this pawn, because he can meet this threat of checkmate with a block. White's bishop is able to block the queen, and this would be white advantage. So I think right now, pawn takes pawn is the key move. And will he find it? Will he play it? That's the big question.
Even if it means double pawns.
Even if it means double pawns.
Nice.
Oh, another pawn move.
And, okay, he doesn't go for this. Very tempting as well to take this pawn instead. He wants to maybe trade rooks first and only then later take on the f5 square.
And it's so important that when the rooks do get traded, Maxime has to recapture with the bishop and not the queen. Because remember, the queen needs to land on that d5 square to make all the tactics work for the attack on the king side. Maxime has slowed down because there is an option. There are intermezzos that exist, including that bishop from b7 in the live position, in the current position, to actually jump over to e4 and hit a white's queen, taking away some of the pressure from that f5 pawn. And only then do you start thinking about maybe even another intermezzo with the knight jumping onto b3, David. I'm attacking your rook, I'm attacking your bishop. So many options and about 5.5 minutes on the clock to make a decision.
Yeah, I think we need that popcorn. Where's the popcorn? Things are really livening up right now. I'm just going to sit and watch because Maxime has a big decision to make.
David, we need you to stay with your analysis board. This is just crazy what's going on. And I'm looking at the clocks as well. Magnus is down to 2.5 minutes on his clock. And this must be tense and difficult to play.
Yeah, really hard to navigate. As Tanya's pointed out, there's 3 or 4 options for black here alone. And every move for white as well. There are several tempting moves. And they'll all lead to different types of complications. Okay, Magnus does go for this. And Maxime throws another spanner in the works. He jumps in with his knight.
Whoa.
But blunder. Okay, he's trying to break the connection between white's queen. I've got so much popcorn in my mouth I can barely talk. He's trying to break the connection between white's queen and the rest of the position. And wow, Tanya just pawn to f6, just so calm. Apparently he's winning for Magnus. Just push those pawns in the center.
I was actually going to suggest the second move as well. You can just take on g6. He goes with your idea of pawn moving forward because the last move that Maxime just blitzed out, he played it so quickly, which was so surprising in a high responsibility position like this one. It doesn't really attack anything, that knight on d3. Looks really pretty, but your move queen to d5 can be stopped with the bishop jumping onto that f3. There are no checkmates on that diagonal. It just gets challenged immediately. Did Maxime just rush in with the knight rushing onto d3?
Yeah, I think it's a blunder not for kind of tactical means here. It's just a long-term strategic blunder. You've allowed white's pawns to live and advance, and you have no counterplay yourself. I think he's just missed something here, Tanya. I think he was relying on some tricks and tactics. Let's just jump back to show the mistake from Vachier-Lagrave. We were praising him, and rightly so, in this position. He had some tempting moves. He could have brought his bishop to the center, as you mentioned, hitting the queen, maybe taking this pawn next move. He could have jumped the other way with the black knight, hitting this bishop. At least now white wouldn't have the luxury of time to push pawns. Instead, he moved his knight into the center. But this does nothing. It threatens nothing. And these pawns now are going to prove decisive.
I understand. Nothing to do. I understand him wanting to block the queen and the pawn, putting pressure on the king side. But this just allows a really strong... and also an extra pawn for white and a really strong one on f6. And like you're pointing out, white's pawns are coming down the board. The other pawn joins the party with f4. The only counter-attacking chances that I see for black is this open diagonal, the long diagonal. But that's easily defended by white's bishop.
Yeah, I don't understand what he's missed. Queen to d5, bishop blocks, and it's game over. You cannot give up the black queen right now. As soon as you start retreating, white's pawns will be decisive. Now, any endgame, white is winning as well. I think he was just hoping in this position that white would get naive here, get greedy, and take this knight off the board. And suddenly, opposite color bishops, black would be the one striking on the light squares coming in, and big attack. But here we go. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to fight. He's trying to get his queen into the position. And look, the computer just for a second there showed the winning move. Block this diagonal, stop the black queen coming in, continue pushing your pawns, go for the black king. It is winning for Magnus. Can he finish it off? That's the big question.
It looks like he's super close to doing just that. And I think the point of going ahead with that pawn is not only to block the queen, and Magnus is thinking about it, but if Maxime was to recapture it, it gives white the option to actually jump in with the bishop onto an attack. Bishop h5 looks like a really strong move here, David. You're not only hitting the rook, but the f-pawn is moving down the board.
Yeah, this would be a decisive check. Any pawn check now would end the game. And Magnus retreats his queen. Oof. He's allowing the black queen in. This is really risky from Magnus. Counterintuitive. He wants to use his bishop along this diagonal to block, kick her out maybe. But queen to h3 would threaten checkmate, and he would be forced to trade off bishops. Maxime, though, wow.
He's going all in.
Why is he not looking at the white king? Why is he playing on the other side of the board? This is really inconsistent. He's playing on the king side, then suddenly switching to the queen side. And now Magnus has the time to kick away the black queen. This is going to be game over. This pawn is going to advance, then this one is going to advance.
Yeah, he's trying to destabilize that bishop in the center, but he doesn't have any time to do that. And the queen's hit, you can move to the center of the board, and now Magnus will drop back with that bishop, hit the queen, defend the checkmate in one. Maxime has nothing better than to retreat with the queen. What he's counting on is that you can't take on b4 because the bishop on d4 is hanging, but now the strongest piece on the board from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is no more on the board.
Yeah. The bishops have just been traded, and now I'm expecting Magnus to start going in, moving in for the kill. It's all to do with these pawns. These three pawns are going to clinch it for him. Okay, first he improves the queen. Very logical. But those pawns will start rolling soon, and that will spell the end of this game.
But Magnus, down to about a minute on the clock. Still some things to play for here. That as long as that knight stays on d3, you've got queens on the board. It's maybe not completely over, David. And we know that Maxime plays for tricks.
Yes, and 1 minute.
Oof.
1 minute. I think if this were a classical game, even a rapid game, Magnus would cruise to victory here. But yeah, nerves could still kick in, especially when it's queen and knight versus queen and bishop. Great combo there.
Mm-hmm. And I have to say, Maxime, he has shown fearless in this game, right? He has played just throwing his pieces in this game.
And it was perfect play till that moment that he rushed in with his knight to that d3 square where we see it. Which
throwing a little bit too much.
And I think he played it so fast. That is what was surprising to me, Kaya, because he had about 5.5 minutes on the clock at that time. Magnus was down to about 2.5, a really wild, unclear position. And I think it was that moment that it all turned around, giving Magnus the possibility to build these three pawns down the board that we're seeing right now. And Maxime, is he thinking about jumping in with the rook to the second rank, or is he just regretting some of the decisions of the past?
Probably a bit of both. Probably getting a bit nervous now, and he doesn't go for something active. Those were the two options, to go active with the black rook or to go into a passive post. And wow, Magnus has thrown away a pawn to get at the black king. Where is the finishing touch? The black king now is really open. Those two pawns around it as well. Thorns in that black king's side. Feels like checkmate somewhere, Tanya. But where is the killer blow? Magnus needs to get his queen or his rook in to check that black king somehow.
You want those pieces on the G line. And it's so tempting to start with a check with the queen, because I don't think that black's king can actually go to h8. But Magnus has a different approach.
Why is he going into an endgame? He could have gone for checkmate. Now black has some really dangerous pawns.
Oh, the bar goes down.
Bar goes down. There was a threat. White was threatening pawn to f7 with a deadly check, so black had to take out the time to block, allowing Magnus to trade something. But, okay, it's only a one-pawn advantage. And, wow, the evaluation bar's completely gone.
And Magnus reacts.
I think he's just lost control. I think he's annoyed at the type of position he suddenly got. Black has a blockade on the light square. Suddenly, if the rooks are gone, it is a draw.
And it was so tempting to just give a check and try and at least think if there's a way to end the game on the spot. But Magnus going for this endgame, and Maxime is back now. He's touching the 1 minute mark, but it all relies on this counterplay with the c-pawn moving forward. Magnus with a big threat. He wants to give a check with the rook and then push the e-pawn further up the board. Is it time to actually challenge the rook, David? Like you said, if the rooks come off, it could very well be the end of the game.
Yeah, I think he would love to trade rooks off. Right now, he can't quite because white would give a check with his pawn. So I think maybe just enter the center. Black's king can act as a blockader. There we go. If the white rook tries to sneak behind, the black knight is actually able to control some checking squares. There we go. There's no way to check the black king anymore. Black has a perfect light squared blockade. White only has a dark squared bishop and can't stop the march of the black c-pawn.
Wow. And the king and knight playing in such perfect harmony, defending everything on the center while the rook assists the black pawn down the board. It feels like all of Maxime's pieces are suddenly in the right spot. Magnus looking for a check along the flank. He needs to find a way to start pushing that e-pawn.
Yeah, but the black king, it shouldn't walk back. It shouldn't retreat right now because it would walk into a check. Therefore, it goes forward. And Magnus is banking everything on his pawns, but this is risky. Magnus is playing with fire suddenly. It's a race.
Could MVL even win this game?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a position for 3 result. And I think what Magnus is counting on is if MVL pushes that c-pawn, he wants to go rook to c6 on that c-line.
Let's show this, Tanya. That's an amazing spot, a great tactic right now. If black pushes, this might backfire. If Vachier-Lagrave isn't careful, the rook would act as a deflection, giving itself up in order for white to make a new queen. Now the black rook would no longer cover this square, and the evaluation bar going crazy there. But this queen check, notably it comes with check, so black has no time to promote, and next move white can stop the pawn from pushing. And okay, he didn't go for this. Really surprising. It feels like both players are missing stuff right now. The white bishop drops back, the black rook attacks this pawn, and Maxime now, I think he's trying to play safety first chess. He's just trying to remove the white pawns. If white steps forward with this one, I think he can retreat his knight with a double attack, just about holding and just by the skin of his teeth, saving the draw.
And it's so important that white can't go e7 right now, because then you just simply take that f7 pawn, and the knight also controls the very key queening square on e8.
Yeah, beautiful flexibility there from Vachier-Lagrave, but let's get that popcorn back out. Will he find that move? He has to retreat his knight.
He does it.
He does find it. The only move to draw there, I believe. And, of course, these top players, they find the best move time and time again.
3 seconds for Magnus. He's got to make a move. He does. He's still keeping his chances alive, but not anymore. This is going to end in a draw.
Oh, whoa. What a game.
And I think we do have a result.
We have a result. It's a draw. Wow, that was up and down. Magnus about to make a comeback, but MVL saves the game. He is still in the lead here in the grand final. And that means with a draw or a win in game 4, we are going to the reset. It is going to be must win for Magnus Carlsen in game 4. What happened here, Tanya? I mean, it looked like certainty that Magnus would win this game at some point.
It really did. He played incredible chess, and then Maxime played that and some more. But Magnus was in driver's seat for the most part of it, and it looked like this was going to be his comeback game. But some key resourceful moves by Maxime saved the day, and now he just needs a draw. And I think the craziness continues. But the good news for Maxime is he starts with the white pieces, the next one.
Oh, that's true.
This was a golden opportunity for Magnus.
Yeah, huge opportunity and a missed opportunity in the end for Magnus Carlsen, but well done to Vachier-Lagrave for fighting like a lion there to save it. And Magnus, the key conceptual mistake was trading the queens. He had the safer king. Keeping the queens on the board should have guaranteed a checkmate, and it was here where he made the fateful decision to take this pawn. And as we saw later, after the queens disappeared, black was able to set up a blockade on the light squares and save the draw. If instead he had kept the queens on, actually multiple winning moves here, for example, giving a check, then surely he would have clinched the full point. The king moves, and suddenly white's rook could enter the other side of the board, crashing through, infiltrating the 7th rank, and this would be decisive. Maybe what Magnus had missed was that after rook to g8 looked like a pin, there was the winning move, pawn to e6, a check deflecting the black queen. Suddenly another check, and black's defenses collapse. This is a very natural play. He would have found it, but the clock played its part.
Wow. And the drama continues, you guys. Game 4 in the grand final is coming up. If Magnus Carlsen wins it, we will head to Armageddon. If he loses, or MVL, or it is a draw, then we are going to the grand final reset. So, more games to come. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review, or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AI Cup. In this tournament, we have been very excited that Chess.com is partnering up with the browser maker Opera, making just a chess-themed browser. It's awesome, you guys, and it is something for chess lovers everywhere. It truly puts the game right at your fingertips, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now. Using the Opera browser, David is now going to play bullet chess against someone you know very well, David. You have received a challenge from our main man in the control room, Askild. Ooh, are you nervous now?
I am a bit nervous, I must admit. I don't have the best mouse in the world, but we're going to dive into the Opera browser yet again. And I'm going to play this bullet game against my good friend Askild, who's actually a very strong player, a speed demon. So here we see the Opera browser, really slick, really nice. And the chess.com shortcut for anyone who wants to play chess sneakily at work. And okay, hopefully he's challenged me. I don't see it right now. I might have to jump in and challenge him.
Where are you, Askild? Meanwhile,
you?
Tanya and I are eating popcorn.
Okay, I'm going to type in. This is going to be...
Everyone gets Askild's username now. There we go.
Here we go. I'm sending off a challenge because I'm desperate to play some bullet. And game on. My favorite Caro-Kann defense. I'm going to trade off some pieces, hopefully. And I'm going to go with all the pre-moves. Hopefully he's not watching.
Has he ever beaten you, David?
Not yet. Not yet. There's a first time for everything, though. And, okay, my beloved Caro-Kann. I'm going to keep pushing. And, okay. Ooh. He's coming for my king. He's coming for the black king. I'm going to threaten a sneaky attack now on the A2 pawn. He blocks.
Ooh.
I've won a pawn. Tanya. What do you think?
This is getting super tricky. I've never seen David so competitive in one of these. He knows he's playing Askild. He's ready for this one. Wow, David really going for Askild's king here.
You saw the golf. You know how competitive I am. I'll never live it down if I lose this game, but I'm trying to get to that white king.
Nice move there by Askild. It makes David pause.
Really nice move. He's going to attack my queen. And now I'm going to move it and hope. And now, okay, I've got a pawn chain. Am I going to be boring here and try to grind it out? Oh, okay, let's go. You know me, Tanya. Queen's off the board, just like Magnus did in that last game. This time I'm a few pawns up, though. And, okay, 27 seconds against 21. He's so quick, Askild. I'm a bit nervous.
Ooh, this is going to be about flagging.
Askild
has to pre-move.
He has to pre-move.
Bishop pair for Askild. A few extra pawns for David.
Okay, the pawns are rolling. Pawns are coming. How flashy can I be here? No, that doesn't work. I was going to try something a bit sneaky. Okay, I'm going to take this pawn.
He sees it. Askild sees the big threat.
He sees all the threats. Okay, I was nearly going to play rook to d8. That would have blundered a whole rook. Oh my God, the tension. He's coming for me. He's coming for me.
But the clock, though.
Oh, 12 seconds for David and Askild.
Yeah.
That's flagged.
Thanks for the game.
Flagging. Nice one. Okay, good playing there, Askel. I wish we had an image of you in the control room right now. Good game against Grandmaster David Howell. All right, this is the AI Cup. We are waiting for Game 4 in the Grand Final. Before the tournament, we called up some of the players and asked them if they are scared of robots taking over the world. Are you scared of robots taking over the world?
I think it's a matter of intuition for everyone. Like, it's just how you feel. Like, there is nobody knows, but I don't really feel the danger. Really not.
Robots taking over the world doesn't really occupy my mind.
I do accept that it may be a possibility. So, for this sort of stuff, I have very, pragmatic way of saying, it's absolutely out of my control, so whatever happens, happens.
And if you could program a robot to do anything in your imagination, to do one thing for you every single day, what would that be?
Well, I spend so much time analyzing chess. It would be nice if it would be like a good robot that would analyze chess. Like, that would be nice. Then I could focus on playing Blitz, and spending time with my family and get all the good novelties, right in my inbox.
I don't know, work on chess openings probably.
So cleaning, that's the one thing I cannot do for the life of me.
Bring me my slippers now.
Bring Jan Nepomniachtchi his slippers. All right, it's about to get very dramatic, but we are so much enjoying this final day in the AI Cup, and we are enjoying seeing you guys do the same thing. Let's take a look at some of the pictures you have shared on Twitter using the hashtag #ChessChamps. Awesome to see the kids also enjoying the chess. I also loved some of you on the train home from a long week. It's Friday. Some of you still at work, but remember, weekend is coming. And right now, Game 4 is coming here in the Grand Final. MVL is in the lead. That means it's must win now for Magnus Carlsen to take this to Armageddon. This is definitely not the last game of the Grand Final. We will either go to Armageddon or we will go to a Grand Final reset. So lean back and just buckle up, because this is going to be interesting. Magnus is snacking up, getting his energy levels to the top. It's going to be MVL with the white pieces. He only needs a draw in this one to go to the reset. So what should we expect?
I think he'll stick to his guns and continue playing this strategy we saw in Game 2 of the day. He was able to get a relatively painless draw, quite safe play there. Just 2 games ago, and Magnus switches it up. No more Berlin defense, of course. It's the Caro-Kann.
He can't afford a Berlin defense. He goes for the same opening. I think he was inspired by a bullet game right now against Askel. So we're seeing the Caro again in this one, and we've seen Magnus have this approach with the Caro in a must-win situation.
That's right, and actually the players already have had this exact position against each other in this tournament in the Armageddon game 2 days ago. Magnus also employed the Caro-Kann. It will not have come as a surprise, and they had this position against each other. Okay, there Maxime pushed his H-pawn, went really aggressive. Of course, in a situation where a draw is enough, he doesn't need to do that. And okay, a pawn push, Magnus playing very much in the style of AI, AlphaZero, pushing pawns, gaining space on the flanks. Computers really endorse this, especially when the center is blocked. Interesting play, Tanya.
Really interesting play. And Magnus just blitzing out his moves. Maxime, the first one to take a think right now. Maxime needs only a draw in this game. And that psychologically is such a battle, because when the chances happen, do you keep it safe? Do you try to keep it safe because that can backfire, especially against Magnus Carlsen? Or will he try to take those opportunities and make the position brash? Because a Caro and this A5, A4 approach by Magnus surely signals that Magnus wants a long game.
Yeah, and I think it's an inspired choice by Magnus, no matter what the result eventually, because here at least he keeps pieces on the board. And we've said this time and time again, when players are in must-win situations, I think this goes for everyone at home as well. If you're desperate to win and don't want to risk any end games, any kind of simple draws, or allow your opponent to force the issue, then you've got to pick your openings wisely. But keep pieces on the board tends to be the key.
But just a deep thought here from the corner. So Magnus, would he actually prefer the Armageddon, or would he maybe even prefer the reset, another match with 2 rapid games?
I think he'll take the Armageddon purely because he knows that worst case he'll have that reset. But if he didn't have the reset, I think he'd prefer more games rather than one game shootout.
And it was the Armageddon that got him the win last time in his match against Maxime. So he's definitely looking for that win. There's no question about that. He hasn't given up on this match just yet.
Okay.
And that's very clear from his opening approach, because if he was getting ready for the grand final reset, he would have probably just gone ahead with the Berlin approach. But Caro-Kann means he's up for a fight in this one. And we're seeing a very imbalanced position already, where Black has got this eternal control over that central D5 square, but is slightly behind in development. And Maxime should try and make the most of that lead in development over the next few moves. And how would you start in trying to achieve that?
Yeah, I was going to say this move is very tempting, trying to create another imbalance. And this time, Black's most active piece, most valuable piece right now is the light squared bishop. And he's hunting it down. He's going to trade it off guaranteed now for one of the white knights. Pawn structure tends to favour knights in these types of positions, Tanya, so I don't think it's the end of the world for Magnus Carlsen, but that light squared bishop was really strong. Makes a lot of sense to do this. I think if white had been too slow just over the last couple of moves, let's jump in and show this, then Magnus would have been able to create a bind. Right now, that's not possible because he has to deal with this threat. But if Maxime, for example, had been a bit lazy here and just moved his bishop, then suddenly the black knight is coming into the centre. This is a just beautiful outpost, the knight supported by its other knight, and black would simply move the bishop out and castle. Instead, we see some developments. The knight did hunt this bishop. Magnus forced this issue here by pushing a pawn, threatening now, trying to retreat this bishop. It was, of course, chopped off. Maxime defended his pawn in the centre, and Magnus now continuing to gain space. Really thematic stuff. He's trying to develop this bishop to a really nice square, either this one or activate his rook even. And do you really want to allow this pawn to live? Maxime says no, because this pawn might even become a queen later in the game.
Yeah, that's such a big decision to make, right? B3 would be the natural move, the natural response, but that pawn on A3 will give black so many chances throughout, even in the endgame, and Maxime wants to keep that pressure. I think the move that you were alluding to is still possible. Develop that bishop to B4, really tying down white's queen side there, and also threatening a trade on B2 next.
Yeah, that would be a really nice move. The most logical reply would be white's queen, for example, coming forward, and Magnus would have to evaluate the consequences of this one. The one thing you don't want to do as black is ever trade, because then now you open up lines while you're undeveloped, while the black king's still stuck in the middle, and suddenly threats appear. So Magnus has to be careful. He has to develop. I think this is the most natural move. It's the move he wants to play. But if he can't make that work, maybe he'll just develop and get his king to safety before worrying about any concrete action.
Yeah, and even though white has got the bishop pair, as black, you never really want to take on E3 unless there's a concrete follow-up to that option, because you end up giving white a lot of activity on the F line. The rook is already lined up. F7 becomes a really tender point in that situation. And in this opposite color bishop, the light squared bishop that white has, it will have a clear target, even in some positions landing up on H5 or D3, as you're pointing out. So you really have to wait before you capture that bishop on E3. I do like that knight on F5 that's placed. Magnus does develop, but to another square. He starts with the move bishop to E7, and this gives Maxime some time to respond now.
Yeah, some time to respond. One option, for example, would be to open up the B file, but I don't think you really want to do this while the black rook can pounce and come into play with gain of time. And therefore, he plays a really cunning move. I was going to point this out. This relies on a really sneaky trick. Maxime, he's in top form, just the way he's playing, the speed he's playing, because now he is giving up a pawn, even though he only needs a draw. The idea is now that White can launch a double attack, jumping out with the queen, hitting this weak pawn, a vital pawn in Black's camp, and also hitting this knight, a double attack, and this would be decisive. This would be a blunder if Magnus gets greedy and takes this pawn. It's the move he wants to play, but he cannot get away with it. I think he just has to ignore bishop takes knight as a threat and castle.
But that's fantastic awareness right there by Maxime, because when you pointed out there's a trick in this position, I automatically started looking for discovered attacks on that d4 square. But it's actually got this idea that the king is completely safe. There are no checks possible in this position. So queen to g4 is the real trick, setting up this big threat of winning the g7 pawn. Just incredible tactics here, and very possible that Magnus actually missed this move. We don't tend to play the same piece twice in the opening, so bishop d3, a really nice play there by Maxime. I don't think Magnus will be happy about castling and giving this bishop f5, bishop takes knight option to White.
Yeah, for example, just to show quickly, he could now just take, for example, move his queen forward, and White has this beautiful center. Actually, something we saw Magnus with in the previous game, a very similar pawn structure there. And White, if anyone, has the advantage. Not good news for Magnus Carlsen in this must-win situation.
Yeah, wow. Looking at this position that we have out of the opening, I think a grand final reset might be the most likely outcome.
Ooh.
It's too early to call, and of course anything can happen, but I would take White here. With this last move that Maxime's played, threatening to win that knight on f5, and if Magnus is forced to take that bishop on e3, which he does, you simply recapture with the pawn, open up the rook, the bishop is nicely lined up, the queen and the bishop can become a battery on this diagonal, threatening mates on h7. It's an opposite color bishop. How on earth does Magnus create his chances in this one, David?
It's going to be hard for Magnus. You can see in his body language, he doesn't look too optimistic right now. He just has to keep the game going. We know his skills, his expertise in the endgame. I think it's a distant dream right now winning this game with Black, but he just has to keep the game alive. That's all you can do in must-win situations. Just hope that your opponent's nerves kick in eventually, or hope that they try to force the draw, force the issue too soon. Yeah, right now, though, White has done everything right. Maxime not just winning on the board, winning on the scoreline. He's winning in terms of air quality. It looks so much healthier for him. Maybe that's giving him the edge over Magnus Carlsen. That's why he's in top form this whole tournament, maybe Maxime. But he's just so professional right now, and he looks calm. He looks composed. He looks, he looks ready for that grand final reset.
He's been merciless in this match so far, and he's winning on the clock as well, amongst other things. It's leveling out a little bit, but it's important for him to try and keep that edge and even use the 17th piece against the world #1. We've seen that be a big factor in those critical moments. Who has those extra seconds to take those decisions? And I wonder if the last game was really Magnus's big opportunity, the golden opportunity that just ended up turning to dust. It felt like he was so close to delivering checkmate.
He was just one or two accurate moves away from winning that game, Magnus Carlsen. And now we would see a totally different scenario with both players going for each other, potentially the Armageddon as well, where Magnus actually has a phenomenal score historically in Armageddon. I remember commentating on Norway Chess this year. Magnus won 7 Armageddons in a row against world-class opposition. So I think that would have been almost hopeless for Vachier-Lagrave. But with the lead now, he can bully Magnus. He can kind of keep the draw in hand. And he's actually maybe even hoping for more with this last move, Tanya.
This is the idea that we've been discussing, right? Set up the battery between the bishop and the queen, and watch out. You don't really have time to jump in with the knight to c4. It's a move that you want to make, hitting that pawn on b2, hitting that pawn on e3, but now queen d3 is just double trouble for Black because you're threatening checkmate and you lose the knight on c4. So regardless of whether Magnus jumps in with the knight or not, Maxime is making his intentions clear. And you're right, if the draw happens, it happens. But he's getting ambitious in this position. He wants to go queen d3 next, provoke some more weaknesses on the king side, eventually think about maybe doubling up with the rooks on the f line once the tension on with the b and the a pawn are resolved, with even a potential b3 move. And then you're looking at targeting Black's king.
Yeah, looks like one-way traffic to me. I just don't see what Magnus can really hope for here. Sooner or later, you mentioned the weakness he's going to have to create. He's going to have to put a pawn on g6 just to block the strength of this diagonal. But then it's really, really loose, this structure for black. White can bring the queen out this way, threaten all sorts of sacrifices on the g6 square. White can later throw this pawn down the board to try and loosen things up. We see so many ideas here for white. Do you see any for black, Tanya?
It feels like Magnus getting that a-pawn up down the board should be able to create some counterplay on the queen side. But right now, he has to take care of things on the other side of the board. So while there are ideas that exist with the tension that we see on the left side of the board, Magnus has to be active on the other part. And he does. He starts with the move bishop to g5. I think the move that you were pointing out with the pawn push, it will happen once Maxime does threaten that checkmate. But right now, there is a direct threat of picking up that pawn, queen to d3 play, g6 play. These are ideas that we've been looking at. And now I really like this rook lift that we were alluding to earlier. Exactly why you're pointing it out. It not only clears the space for the other white rook to join the party, but also really over-defends that e3 square.
Yeah, you have so many tempting moves right now for white. You can push this pawn 1 or 2 squares just to clarify the tension. You can maybe go for the black bishop in this way, pushing some pawns here. Later, you have a nice square for the white knight. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's in the driver's seat. He's done everything perfectly. And yeah, Magnus, he's on the back foot. It's just all gone wrong for him. And imagine poor Fedoseev watching at home, doing the hard work, winning Division 2. Incredible play by him. But he's watching this and he's thinking, Magnus, you're letting me down. He's, yeah, really cheering against MVL right now for that spot in the tour finals.
And probably in Fedoseev's head, it must have been at the start of the day, if I can do my part of the job, you know, that should be deal done, because Magnus, of course, is a big favorite, especially when you have to beat him twice. So right now, Fedoseev is definitely feeling a little bit of the pressure as well. But a big congratulations to him. A fantastic performance in Division 2. But will it be enough to get him through to Toronto? Right now, Maxime making sure that doesn't happen. Playing excellent chess, David. He goes for your idea. I like this move a lot because now you're coming in with the tempo. The h-pawn will not only go to h4, but also target that hook that has been created with the g-pawn moving forward. h4, h5 coming up. I think black has to stop it, perhaps with his own h-pawn moving forward.
Yeah, massive threat. Winning threat, actually, on the board from Vachier-Lagrave. It looks innocuous, but pushing this pawn forward would end things. For example, if black gets greedy and plays on the other flank, pawn to h4, kicking the bishop back, and just continuing to break down the blockade of this diagonal. What? Magnus Carlsen, he's just calling the bluff. He's just ignoring the safety of black's king. How can he get away with this?
But it's not a bluff, right?
Pawn to h4, the evaluation bar says white is just winning here, and it's very obvious, it's very natural. The black bishop only has one safe square. The white pawn pushes forward. For example, you cannot take now. You cannot take this pawn. Let's just show that checkmate. The black king really caught embarrassed here. And how else do you defend? Simply pawn takes pawn, next move looks devastating. Magnus is going to try and hold this somehow, but...
The only move that comes to my mind in this position is to try and defend the g6 pawn with queen to e8, but it looks like such an ugly move in the position.
Such an ugly move, and not just are you getting attacked on one side of the board, at the right moment, white can even just recapture this pawn. What is black even trying to do on the queen side? And there's a target here, there's a target behind it. I don't understand. In the computer, there we see the engine suggestions below the board. It does confirm pawn to h4, the most natural move that has just been set up by pawn to g3. It's also consistent. It gives an over +2 advantage for Vachier-Lagrave right now.
Wow. And Maxime has paused and he plays it. He finds the move h4. He doesn't automatically capture on the queen side. We might be going into a grand final reset with Maxime winning this one as well.
Wow. But is this Magnus also, you know, it doesn't matter if he loses or if this game is a draw? Is it just him taking chances?
Especially on this last move, I would say yes. Up until that point, he was playing quite objective chess. He was getting frustrated that Vachier-Lagrave was shutting down anything he tried. But this last move, it just feels... I mean, the fact that he's even thinking now after kind of basically asking for white to push the pawn forward, it's bizarre.
It's very strange. It's been just uncharacteristic chess from Magnus from the start. If we think about game 1, which he lost, that endgame that should have been so easy for him to hold, David. So many options having that extra pawn. He loses that one. The second one ends in a peaceful draw. And then the third one, where he had this golden opportunity to actually win. And Magnus Carlsen doesn't let go of winning positions. He's somebody who's able to win losing positions as well. And that one gets out of his hand. And look at that. He's giving up right now.
Yeah, he was reacting there on the camera briefly, Magnus, and this is desperation. This is not an inspired decision right now. He's giving up his bishop. He's trying to get the black queen in to go for an attack against white's king, but the queen will be attacking alone. White's king will have some defenders around it. White's rook, white's queen, they can act as shields in front of this white king. I don't see it. I don't see any compensation. Right now, it is a bishop for 3 pawns, sorry, but one of those pawns will drop, the black b2 pawn. And first, I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will lift up his rook or bring his queen to the defense.
Yeah, you can just stop. There is a threat. The biggest threat that black has in this position is to give a perpetual, which, guess what, is good enough for Maxime. Even if there is a queen to g3 and a queen to h3 repetition that we see on the board, a draw gets Maxime through. So it's not even the end of the world if he was to allow that, but I like your idea. Just get your pieces to defend, because the b2 pawn, you can eventually pick that up. Rook f2, or with the queen moving forward. But he does the professional thing.
You called it there, Tanya. He's going to allow a draw. We're going to see this repetition of moves, and we will be headed for that grand final reset.
Wow. Is it over?
Not yet. Magnus gave a check. He's just a piece down, though. If he doesn't take the draw, Magnus can pretty much resign. And a draw is enough for white. Maxime, so professional here.
Magnus head in hands. He knows there's nothing to be done because there's no other piece that can join the party with the queen. Nothing else that assists in the attack. And Magnus there, Kaya, he's getting ready. And look at that. He's giving away another rook. Checks to follow.
There we go. It's a draw, and that means we are heading to a grand final reset. Magnus Carlsen loses the match here in the grand final against MVL. He is on fire, the Frenchman, taking it to a grand final reset. He still has hopes of winning the AI Cup, and he still has hopes of going to the Tour Finals in Toronto. 5 minutes now, you guys, before game 1 in the grand final reset. That will be best out of 2 rapid games. If that is tied, Armageddon will decide the AI Cup. Okay, what do you think about the situation right now, Tanya?
Kaya, I said it at the start of the day that if Maxime takes the first set, for me, he becomes a favorite in this match. And it's not just the scoreline. It's not just him taking the first step. I'm going to go as far as saying Maxime has been the better player today.
Does that mean he is the favorite? Do you agree with that, David?
I'm not sure that he's the favorite. I would still say it's 50-50 because Magnus does have extra gears and he's not been himself today, Magnus Carlsen. That is clear. He's missed opportunities. He's played really uncharacteristic and really slow. I have a feeling he'll still go up. His form will improve. But Maxime, he still has enough in the tank as well. It looks like he hasn't had to go into any effort. I think it's just a pure 50-50. Anything can happen. I'm
taking David up on this one. David, let's have a bet on this. I think Maxime's going to get the job done today, Kaya.
Wow.
What about you?
You know, I kind of agree. Because I've been listening to you guys. Momentum is a big thing, and momentum is definitely now on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's side. He won the first match, now 1 match to go to decide the AI Cup. Only a few minutes until it starts. Get ready, you guys. We will be right back.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess. Available now on Chess.com.
I've worked with the 2 players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you would see in many players.
Welcome back, everyone. It is a grand final reset. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces in the first out of 2 games to now decide the AI Cup. And it's not only about winning the tournament, it's also about going to Toronto, because Vladimir Fedoseev has won Division 2. And that means he is the one going to Toronto to the Tour Finals if MVL does not win Division 1. He is rooting for Magnus Carlsen to now win Division 1 in the AI Cup, and the grand final reset will be a best out of 2 rapid games. We start from scratch, 0 points for both players. The winner will be the winner of the tournament. If they are tied after those 2 rapid games with 15 minutes plus 3 seconds increment, we do head into Armageddon, where there is no increment, and the winner in Armageddon will be the winner of the AI Cup. Only 5 minutes is what the players have had to just reset, get ready, 0 points. So what do you think is happening now with Magnus Carlsen getting ready with the white pieces?
I think for Magnus, it's just about switching things up completely. We were talking about this, right? Maxime has not only won the previous game, but in every aspect of it, whether it was the opening, the middle game, the end game, whether it was tactics or whether it was defending difficult position, in every aspect, it felt like Maxime was doing something better than Magnus. But Magnus, with his back against the wall, how many times have we seen him make the comeback? Just too many to count. So too soon to write it up, but momentum is definitely on Maxime's side. He's got to be feeling confident after the chess that he's just played. Yeah. He's finding all the accurate moves. He's doing it fast. He's doing everything right. He just needs to, I think, not let the pressure get to his head right now.
Yeah. They have been rivals for so many years. They are good friends, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Magnus Carlsen, both born in 1990. So focused right now, both of them getting ready for the reset. White pieces for Magnus Carlsen. What do you think will happen now, David?
Well, Magnus, I think he's going to go for it. He doesn't want anything boring. He's got a bit of pride to save now, so I think he will want to get his first win of the day. For him, a 5-minute break maybe wasn't enough. I think for the 2 players, Maxime is the one, as you said, with momentum. He wants to keep going. Magnus needed a bit more time, potentially, but it's a repeat of the Queen's Gambit accepted. It's a repeat from Game 3 of the earlier final. Still all the same moves that we discussed earlier, that we saw earlier. Nothing different. That's why the players are playing so quickly up to this point.
And Magnus hopes that nothing is different, because this is the one game where he had a big chance at victory. But now we do see a deviation from that Game 3 of set 1, a different position. So it looks like Maxime has done some damage control, has done some preparation in between matches.
Yeah, wow, I'm really surprised. They didn't have that much time between games. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave clearly spent at least a fair portion of that time looking at his opening notes, or maybe talking to a coach saying, what should I have done? This is risky, though. He has changed things up. The last 2-3 moves are new compared to the game we saw earlier today. But this was what Magnus Carlsen has prepared. And look at this. It's just a crazy position that's blown open. White is a pawn up. White has castle queenside, however. Now White is 2 pawns up, and Magnus sacrifices his queen. Look at the speed they're playing. Both players now, 17 moves, and they both have more time than they started the game with. This is opening preparation. Let's do a quick count. Black has a queen. White, in return, has a bishop and 3 pawns. That's a 3-point deficit for White. But White's pieces are active. White's pawns are advancing. Oh. Wow, this is some of the deepest opening preparation you'll have ever seen. This has probably been saved up from World Championship matches by Magnus. This is how seriously he's taking it. This is how badly he wants to win. But also, Queen sacrifices. He does have a flair for the artistic.
This is absolutely crazy. The players blitzed up to this point, have more time on the clock that they start with, and Maxime's the first one to go into a think tank. And that can be a bit worrying with Black when White's pawn is on c6. It's all about piece activity and making sure that black doesn't get his pieces developed. The coordination going. Notice how that last move takes away key squares from black's knights to offer any trade, especially that d7 point. Next, what Magnus wants to do is get the h1 rook to the d1 square and basically just dominate the position with pieces. But bishop and 3 pawns for a queen, it shouldn't be enough.
It shouldn't be enough. This isn't the best queen in the world. This isn't the best queen you will ever see. She's struggling for air right now. If she steps forward, then your move on the board, Tanya, the rook would swing across, and it's more about these other pieces. Also now, if the queen moves, this pawn might be up for grabs. I must say, visually, I really love White's position. You always get a bit of a kick as a chess player, giving up material and still having a healthy position. You just have the kind of pressure released. You're queen down. You can play kind of freely here. But then again, if objectively kind of things go wrong, you will be a queen down.
Yeah, visually I agree with you, but Maxime, he's a mathematician. He's doing the math in this position. He's got a queen which is worth 9 points versus 6 points, but it's really all about piece activity here. That rook from a8 can't unfortunately go to that a7 square to try to develop because the bishop on e3 controls it. Look at the way Magnus is using that extra bishop to take away key squares from black. He's just not allowing the harmony in Maxime's position. Rook d8, a massive threat.
Massive threat that would fork the queen and the king if White gets time to play that check. So black has to give some material back. How do you do this? I think you have to just block. What else can you do? You cannot block in this manner because White actually has another strike. This would win the queen back immediately, and you've won a lot of material in the process. So you have to give back a whole piece. If you're Vachier-Lagrave, you can drop your knight in the way of White's rook to block this deadly check. And I mean, this is just chaos, Tanya. I think I need 15 hours, let alone 15 minutes to work out the consequences of this one.
It looks like Magnus has worked out all the consequences at home because he's got still more time than what he started with, and the only way to defend the threat, the one that you were pointing out, is on the board. Magnus gets another minor piece, so that does add to that material imbalance in favor of Magnus, and I'm expecting him to jump in with the knight to c6. Is that a move that you would consider here, attacking that rook on e7?
It looks super scary for black, and this is a massive threat. Knight takes rook would be a fork. How do you deal with this? If you move the rook away, then White's other rook can come in. Or maybe there's an attack against this piece. Maybe this bishop just moves. And let's do a count here right now, Tanya, in the current position. I need some help with the counting here. White has 2 pieces and 2 pawns for a queen. So added that all up. 8 points for White, 9 points for black. White is ahead. The rook does indeed move. And now I'm expecting the bishop to drop back. I'm not sure which square it will use. Maybe even this one on the side of the board. But either way, this is going to be crazy. Magnus Carlsen bringing his A game with opening preparation here. This is AI-inspired, this opening choice.
Okay, nice. This is the AI Cup. Is this the first game you want to say that about, or have we seen that?
We've seen a few moves, a few ideas inspired, but this is, I mean, no human would ever dream of going into a mess like this unless they were armed to the teeth with computer preparation.
Yeah, and David, I'm still thinking about how we got here, and it all happened so fast. I'm just wondering if it's a good moment to just back up a little, because Magnus Carlsen just sacrificed the queen in the first 15 moves of the game. So if we just do a little bit of an action replay, slow down, and actually take it all in.
I will slow down if I can. I mean, I still need a lot of time to work this one out. This position, I'm backtracking now to the end of the opening. This position we have seen earlier today, and there Maxime Vachier-Lagrave played a very slow move. He just pushed his pawn and defended this pawn chain. Eventually, he was in big trouble, but held the draw. Instead, this time, he initiated the chaos. It was black to start this whole process, sacrificing a pawn, and White took up the challenge. Black sidestepped, attacking the White knight. White's queen stepped forward, and White even castled queenside. And this was the moment, after grabbing a second pawn, Magnus got his queen trapped. And you can be forgiven for thinking this is a blunder. The White queen lacking squares now, but Magnus had calculated this. He gave up this queen. He took a piece. So this is where the material imbalance started. White's queen dropped off. He took a second piece. Black regained some material, and here we see White having this material imbalance. Very strong bishop pair, big threats on the board, and several pawns marching forward. And let's catch up with the game position. This is where the crazy knight sacrifice happened. This had to be played to prevent the rook check on the back rank, and now this game has evolved. Magnus does drop his bishop back, and 2 pieces, 2 pawns for a queen. but white has control, and I think Magnus is really happy with the outcome.
So maybe looking away from Mamedyarov, in the 2 matches that these two have now played, I don't think I've heard you guys say sacrifices more often than you have actually with these two playing against each other. There's been a lot of them.
That's true.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. There was a queen sacrifice that we had for bishop and 3 pawns to start with, and black sacrificed the knight. It's been fire on the board.
Is it a trend?
It's definitely a trend, and these two, especially the first match between them a couple of days ago, when they were throwing everything at each other. I mean, it's the amount of respect they have, the kind of the amount that they love chess. They're just real purists in the fact that they just want a fight. They don't care normally about these draws. Now that the results are so important, or at least in the last match that we had earlier today, where the results were key, there Maxime was maybe playing with the results in mind, playing for the draw. But now the the handbrake is off, the safety net is gone, and it's just all about the win, all about the beauty as well. And Maxime's been sacrificing pawns since the start of today, but sacrificing a queen is another level, of course.
Yeah, and even after that, for Maxime as well, he's been sacrificing pieces back to get the position under control. But this is anything but control, right? You pointed out the material deficit here. It's 8 versus 9 mathematically in terms of points. And usually the evaluation bar would love the extra points. But the fact that it's giving a slight edge to Magnus's position, it means that piece activity here is strong enough for the material deficit, the 1 point count deficit that Magnus has in the material imbalance currently. There's a threat on the board. The e6 pawn is under fire, and Maxime needs to take care of that. As white, the one thing that I really want to do is sidestep my king from the c line. There are so many pieces lined up on this c line. There is a black queen, the knight, the bishop, and the king. I think the one move that white has to take time out for would be king to b1 at some point. And wow, Maxime just ignores the threat of the e6 pawn and instead brings up the queen to create his own ideas.
Yeah, black does have a queen after all. She's fighting against 2 bishops and 2 pawns. But if she ever gets active, we all know the might of queens. And I don't think white should get tempted to take this pawn with his rook, at least, because trading pieces will only help the black queen, give her more life, give her more activity, and also this deadly pin that Tanya mentioned. This will be fatal. Taking the pawn with the bishop is maybe the other tempting move. But here, black will give up the piece. Black will give up a rook for the bishop. And at the very end, I think this pin again will be decisive. For example, black can remove the defender of this knight. Next move, white will lose either one or maybe even both of these 2 pieces. Magnus, therefore, does not get tempted. He backs up his rook, and this does give Maxime the time to go back, defend this e6 pawn that we were trying to take. And your move on the board again, Tanya. You've got the crystal ball out. You're predicting the future. White's king just sidesteps. I always recommend it. If you castle queenside in any game, take another time out to shuffle your king to the corner. Maxime actually does the same. He puts the black king in the corner out of the eye line of white's bishop. This is the calm before the storm in this game. Well, I mean, there's already been one storm. There's going to be a hurricane in the next few moves. But yeah, it feels like both players just setting up their pieces nicely, just keeping them safe. And it's just about who can make progress over the next few moves, who can start the attacks.
Yeah, and while king b1 was an easy predict, you want to sidestep any ideas as a pin. Starting from now on, it's going to be really hard to predict any move in this position because it's so imbalanced and so dynamic. But it's very important for Magnus to play energetically, because if he allows the black queen and the rook to start combining and the pieces to get out, it could mean a big disaster for white's king. So Magnus has to keep the tempo going. But how does he do that? And he starts with the h-pawn. Is he eyeing it advancing all the way up to h6 to open up some diagonals for the dark-squared bishop?
We did say this game was inspired by AI. AlphaZero's favourite move, pawn to h4. Just throw this pawn as far forward as possible, act as a battering ram, create some holes, create some weaknesses around black's king. Black says, OK, I'll blockade. Now your pawn can step forward, but not further than that. And very sensible, giving the king some air, some breathing space. You mentioned the queen and rooks, Tanya. The fact that they cannot move without getting captured by this white knight is incredible. Right now, white has a knight dominating those 3 pieces. And, OK, maybe at some point black will be able to give back some material in order to activate the queen, but it's looking impossible right now. It's really kind of sad for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave that he has no active piece play. He's just reduced to playing simple pawn moves. I'm expecting Magnus to throw more pawns towards this black king in the near future.
And you asked this question at the start, right? 5 minutes before the grand final reset, what did the players do? I really want to know, what did Magnus do in these 5 minutes? Because it feels like this is a brand new Magnus that we're seeing today.
Yeah, this opening choice, it nearly backfired on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in game 3, I believe, of the match today. It's a lot of chess we've had. But I was going to say earlier, I didn't want to sound too harsh. I was going to say Jordan Van Forest, one of Magnus's seconds for the 2021 World Championship match, has played this several times as black.
Oh, wow.
And therefore, Magnus will have been aware of it. Therefore, Magnus will have studied it and know the ins and outs. And
look at that Twitch chat. David, exactly what you're saying. Magnus using leftover prep from his NEFA World Championship games.
yeah, I'm just speculating, but it seems very likely. And the fact that Maxime's walking into that deep, dark forest that clearly Magnus has studied deeply, it shows a lot of courage, but it can also backfire. When you take risks, we've seen it in previous days, when you play your opponent's openings or something that they know really well, you've got to be ready to be hit by a surprise. And clearly Maxime knew everything up to move 17, 18. But since then, he's been burning a lot of time on the clock, Vachier-Lagrave, and his position has not been improving. If anything, it's White's position that's easier to play. White has full control and throwing pawns forward. What does Black even do? We've said you can't move pieces without losing material. It's a real dilemma, especially with half the time of his opponent. He tries to activate his queen in this direction, but this can be shut down. Firstly, the white pawns can continue marching, or the white knight can retreat into the center.
Yeah, what Maxime is hoping for is enough time again to get the pieces into the game. So I think rook to c8 would be the natural follow-up to this move, and perhaps an eventual sacrifice of material to neutralize some of the pressure that we have. Magnus doesn't give him the time, hits the queen and defends the f3 pawn. Maxime continues with the pressure. So there's a double attack in the position. Magnus is going for Maxime's king. He doesn't care about the pawns anymore.
Yeah, look at that centralization. We talk about controlling the center of the board. It's like soccer, football, where you control the midfield, you control the game. And White's pieces in the middle there, that kind of mass of pieces looks so impressive. But as you say, Tanya, Black is going pawn hunting. Will he be punished? Vachier-Lagrave on the camera looks a bit down right now.
He really does.
It feels as if, whoa, a sacrifice from Magnus this time. I don't think this can be taken. It's poisoned, but there are tactics in the air. I think Vachier-Lagrave saw this, maybe hence his posture there. But let's just explain. This sacrifice, you cannot take with the knight, at least. If you take with the knight, whoops, there's a double attack, a fork. Quite elementary stuff, but next move, the black queen drops off. If you take with the rook, then after rook takes, again, it's poisoned. You cannot take this time with the knight either, because yet again, this recurring theme of the fork. Magnus trading off his h-pawn, which just dropped on the last turn, for Black's really important e-pawn in the center. Looks really logical. And now all sorts of threats against this black king. It's terrifying.
Can you even allow that bishop to stay alive? That bishop lands on d5. I'm hitting your rook on the next move. Look at the two snipers at the center of the board. Bishop lines up on f5, creating a kill zone against Black's king.
Look at the squares they control, Tanya. These two bishops.
Yeah, just beautiful bishops. And Maxime doesn't decide to give away some material to neutralize that bishop. Instead, jumps in with the queen to h2.
This is clever. At least now the bishop will hesitate to move because at the very least, Black could maybe even chop off this knight with his rook in the center. Now this rook stares at the knight, the queen stares at the knight. Double vision here. But what else to do? It looks like you can, at the very least, give a check. I'm not sure this is profitable, but at least this would cut out rook takes knight in those variations. The black king has to move, and now the white bishop can step back to the square you mentioned. Who do you prefer here? OK, he's gone for it immediately, Magnus Carlsen. I was going to say, who do you prefer, the might of these two bishops or the black queen in the corner?
And then Maxime just pre-moved because he just put the king on h7 instantly.
Whoa.
A move that we were looking at after the check, but Maxime plays it voluntarily and the bar doesn't move.
This is crazy. Maybe Maxime was worried about some knight checks. Maybe he was worried about some sacrifices using the bishop's diagonal here. But either way, a mark of genius. These two players navigating the choppiest seas, the choppiest waters you will ever imagine, and doing it so quickly.
David, what is king h7? I mean, it's at least you slow down for a minute. That guy you were talking about, is this the game with the most number of sacrifices? I think this might have overtaken the shock game.
Yeah, he's sacrificing his rook in the corner, and then black, I think, will just simply recapture, and we suddenly have to do a new count. It's rook and bishop and one pawn?
2 pawns.
2 pawns. Thank you, Tanya, for the queen. So actually, white would be 1 point up here, but at least now you have gotten rid of white's light squared domination. That bishop maybe is superior to a rook right now. We talk about points, bishop worth 3, rook worth 5, but actually in this position, bishop looks much more valuable.
Now, there's one main rule in chess, right? Take center. Take center. Magnus's pieces They're just so much in the center. Why is the bar not more excited for Magnus?
Well, he doesn't have a queen, I guess. Black does. So it's those two factors. White has a bit of material, not enough for the queen, but the centralization kind of balances that out. And yeah, I mean, any other position with this type of control over the middle of the board, Kaya, and White would just be winning. But I think just the Black queen, for now, holding her own.
So take center and keep her queen.
Ideally. Keeping the queen in general is a good idea, unless you're a genius like these guys. Unless it's a trade for the opponent's queen, sacrificing queens. I think the reason we think it's so spectacular, the reason we're always amazed is because it happens so rarely, unless these guys are playing.
And look at MVL, just like stretching, just a normal day at the office, just playing some insane chess here, fighting to win the grand final. Can't believe these guys. So calm.
Whoa.
So calm, and the bar drops. It sinks for White after this last move. It looks very logical. Magnus now trying to leave it open, the Black king, trying to explode the shelter around it. And we see the computer moves just below the board there. Black only has one move, but wow, the advantage is growing. And now it says over +2 in Black's favor, only if he finds the move, bringing his rook in the corner to the open c-file. That would actually create a devastating threat. Maybe Magnus has underestimated the danger on the White king that might be brewing.
And of course, Maxime finds it instantly. A big check, the queen coming on to c2 is the massive threat now Magnus has to deal with, and he does shake his head. He doesn't have the time to actually open up Black's king side because of this new threat, the first threat of the game that Maxime has created. But David, we were talking about this. If the queens and the rook find their harmony, then Magnus's king can be the one which is in danger.
Suddenly, queen to c2 check is a killer blow. It would hit the White king and hit the White rook. For example, if White takes now, this would likely end the game. Black can happily, safely, I think, take this rook. And White centralized pieces, not enough compensation here. And it's not just that threat, Tanya. I think what he's missed, maybe, Magnus, is he doesn't have time to guard against this check and stop Black from taking this knight in the center. Maybe he should have jumped out the way with the check earlier, because now, for example, if you drop back your bishop to cover this key square, then rook takes knight, wins 2 pieces for the Black rook. And here we don't even need to count. Black has a queen for just a rook and a couple of pawns. No more attack, no more danger. Magnus might be in big, big trouble right now. He for sure has missed this double attack, this double threat. Queen to c2, a killer blow.
And it's head and hands for Magnus. I think he realizes it. He had done everything right, gotten his opening preparation, this absolutely crazy position on the board, which is exactly what Magnus was hoping for. And then this last natural move, trying to open up your opponent's king. But I think it comes down to that point that you want to give that check before, get your knight out of danger. And this could prove to be very costly for Magnus now. Maxime down on the clock, but I have a feeling at this moment it's going to level out.
Yeah, one of my big takeaways from this whole tournament is that players, when they have their fate in their own hands, for example, Fedoseev needed to win the tournament to have any chance, needed to win Division 2. Somehow they rise to the occasion. Fedoseev played his best chess all week, won Division 2, did everything he needed to do. Nepomniachtchi, Giri, Mamedyarov, they all made it deep into the tournament because they needed it to make it to the final. And Vachier-Lagrave, something's inspired him. This is another level of chess from him. To be able to firstly defend that position from earlier, somehow that Black queen, which was paralyzed, activating herself and creating threats. It's as if he's working magic, and it's all coming together all on the same day against the world #1. This is just incredible.
I've been following and been a Maxime fan for a long time and been watching his games, but this kind of chess, this kind of accuracy, this kind of just merciless play, and just not only in tactically sharp position, but in strategic battles, in opening battles, and the confidence he's showing. I haven't seen this from Maxime before. This has been incredible to watch. It almost feels like the resurgence, like the French Renaissance all over again.
Yeah. And he is, 33 now. We have been talking about how he's been changing up his opening strategy. Imagine if he had done that, played everything under the sun, basically, from when he was a teenager. Do you think he could have been maybe a world championship challenger in his 20s? And maybe can he be that in the future now?
Yeah, there's still a chance. Magnus isn't playing world championship matches. Even if Magnus was, Maxime is showing now he can hang with him when he's at his best. Yeah, he turns 33 soon. And I think in chess these days, this generation, they're still hanging around long enough. It's going to be hard with the new kind of the youngsters, the teenagers, but still capable and clearly a renaissance. I think you can always say, I could have done this, I could have improved, but Maxime, part of his strengths were his openings until a certain point when he was just too predictable. So it's hard to say, but he's doing everything right now.
And that's a key point. He's always been one of the very best in the world, in the world elite top 10 for such a long time. But it was his narrow repertoire that kind of just made it very difficult after a point to progress to the next level, which for them is, of course, fighting for the World Championship title. I think he's worked on it the last couple of years. He mentioned it himself during the pandemic especially, tried to change that up, make his openings as versatile as the rest of his play. And we're seeing these phenomenal results from him. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing what Maxime and how he performs at the Grand Swiss. Will he make it to the candidates?
Yeah, Grand Swiss is going to be hard. Pretty much all the top players in the world, maybe apart from Magnus Carlsen, will be playing, so it's not going to be easy, but people are going to fear him, at least now, the way he's been playing here. Fear factor is huge in open tournaments, and right now he's still doing everything correct, traded off a set of rooks, still in control for black.
And this whole scenario, it reminds me of... was it the Chessable Masters, David, where it was Hikaru Nakamura who came up from the losers bracket, went on to play Fabiano Caruana in the grand final, took it to the grand final reset, and eventually won the whole thing.
Momentum maybe there as well. The only time this season we have had a grand final reset in Division 1. This is the second time.
The only time we've seen someone rise from the losers bracket to win a tournament. And... wow, okay, just looking below the screen. Only one move to keep things alive for Magnus Carlsen right now. It is losing a move. His bishop just came from the d5 square, but he has to retreat White's light square bishop back to the center, control those squares in the middle.
Is that natural?
If you look at this position as a one-off, it is, but he doesn't find it. I was going to say the one thing that will make him not find it is the fact that his bishop just came from that square. So it's really hard psychologically to make... to confirm that you've made a mistake, to just retreat, lose two moves. And the reason this is bad is because black's simply picking up an extra pawn.
And that forces white to actually come back with the knight, because now if you go bishop to d5, the move that you wanted to make, you end up losing a very key pawn in the position. So Magnus, with that last move, I think what he wanted to do, David, was to actually defend that knight by retreating it to keep control on the king side. Is knight d4 an option here?
Yeah, it looks very healthy. I guess there's no threat. What white has to try to do is to break through on the h-file. This would actually end in checkmate if white could safely check, but black's queen controls all checking squares, and now black's knight will come into the game. And white has lost his centralization. The beautiful coordination we saw with the pieces in a little bubble in the middle, it's being broken. White's light squared bishop has moved away needlessly. Now this bishop lacking squares. It's only got one safe square. And the fight goes on, I will say that. It's still not easy. But at least black's knight can start activating. Maybe you go this way, or maybe you go this way into the position. Yeah, Magnus, he's trying this. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm not trusting the bar as much in a human encounter, because it could easily swing if Magnus coordinates his pieces against the black king. But it does look like Maxime has survived the worst. And we do a quick count now. It is a queen for just two bishops and a pawn. And the more pieces disappear, the more important that material balance will be.
I completely agree with your point that the eval bar says that Maxime's completely winning, but it's still a very random position. Mistakes can happen, especially when we come down to that 1 minute mark, which I think will happen soon. As long as Maxime's king is boxed up on the H line and doesn't have an escape route, and there is this threat of the rook sliding down with a checkmate on H1, chances are there, because it really ties down black's queen to defend that big threat on the board. But how does he keep the position and the pressure as is? Because Maxime is going to try to get out of that, which is why I really like your suggestion of bringing the knight forward and first making sure that that white central bishop gets out of the way. Kaya, what you were pointing out, the control over the center has gone for Magnus, but Maxime still has that extra queen now.
Yeah, and I think that rook trade, Magnus wanted as many pieces on the board as possible. The fact that one set of rooks has disappeared means that checkmating black's king is going to be far more difficult, and that's not a good sign for white. I'm expecting Maxime to activate the black knight maybe in two different directions. He's just picking between those. The black queen cannot move. She cannot allow a check from white's rook on h1. The black rook doesn't really want to move necessarily. It looks like it's on a perfect square. So process of elimination, it's either the knight or pawns.
Wow.
He pushes forward, setting a trap.
Such concrete play by Maxime. He's just always going for the most direct line given the opportunity. And I think that is the kind of approach that you need when you're playing against Magnus. The more I look at this move, the more I like it. And it wasn't even something that came into my mind, to be to be completely honest. He wants to pick up the e4 pawn with a check now.
Yeah, I was going to say setting a trap, but actually maybe Magnus has got a bit lucky here. He can move his king safely. The white bishop, the white dark squared bishop, is poisoned. Black cannot take it because the black queen would suddenly lose control over the corner square, the h1 square, and white's rook would swing and checkmate black's king. So black, the queen here, is actually a bit stuck. I think he was trying to trick Magnus in the process, maybe missing something himself. I'm not sure this exchange, this transition has actually helped black that much.
Wow. Really interesting. We've been talking about black's king stuck in a mating net, and that might be the one thing that keeps Magnus alive in this game. And this is a best of two, right? So it's so important with the white pieces to at least find a way to get out of this without a loss for Magnus, because the next game he starts with black.
Yeah, suddenly what does Maxime play? Just to show this variation on the board, this bishop cannot be captured. Suddenly we would see checkmate next move. The black queen would have to throw herself in the way now, but this is checkmate. Look how the white bishop covers all of the escape squares for this king. And if you cannot take this bishop, what do you do?
Your move earlier, knight d7?
Maybe bring the knight out. I'm not sure which direction. Knight to d7, kicking this bishop. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. The bishop does have one safe square. He moves his rook across. He's trying to pin and win here. Maxime also makes a lot of sense. And how does Magnus untangle his pieces? Suddenly, everything's hanging in midair.
Can you actually start with the same threat, go rook d2 and start threatening a mate from the h2 square?
I think he would love to. The problem right now is rook d2. I mean, this is what he wants to do. You're right, Tanya. He would love to give checkmate. This would be winning for white. Yeah, unfortunately, just about covering the square. Now the bishop can be captured. Magnus has to arrange this in the right order. Not easy to do this.
Yeah.
It's hanging by a thread. This one could be decided in the next 2 or 3 moves. Despite the bar saying it's less dangerous for white, in practical terms, he's still balancing on the edge of a knife.
How do you get the rook to the h-line? I'm just thinking of ways, David, because that's what's on Magnus's radar as well right now, to create that threat.
Yeah, he needs to get his rook to this square, but it is covered still. We need help. Let's ask the engine yet again. It's that type of position. It's so irrational. Queen for 2 bishops. And wow, Magnus has a very narrow path to survival. Actually, if he doesn't find the best move, or maybe the second best move, he is toast. He is doomed. And the best move is so difficult. It looks like this bishop is cutting off the black king's escape squares, but you have to retreat it to defend your rook, allowing queen takes bishop, because this is so unnatural, because now you can jump in with a fork. And this is not going to happen, surely, Tanya. For example, we could see an endgame rook takes rook, black giving back the queen, but it is only black who can win here with a rook versus a bishop. I think this is actually losing this endgame. I don't think Magnus is ever going to play the best move here. The second one, maybe on the board. Rook to f1. This is more likely.
I agree with you. I like that move because it does set up the idea of going with that rook even further to f5 and then the threat of getting it to h5. Rook f1 definitely feels like the more human approach, but Magnus is really good with finding retreating moves. So I think he will find that move bishop to b3, the first choice by the engines. But that ensuing endgame that we just saw, I think it'll be the evaluation of that endgame that will make him not want to go for it.
He finds that move, Magnus.
Okay, he plays rook to f1, so yeah, the second recommended move there, minimizing the damage. And black still cannot go and take the dark squared bishop. This would end in checkmate. If black takes twice on the square, the white knight stands on as well. The rook takes and then the queen takes. Also this checkmate. Black's king is caught in a box in a mating net. So the black queen's still frozen in the center. I like this move from Magnus. I think in practical terms, it still asks some big questions. And as Tanya pointed out, trying to get over to that h-file. If any check is the end of the game.
Rook f5 is a big threat. The rook left trying to get the rook to that h-line. Black's got to try to fight against that. You have to fight against that checkmating idea, and it is coming for you. David, do you see a way for Maxime to keep up the pressure? And Maxime goes in with the queen. So his idea is that after, if you do go up with the rook to f5, how is he fighting checkmate?
I think he has to push a pawn. Black's g-pawn can cover some squares, but the evaluation bar doesn't improve, and I don't like it either. It feels unnatural. I think Maxime is stunned to panic because of the clock. The queen was centralized. We talked about centralization a lot this game, but queens in the middle of the board control everything. That queen was hitting pieces. It was controlling squares from afar. I think Maxime is actually losing a bit of control by playing this move. Yes, it's a one-move threat, but the white rook wanted to move anyway. And okay, it's 1 minute each. I don't even know who the favorite is anymore. I think this one could still go in all 3 directions.
It felt like it was a 2-result game once Maxime got his pieces coordinated, but Magnus is back into it, and he does threaten a checkmate in 1 on the board. Rook h5, a big threat. Maxime, he will play the move g6. If you take on g4, I think the material imbalance just works out in White's favor in this endgame. You end up with 2 pieces for a rook, and that's a happy, happy trade for White.
Yeah, so what's he even thinking about, Maxime? Under 1 minute now, he has to play this move, otherwise he's losing.
Yeah, what's he thinking?
He has to prevent this checkmate idea of the rook swinging across. Okay, he does play it eventually. Magnus will most likely shift his rook up 1 square, and he's getting active at least. He's going to maybe take this pawn and go around.
But now it gets really random, yeah? Both players under a minute, and the position is absolutely wild. 1 bad move, 1 inaccuracy from either of these 2 players, and it could be game over.
I think we will see a blunder to end this. It just feels like that type of position, and totally understandable, forgivable in any for any human to go astray. It's just so weird, this position. I mean, it's just like their games from 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Irrational, crazy. What other adjectives can I find for
Beautiful.
it? Beautiful.
Fun.
Genius.
Yeah.
Okay, he takes a pawn, Maxime. Greed. He hopes it's good here. Attacking White's knight as well in the center.
I like that, because if White was to take that a6 pawn, I think Maxime would be happy to give up the rook for the 2 pieces, and Magnus still keeping the pressure on the king, brings back the knight. Maxime as well with the tempo, attacking that knight, not allowing White any checks on the board.
And wow, look at that. White only has 1 move, otherwise the advantage grows to +6 for black, and that move is never, ever going to be played. I can guarantee it. Magnus is not going to drop his knight back to a square. It can be captured. I think Vachier-Lagrave is going to win this one.
Wow.
Knight d2.
That makes no sense.
Never going to be played.
It literally hangs the knight in 1, which means that Maxime is very close to taking this one. If knight d2 is the best move in this position, to me it looks like White is busted.
Yeah, White's pieces just cannot deliver the killer blow. They cannot deliver a check. Therefore, one of them will fall. They have no coordination. This is where you need a queen, or you need some pawns to hold things together.
10 seconds for Magnus.
Look at him. He's so frustrated right now. He's looking for something that doesn't exist. He drops his bishop back. This is desperation. This bishop is hanging. Does black just simply capture it? I think you can take this piece.
And then you pick up the knight. Watch out, there was a check. Could he have he probably couldn't have, because black's queen was coming in with a check, and it would be checkmate on White. Magnus doesn't have time to capture on f8 because of queen c4 check.
Yeah, black has to move the queen. White is actually threatening checkmate with a rook slide into the corner, but black has the move. He does give the check. And it's actually, we mentioned it earlier, the first one to deliver a deadly check will win this game.
But David, the good news for White is that the bishop can slide back all the way to b2 to guard any checks on the 2nd rank.
Here it's all about the material. It's queen for bishop and knight. And yes, White can block the checkmate, prevent the checkmate, but black's king is not getting trapped anymore. It's actually an attacking piece.
I think he can even just give up his queen for that knight.
Yeah.
You can pick up the rook and the knight by sacrificing your queen. Maxime, he may or may not go for that, but it feels like that should be enough as well with the g-pawn marching down the board.
He goes for it, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Magnus is on his last legs now. That black g-pawn is going to become a new queen. Nothing to do about it. Bishop clearly inferior to the black rook. And Maxime just has to be slightly careful. 14 seconds.
I like this move.
Beautiful centralization.
Shoulders off White's king, and there's nothing that can stop the g-pawn from queening. Maxime is winning this one. Go back with the rook, defend the queen. He might, yes, he does it.
He does it. White's pawn stopped. Black's pawn about to become a new queen. Maxime takes the lead.
Magnus Carlsen throws himself back, loses another game to this fantastic man. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins another game. He takes the lead in the grand final reset. He is now 1 game away from winning the AI Cup, making just a massive performance here, the Frenchman. He is on fire today.
Just amazing. This was so reminiscent of the games in their first match. It was absolutely wild from the start. Magnus got the kind of position that he was hoping for, the material imbalance, and it looked like it was going to be Magnus's game. But again, Maxime, so resourceful, just incredible stuff, an absolute roller coaster. And wow, Maxime's doing today what I think few could have ever imagined or believed in.
Yeah, incredible stuff. They now have 5 minutes, now less than 5 minutes for that final rapid game to decide the grand final. If Maxime wins or it's a draw, he will win the AI Cup. Magnus has to win that game to take it to a final Armageddon. So 4 minutes now. until that game. So let's dive into this incredible game that we just saw, David.
Yeah, what a battle, what a game from literally move one from start to finish. It was crazy. First opening preparation, both players coming well armed and eventually ending in that queen versus pieces imbalance. And it was here that Magnus made the final mistake, the final blunder that allowed Black to win. He retreated his knight, but suddenly realizing after the Black rook enters that this knight has no good squares to use, and Black eventually converted a material advantage. If instead Magnus had brought his knight the other way, the other direction to attack the Black rook, we might have seen the game go on. Suddenly White's rook able to slide back, and if anyone's king is in more danger, it might even be Black's. A level position, all three results possible, and this would have been a dramatic end to the game. Instead, it was Vachier-Lagrave who took the win.
Is it Maxim on fire today? Is it Magnus not at his best, or is it both?
Both. It feels like Magnus got out of bed on the wrong side, or something slightly off, not quite sharp, not quite quick as he usually is. But Maxim, I mean, we should not take anything at all away from him. He's been just on fire from move one today.
I agree with David. Magnus, even when he's not at his best, he's still the best player in the world. So you really have to get your A game on and take the opportunity when you get it. And that's what Maxim has done from the start of the day. He takes the first set and he takes the lead in the second one as well against the, well, many might say the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen. And it's just incredible to watch it. And he needs only a draw now, Kaya, to make it to Toronto.
With the white pieces.
With the white pieces.
And what should we expect now from Maxim?
I think more of the same. Exactly what he did in the final game of the first match before the reset. I think he will just play 1e4. He'll sit, he'll try and bully Magnus with the idea of a draw.
And how frustrated do you think Magnus is right now with the way the day has gone? Because he's so critical of himself and always so emotional about these games and these results. What do you think is going on in his mind right now?
Frustration. Magnus is great at bouncing back. He's probably better than anyone else in history. And it does take two players to make a great match. So I still feel he has something up his sleeve. He will try and mix it up. I think he's going to play better in this last game than he has in the last couple, but it's still uphill struggle. Winning with Black, you can never guarantee it.
Yeah. Can you guys believe it? This is the final rapid game in the regular portion of the Champions Chess Tour 2023 coming up. Only the tour finals left. Not only will this game maybe decide the winner of the tournament if we don't have an Armageddon, it's also going to decide who goes to Toronto. If it is a win or a draw for MVL, he is going to Toronto. He will grab that final ticket. Fedoseev, watching this now, he must be feeling quite nervous as well, rooting for Magnus Carlsen.
I think the only man more frustrated than Magnus Carlsen right now in the chess world is Fedoseev, watching that game, thinking it could have gone either way. It was 50-50 for so long, and to see Maxim take it, he's going to be hoping.
He's going to be nervous, but I think for chess fans across the world, including Fedoseev, this is such an incredible match to see play out. And to see Maxim perform at this level, to see the kind of fights that we're getting by both these players, these insane positions, I think Fedoseev, yes, he's rooting for Magnus, but he's also really enjoying the chess that we've got on the board.
Yeah. And Maxim mentioned to us in the interview yesterday that, well, chess is popular in France. He said maybe not as popular as in Norway. But do you think there's, and please share with us if you are in France and rooting for MVL right now. I mean, the French fans must be going crazy over this.
There are a lot of French fans. The federation's growing. It's been a game on the up for a long time. They've got so many young grandmasters coming through. Clearly, Maxim is one of the inspirations for that. He's been the top player of this generation. World force and only going to grow.
And I think for so many years, so many of us in the chess world actually expected Maxim to challenge Magnus for the World Championship title. But it's difficult. The candidates are so tough and it's never happened. Although I think it was 2021 when Maxim was leading it halfway through from the first half of the candidates. And it felt like he was such a favorite. But he hasn't really gotten the job done. And again, just incredible to see him play at this level that he's performing in this entire tournament. The first match between them really set the tone. It sent out the signal that it's not going to be easy. And yeah, it's been just amazing to watch this happen.
He's playing the chess of his life. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he is one rapid game away from winning the AI Cup. Luckily, we made a big bowl of popcorn. This is the last of it.
I'm just keeping it here with me. You guys have to analyze. You have to take us through the marvelous chess coming up right now. It's game 2 in the grand final reset. And MVL, he has been... Oh, look at that. Magnus Carlsen is still frustrated. This is live of Magnus.
That is an angry Magnus, Kaya.
Wow, and I mean, he needs to put this behind him now. He is playing another game.
I've not seen him like this because the guy never loses and he's lost twice today.
Yeah. And this frustration, bringing this into a must-win game for him.
Yeah, a second time today. It's a must-win game with black. And that shows how much it means to Magnus. He wins everything, and we take it for granted that he's kind of just cruising through. But it's the passion, it's the determination, it's how much he wants to win. And yeah, still beating himself up. He has to forget because the game's starting now.
And I think for anyone thinking that he's not motivated to win this one because he's already through to Toronto, what we just saw on the screen, it just shows how much this means to him.
And here we go. The final rapid game in the AI Cup. MVL, draw or win, he wins the AI Cup. Magnus has to win to take it to Armageddon. Take us through it.
Good news for Magnus Carlsen and for all the fans at home. It's an open Sicilian. That means it's going to be exciting, guaranteed no matter what. Very few forced drawing lines in this one. A lot of pieces going to remain on the board for a long time. The pawn structure is going to be different. Magnus here playing the Khan variation, I believe, pushing his pawn forward to a6, not deciding yet where to bring the black knights out to. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I'm surprised he went for this opening, I've got to admit.
Probably a Rossolimo keeping things more close. The close Sicilian was something that we'd be expecting. But Maxime, he's been showing that he wants to play objectively where he feels is his best chance. And he goes for an open Sicilian, which will give Magnus his chances. But looking at Magnus's camera, it feels like he's not only battling the board, but also his own mind right now.
Yeah, and Maxime needs to try and strike while Magnus is still composing himself, while he's still a bit distracted with the earlier games, the earlier play. Now, black is going for a hedgehog formation, something I know you love, Tanya. White here has what we call the Maroczy bind. White has pawns on the e4 squares, c4 squares, trying to clamp down, preventing any pawn breaks. But black is rock solid. Black is really, really flexible. And I know Magnus quite likes these positions as well.
We've seen him play these positions in the Champions Chess Tour with some great results. And again, it's all about flexibility of plans for black here. So you keep white kind of guessing of where you're really headed. The first question is, where does Magnus develop the bishop from f8? Bishop to e7 is the normal course where you place it in front of the king. The d pawn moves one step forward. Then you decide where you want to develop your queenside knight. And Magnus makes the first, well, it's not the most popular approach in this position. The slightly less played bishop to d6, it lines up with the queen with a direct threat against the h-pawn. And the reason that this move isn't played as often is because you want to push that d-pawn to the square that the bishop has just taken to complete your development of the queenside pieces.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus is trying to surprise Maxime, take him out of any potential preparation here. As you say, not playing the most common first move, but there is a threat to take white's pawn on h2 with a check, and Maxime has to react. He's giving him decisions. Again, that's something you need to do when you want to win. You keep pieces on the board, you give your opponent 3 or 4 choices every move, and something you've said throughout this this tournament, Tanya, every kind of game is decided by incremental mistakes, and you just have to hope that giving your opponent decision after decision after decision will slowly turn things in your favor.
And that's the thing that works for Magnus really well, because he's the player who can make maximum number of accurate best moves, move after move. And very often for his opponent, they just collapse after some point. And in this one, Magnus again doing that approach where he gives decisions, provoking Maxime to push pawns on the king side, which later on can become some sort of a target for black. He does use the pin. The bishop goes to the c5 square to pin up the knight. Maxime continuing with development to stop that. A lot of forcing moves being played here by both players.
A lot of forcing moves, and the big question is who it really favours. It feels like Magnus has lost a bit of time. Magnus's dark square bishop has moved twice, and it will get traded off, so it might even move for a third time in the next few turns. And Maxime, meanwhile, has gained a lot of space with the white pawns. Talk about central control like we have been doing. White has beautiful control over the centre here. Still roughly in the balance, but I think I would take white here, Tanya. And for Magnus Carlsen, that's not a great sign. He's still very cramped, lacking pawn breaks, lacking any potential attackers against the white king.
Yes, and he needs to decide where to place his own king as well. You want to go towards the king side, castle towards the king side, but that could also mean certain attacks that you have to watch out for once the white queen lands on the king side. There are two paths to do this in these kind of positions. The white queen can go from f3 and then go over to the other side of the board. Maxime chooses the other one. He starts with queen to d2 instead. David connecting the two rooks. It just feels like white's managed to get the harmony within the pieces. And that d6 pawn, the d line that you're highlighting right now, is a long-term point of contention.
Wow. Yeah, I was expecting the white rook to land there. He uses another square, hinting that he might want to propel some pawns forward later on. Maxime's rooks look really nice here, supporting these far advanced pawns. And watch out for a pawn storm in the center as black. What does black even do? You're the queen of the hedgehog? Hedgehog pawn formation. I'm not saying that randomly.
That's a lot of pressure right now to predict Magnus's and Maxime's next move, but I'm going to try. Now, usually what black really wants is to force white to take on c5 because that helps you with your structure. And the first move that I would be thinking about here is actually making that happen with the knight from f6 jumping onto g4. I'm glad to see the Valbar not react to that. My idea is that if you take on c5, there are two very tempting ways to capture it, but I think I would want to take it with the b pawn. And the reason for that is that I want to stop your e pawn moving up the board to e5, control that. I've improved my center, improved my chances of an attack along the b line, and I would be the one who's happier with this trade than white. So knight g4 would be on my radar in this position.
Yeah, I love it, Tanya. Just always looking out for pawn structure.
He goes for it, David.
You called it. That is the stamp of approval from the world number one.
The biggest stamp of approval.
And this position on the board. Okay, he takes with the d pawn. I'm surprised as well, especially in positions where you need to win. Kind of imbalancing the pawn structure here, kind of having the central pawn mass for black looks really nice and healthy. Instead, it's a slightly more symmetrical pawn structure, but he's banking maybe on the open file. It looks very tempting for white to step forward in the center, kind of creating nice squares, nice inroads into the black camp. But black's rooks will centralize, and at least some open file, some activity for Magnus. I think he would love as well just to occupy this square later on with a piece. The question is, what happens if white kicks you back? I'm not even going to answer that because I'm going to pass that question to Magnus. I'm not sure whether the knight goes back in this direction or even maybe this direction, just because I'm scared of getting kicked around the board. But yeah, that's the question for him right now. He's created some imbalance, and that's step one in a must-win situation.
Yeah, that's the problem. I get one move right, but not the second one. But Magnus here, I think he's doing what needs to be done to create his chances. He's opened up the D line, as you're pointing out, and it looks like black's rook and queen will be the one that's closer to getting to that open file. Very good point there made by you, that after white does kick out that knight from g4, you probably do want to get it to the edge of the board. It's not the general advice in chess, but here it's all about making sure that you don't lose out on tempos, and allowing white to push those central pawns with tempo would be very dangerous. That would just be asking for trouble, because once e5 happens, the white knight from c3 also lands on e4. It's not only an attacking move towards the king side, David, but it gives a really strong hold on that d6 square.
Yeah, this is a big hole in the black position, this square, because you have no dark square bishop, you have no pawns that can control it, so it's an outpost for white's knights. Black needs to fight against this maneuver. So that's what I'm expecting from Vachier-Lagrave. I'm surprised he's pausing either pawn to e5 or first a kickback on the knight. One of those two moves would be the most logical, and black would have to react. But Magnus Carlsen, do you think he's got it out of his system yet?
No, no. I've been looking at his camera. He looks frustrated. He looks not too happy with himself. I don't think it's out of his system.
Yeah, that's...
And I'm not an expert, but I'm just looking at him.
I think on the plus side for Magnus is maybe he's so angry right now that he's playing quickly. The adrenaline's pumping. He's really kind of forced himself to wake up, speed up.
Yeah. And also for Maxime, he is so close now to just a huge tournament victory for him in his career at this point in his life. How hard is it to just sit there and like focus on the next move, next move, next move, and not be like, ooh, if I win this, I'm going to post this on Instagram, and I'm going to, you know...
That's what I think about when I'm playing tournaments.
But you're absolutely right. I don't think that even Maxime thought about getting this far when the tournament started. It's his one shot to make it. He has to go all the way through and then most probably beat Magnus Carlsen, who will make it through to the finals. These are thoughts that probably didn't even cross his mind. And here he is. He's done it in the grand final and looking close to do it in the grand final reset. It's a sign of a champion that he doesn't let it get to his head right now.
Yeah.
And he's focusing on the moves. And so far, Kaya, he's making all the right ones on the board. So I think he's not thinking about the Instagram.
Not yet.
Are you guys thinking about it? What will you post after this?
I'll post something with you guys. The ladies in red. The ladies in red.
Yes.
Full disclosure, David was playing that song in the studio before we went live.
It was very nice. Yeah. We've had a really nice Friday. Pizza party, popcorn, and first of all, amazing chess.
Incredible chess. I mean, it takes two to tango. This has been an incredible match throughout the week. When they first played a couple of days ago and today, both have contributed equally.
I think for Magnus, the frustration is not only about what happened in the last game, but what's been happening throughout the day. In match 1 as well, it was the most non-Magnus chess that I have seen in each of the games, even in the ones where he had the advantage and the ones where he got into trouble. Usually with, I think, was it Alexander Alekhine who said, for whom it was said you have to beat him in the opening, in the middle game and the end game?
I mean, it's true of any top player these days.
It's true, but I feel like for Magnus, you have to beat him in all these 3 on every single move. But today, Magnus has been off form from the very start. And even when he wins matches, he's so critical of his shape. He's so, he always talks about the quality of his play over the scoreline that the day ended with. And I think there's a lot of frustration with the chess that he played today, starting from round 1.
Yeah, starting from game 1 when Magnus could have actually forced a draw, instead losing in an endgame, really unlike him. And from then, things have spiraled. That being said, the more I look at this position, the more Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was thinking, the more optimistic I would be feeling as Black, because White had no obvious moves there. The last thing you can allow is Black's knight on the edge of the board coming back into the center. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave now, he's ready to take that knight if it ever lands on the f5 square. He's putting his rooks back in the center, kind of recorrecting their position. Sometimes you have to admit you've put a piece on the wrong square and you have to improve it, take the time out to do so. And I like his last move, but it cost him a bit of time, cost him about 2-3 minutes. And yeah, as Magnus, I would be a bit more optimistic now. At least he's not going to get checkmated. I don't think White has the ammunition for that. The space issue here isn't so drastic for Black.
And it's a lot to do with that d4 square as well, which doesn't really allow White's knight from c2 to jump into activity. So ideas like from knight to c2 to e3 to going over to the king side and getting rid of a key defender on the king side is not going to happen because Black has this jump with the knight to d4. These kind of positions, David, I agree with you that Black has got reasons to feel like the opening's gone his way right now. You've developed all your pieces. The knight from h6 is the only problem piece in the position for Black. But the other good news is that White doesn't have, at least for me, the idea of g4, g5 is, it's a bit much because you really open up this a8, h1 diagonal, giving a long-term play to Black's queen and bishop that can line up to deliver checkmate. But with no g4, g5, can you really take advantage of Black's knight at the edge of the board?
Probably not. I mean, this knight will try and jump in later. It cannot now, just to show it will get eliminated. And it's not just the fact that it's traded off, ruining the Black pawn structure. It's more that White carves out an outpost for his own knight, hitting the queen, maybe even picking up a pawn on the next move. So Black can't jump in yet with the knight. But I'm wondering, Tanya, you mentioned one move. If the White knight jumps away, how does Maxime react? Okay, he's played it on the board. Knight takes knight. Magnus is going for it now. Wow. He's trying to change the pawn structure. He's got a passed pawn on d4, and he's also corrected the position of this knight, the poor knight on the edge. He's bringing it in. There's a threat of a knight fork hitting the 2 white rooks. Therefore, one of the rooks moves, shifts up. Maybe Maxime is going for checkmate after all. Maybe he's trying to shift the rook to go for this weak spot, the Achilles heel in Black's position, the h7 square. But Black does have a beautiful knight about to jump in. Suddenly, it's like a wave. It's kind of crashing against the rocks, but that's good for Magnus. It doesn't mean the position is dry anymore. It means there's life. And knight to e3 on the radar.
Wow.
What do we think here?
The position has completely changed in the last few moves, and there's a big threat that White has. The one that you pointed out, just 2 moves, right? Rook h3, queen h5, and then you're threatening a deadly mate on h7. You never want to really make a move like h6 to defend that, David, because it will invite a lot of tactics eventually if the white knight jumps onto f6. And I think that's the reason why Magnus has decided to actually trade the bishop for the knight on e4, because now it's just so much easier to guard the king side. You'll always have the option to go g6 or h6 at the right moment to stop any attack on this diagonal, as you're pointing out. But for Magnus, it is all about the d pawn, giving him the e3 square and a long-term passer. Also play along the c line. The c4 pawn is a weakness that white needs to watch out for, which is what doesn't allow white to trade the light squared bishop with the knight on f5.
That's right, and he's thinking right now, Vachier-Lagrave, maybe he'll take with the bishop, but then the black knight will move. It won't allow itself to get traded, and suddenly, yeah, it is black with the better pieces suddenly, especially this knight. It's, what did you call it yesterday, a kraken?
A kraken, that's Peter Swindler. That is a kraken right there.
Kraken, yeah. This is a monstrous knight with a lot of power, and Magnus, he's turning the screw. Now it's more strategic. It's a slower type of position, no chaos like the previous game, the previous 2 games even, and... yeah, Magnus, this is where he really thrives. It's as if the anger somehow is driving him and it's calmed him down. He's going back to basics. This is Magnus as he kind of, just as he cruises. Just simple strategic position.
Yeah, it's like that beast, right? A wounded beast is even more dangerous because...
a wounded kraken.
Yeah, this one would be a big, big kraken, a mythical creature, which is extraordinary power if that knight does get to the e3 square. But for Magnus, Kaya, we were talking about, you know, what's his mindset. He's feeling the frustration, and we saw all those emotions right at the start of the game, but it really feels like he has used that to actually fuel himself for this game. And he's the one who is in driver's seat right now with the black pieces, creating all these chances. And this is, I think, one of the qualities out of the many that separates him from the rest.
Yeah. Both of them have really high ceilings. I think out of the players just below Magnus Carlsen, Vachier-Lagrave is one of those who has this ceiling. When he's on form, I mean, he can play like this, but sometimes less consistent. And it's nice to see him being, just putting things together, just being in the zone constantly. This game, however, the clock times, it's normally Magnus who's been lower throughout the day. For the first time, really, he's been kind of upping the pace, upping the speed. And it's Vachier-Lagrave who's, maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's the kind of momentous occasion getting to him.
I was just going to say that. Do you think that's the reason this whole match situation is getting to him right now?
What? He's sacrificed the bishop. He's going for checkmate.
Checkmate, but it doesn't work.
But why has he sacrificed this? The black king has an escape square, and Magnus immediately blunders back, apparently. Is there a forced draw? Because white is a piece down.
He's threatening rook to f6, David?
Yeah, he's threatening to give a nasty check with the white rook. Suddenly, this game has sprung to life, out of nowhere, out of the blue. And maybe Vachier-Lagrave is, well, according to the bar at least, holding with this counterattack.
While Magnus thinks in this position, can we just do a quick action replay of the last 3 moves? Because beep hit the fan.
Yeah, something went down here. It was all about a sacrifice before it's too late. This rook was attacked. Nice way of putting that, Tanya. He gave up this bishop, and it shouldn't work. After a check, actually, it was in this position. Magnus, with 9 minutes on the clock, could have sealed the win if he just pushed his pawn forward 1 square rather than 2. The difference being that in this position, white does not have the time to bring his rook up the board, because now black, I was going to say, can take this pawn, but no, that isn't the computer move. Apparently, this is very different after the black knight takes this rook. I think we'll see something very similar in the game. Let's try and investigate the difference. In the current game position, black's knight can actually take another piece, but suddenly the white queen drops back with a check. And look, there's nowhere to go. It's a draw. King to e7, and it's checkmate. If black goes back, it's a draw, and that's enough for Vachier-Lagrave. A repetition of the position. This is the threat. Queen to g6. This would force a draw, and Maxime would win the tournament. How does he defend against this, Magnus Carlsen? This is why, actually, he needed the pawn back on f6.
Gosh.
That is incredible.
That's incredible, and this is what chess makes chess so hard, right? You've got these 2 pawn moves to fight against the mate, and that is the difference between a win and a draw. And in this case, it's the difference between a championship right now.
Wow.
f6 would have won Magnus the game, but the one that he chose, the decision that he made, it looks like his best option would now just be to take the rook and go into a repetition.
Yeah, just to show this again, it's literally coin toss. It's heads or tails. You have to move this pawn 1 square or 2 to stop your king getting checkmated. You need to give it some breathing space. Magnus immediately pushed his pawn forward to f5, but the detail would have been here, just to show it once again. Now knight takes rook is possible, because after the white queen drops back with a check, it's no longer possible to play queen takes e6 checkmate. There's a pawn in the way on f6. And now, for example, after queen takes pawn, black could block with his rook, and black would have an extra rook, extra knight, and win the game. Now Magnus facing this devastating tournament-ending threat of queen to g6, and there's nothing to do.
There's nothing to do, because queen g6 is a massive threatening checkmate or a repetition there. And you said it's a coin toss between 2 moves, but at this level, it's got to be just calculation, right? Had Magnus just slowed down, he would have definitely seen this.
Magnus, in this position, he played f5 instantly, did not even pause. And yeah, with something's up today, but with more time on his clock, with 9 minutes, he should have been able to find pawn to f6. It's not obvious. We do have the evaluation bar here, so we did see it swing immediately. We saw the truth, but Magnus, he could have calculated it, as you say, Tanya. And now suddenly, I think he was just looking at this threat, but maybe forgetting with the tournament situation, a draw is enough for white. Queen to g6, devastating.
And is it too late now, David? Is there any way for black to actually keep the game going?
I don't see it. It's really, really risky to keep the game going. The problem is you can't really run with the king either. If you try starting to run with your king after a check, well, maybe this is the best bet. But I was going to say a check here, and look how this white rook plays a part. Suddenly, if the king continues its journey, then rook takes pawn, and the black king in huge trouble. Yes, you've got an extra knight, but white has 3 pawns, maybe 4 pawns soon, and an ongoing attack. Maybe this is the best bet.
I think this is going to happen. Magnus has slowed down. He's calculating a way to not end the game immediately, and it feels like the king run is the only way, even if it means an objectively worse endgame. You're up a piece for 4 pawns. You still fight it out. There's still chances there.
Still some chances. The one thing he cannot do, let's repeat it, knight takes rook. Being greedy would not work out. Queen check would force a repetition of moves. And let's go back to Magnus Carlsen.
4 minutes now.
It's the kind of position, Kaya, you could have 30 minutes on the clock and it doesn't matter, because you have to make a decision that you're not going to be happy with.
Is it a blunder?
Magnus Carlsen has blundered. Queen takes c4. But why is this a blunder? We have to work it out. White's going to give a check. Look at Maxime frowning as well. He's like, are you sure?
The king
check.
has to go back to e8. You can't go to e7 because of queen g7. Is this game over?
Black is getting checkmated. Look at Magnus Carlsen.
He knows it.
Even a rook trade will not save black here. Rook takes rook is met by the white pawn in the center recapturing, and black has no checks. Black has no counterplay. It's going to be checkmate. Maxime's going to win the AI Cup.
Oh, my God. Do you think Magnus is going to play this out, or will he just resign? Look at that.
Oh. He's distraught, Magnus Carlsen.
Massive frustration. He is about to lose the grand final, Magnus Carlsen.
And look at Maxime. He knows he's done it, Kaya.
Yeah, that is tension leaving Maxime's body right now. He can relax because he's done the hard work. Checkmate is guaranteed. There's nothing to do. Black cannot defend this position.
Will we see Magnus hit the resign button?
I think so.
We might see a checkmate on the board.
There's literally no way to fight. White is threatening to play rook takes rook. A trade of rooks would allow the white e-pawn to join the battle and maybe even become a new queen.
And MVL is starting to let the emotions come to him. He is starting to realize he is the winner. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, he wins the AI Cup. He banks the ticket to Toronto. He is going to the tour finals. He does the impossible. He beats Magnus Carlsen in 2 matches. On fire. What an incredible performance. And he must be so happy. And Tanya, how happy are you for MVL
Unbelievable.
now?
I mean, what a performance by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus Carlsen, the strongest player in the world. His chess is out of this world. But today, Maxime was the one. It was his day. Kaya, to beat Magnus twice on the same day in a match play format. I don't think anyone would have bet against Magnus today. This has been incredible, and a big congratulations to Maxime. The only path to Toronto, and he grabs that ticket.
describe to us, David, what you think about what you've seen from MVL, not only today, but in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm pleased for him. Back to his best. He looks happy. He looks in the zone, in top form. Just incredible chess as well. Thank you for entertaining us, Maxime. I mean, well played to Magnus, as I mentioned earlier. Takes two to tango. And it was actually this position that Magnus did let things slip. Maxime went all in. It was a bit of a gamble. It turned out that this move is objectively incorrect. But Maxime, he had the courage, and fortune favored him here. The sacrifice of the bishop, the white queen coming in, threatening a nasty checkmate. But now Magnus could have clinched victory and a comeback with pawn to f6, as we showed earlier. He went with the pawn to the wrong square, and we saw the white rook come in. The reason he resigned after this check and a capture is because checkmate is unavoidable. If rook takes rook, for example, the white pawn replaces the rook, threat of checkmate on e7. If black guards that with a knight, then white makes a second queen. A check, and this would have been the end. Magnus resigned. Maxime takes the tournament.
He wins the AI Cup. He is ready for Toronto. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, massive congratulations on this win.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a very exhausting week. I think it shows.
I can imagine. And please take us into your head and your heart right now. How are you?
Mostly exhausted, actually. So, like, really, sometimes when you put so much energy into something, like, there's no... I mean, I realize I won, but I will realize it better in a few hours, I think. Like, right now, this was, again, like, such an intense week and such an intense 2 matches also today.
And incredibly winning the AI Cup, but also on the final day, banking the final ticket to Toronto. You are ready now for the tour finals. What does that mean to you?
No, it means a lot. I really didn't expect to qualify somehow and to win this, but I mean, I played incredibly sharp this week. Today, I feel like I played a bit worse, actually. But Magnus as well, I think we both were quite tired. And, like, I don't know about the quality of the moves, but at least I was missing a lot of ideas for Magnus. And Magnus was also missing a lot of ideas for me. Like, that was not happening 2 days ago.
But Magnus always shows to be the king of making comebacks. It is supposed to be impossible to beat him in 2 matches. What is the main reason you were able to do that today?
I think just, well, first of all, this first match, I think I was quite dominated throughout. But I got this lucky break in game 1 where he overpushed and then gave up this pawn on f2, thinking probably that he was forcing a draw, but actually he wasn't. And then the next 3 games, like, no, actually the last game I got it under control, but the next 2 games, game 2 and 3, I think I was quite, like, on the verge of being much worse, at least, and completely lost actually in game 3. And then the second match again, like, so this time I rechecked very briefly this line to know what to do, but then I forgot actually the final move of my preparation was king h8. So I knew, like, it was kind of trouble, but then Magnus didn't take my rook. Probably missed that rook ch returns queen c2, and then I don't know, I was feeling like I was close to winning. Actually, there was so much counterplay for him, so many tactical ideas. I didn't know what to do, and then I ended up winning that game. And then the last game, I feel like I messed up, but then I decided I should go for this piece sacrifice, not suffer, because I didn't feel I would have the energy to defend another bad position. And it turned out great. Like, I thought after rook h6, I was considering king e8 as his main option to play for a win. I don't know. But I saw that Queen c4 was not working, and that basically I thought he had to play King e8 if he wanted to keep the fight.
And Maxime, congratulations. How much confidence does this give you for future challenges, future tournaments in the next few months?
I mean, it's definitely a great feeling to have played this well and to have beaten Magnus twice in a day. Of course, it's good, even if I don't think we saw the best version of Magnus today, far from it. But still, it is obviously an achievement in itself. And yeah, I'm looking forward, of course, to next tournaments. Of course, mostly I have my eyes on Grand Swiss now, which will be in a month. Hopefully, I can play as well, and then I think I'll have some chances.
Maxime, huge congratulations, and yeah, thank you so much for entertaining us with your amazing chess today. My question is, I think, a little bit more out of personal curiosity that I have, because I think there's so much to learn from what we saw today. And I want to ask you, coming into this match today, having to play Magnus, and you know you have to beat him twice to make it to Toronto. What was your mindset going into this match, and how were you assessing where your best chances are?
Oh, yeah, I was just taking it one game at a time. And of course, again, I got this lucky break in game one. Of course, if I don't win it, to actually take the lead against Magnus is quite difficult. But somehow this happened because, he overpressed and lost his endgame, initially being a pawn up. And then I was taking it one game at a time, and not trying to push my luck too much, not trying to be too passive either, because of course that's not a good strategy against Magnus. But somehow this mix of solidity and finding practical resources to get counterplay. I mean, this obviously is one of the things I'm very good at least I consider myself to be very good at, and I did manage this today. There's something I feel I didn't manage too well today, like my calculation was a bit shaky, but overall it's kind of normal. I was feeling tired already from the start of the day, and throughout it got worse.
Fatigue can definitely be a factor, and like you're saying, it's been a long week for you, Maxime. When you won that first set and going into this grand final reset, having done this first big task of taking down Magnus in the first match, how were you thinking about your chances at that point? And then this crazy sacrifice at the end, were you able to keep your cool, or were thoughts of Toronto already in your head?
You mean bishop h7? I didn't know, but I thought it's my best chance. And I couldn't find a win for him after rook h6. I thought maybe king e8. I was calculating some lines. It was really completely out of control. So then I thought also it might disrupt the course of the game, because at that moment he had too much flow going for him. All his moves were coming in easy. And I thought that's not what I want, especially I'm done 3 minutes or 4 minutes, and I just can apply pressure here and there and play forever. So now this was a practical decision. Of course, if it loses by 4, then I look very stupid. But yeah, it worked out very well in the end.
Yeah, definitely did. And yesterday, Maxime, you mentioned some friends that have been very important to you during some difficult years. Now, I have to tell you, it's Friday. We've enjoyed some popcorn here today. Who will you now call? Who will you celebrate this big victory with?
Who knows? Because I actually have a flight tomorrow. I have another tournament coming in, so I mean, there's not going to be any big celebration tonight. Maybe tomorrow with my team in European Club Cup.
Oh.
We'll see.
All right.
I'll be there too, Maxime. We can celebrate tomorrow together.
I want to join in now. Maxime, Fantastic. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Maxim, just huge congratulations on your massive performance. I think we and very many people out there are super happy for you. And yeah, just enjoy this victory.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. The winner, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he takes the AI Cup, beating Magnus Carlsen in 2 matches. Incredible stuff. And not only that, he takes that final ticket to Toronto. He is the 8th player going to the Tour Finals. Wow. Incredible stuff from Maxim. Let's take a look at the stats from the Grand Final reset. So, Magnus Carlsen coming from the winner's bracket meant Maxim had to win 2 matches today, and that's exactly what he did. Again, playing extremely accurate, David.
Yeah, that's right. He said that Magnus maybe not at his best, but you still need to perform incredibly high, 92% accuracy average. Even in such crazy wild games is impressive. And I want to mention the one blunder we see from Vachier-Lagrave there was actually the move that clinched the tournament. Bishop takes h7, it was a sacrifice that paid off. It didn't objectively work, but it really reaped practical rewards there. Yeah. Well played, Maxi.
Yeah. All right, let's sum up this tournament. We started out with quarterfinals, 8 players. Magnus Carlsen started out with beating Hikaru Nakamura. Maxim, he knocked his fellow Frenchman, Alireza Fruja, down to the losers bracket. And on day 2, Maxim, he won the winners semifinals against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. But in the winners final, that was an incredible match with Magnus Carlsen playing some fantastic chess. Maxim still lost that match in Armageddon and was knocked down to the losers final, where he played Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday, winning that in great fashion. He made it through to the grand final, but everyone said, well, it's going to be impossible to beat Magnus Carlsen in 2 matches. But he did, Maxim. And here he is, the winner of the AI Cup. And yeah, incredible stuff from Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. We also have to take a look at the results from the other divisions in the AI Cup. This is Division 2. And we have been following Fedosea very closely because we knew if he won Division 2, he did have chances of going to Toronto. He did win Division 2, but it is Maxim taking that final ticket, winning Division 1. In Division 3, we also had a grand final reset there with Sam Sevian beating Rauf Mamedov in both matches there as well. The young American winning his 3rd Division 3. Is this a player you think, David, that we might see more in Division 2 and 1 maybe next season?
Definitely. Sam Sevian, I'm going to call him Mr. Final because he made so many finals in Division 3. He also made final in Division 2 in one of the events. He seemed to go far, seemed to go deep every time, and maybe Division 1 next time.
Wow. Can you see this beautiful skyline? Oh, which skyline is this, you guys?
Toronto.
It's Toronto, and these 8 players are going to Toronto for the Tour Finals in December. This lineup with Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Abdusattorov, Caruana, Wesley So, we have Lazovic, we have Alireza Fruja, and now we also have MVL. Your reaction to that lineup?
It's beautiful. You got world number 1, world number 2, world number 3, world number 5, all the top level, the elite, the creme de la creme of chess in Toronto fighting it out. And I think Maxim, a very well-deserving spot. If the guy beats Magnus twice on a day, he has to be in Toronto.
Yeah. This is the tour standings. A few of these players making it through from winning events, a few of them making it through from the tour standings. And who's going to be your favorite in this lineup, David?
Oh, it's hard to look past Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura, but I'll signal some of the young guys as the dark horses. Alireza Fruja or Nodibek Abdusattorov. I'm going to just love watching all of them, though.
Yeah. It's going to be fantastic happening in December. But now we are joined by Magnus Carlsen. After a long day, a long tournament, Magnus, how are you feeling right now?
I'm disappointed, obviously. You know, I was hoping to do quite a bit better today, but you know, Maxim was strong, and I failed at the critical moment. So that's I think, a fair outcome.
We're very used to seeing you make comebacks. If you do occasionally lose a game, everyone says you are the best in the world at making those comebacks. Why were you not able to do that today?
No, as I said, I messed up at the critical moments today. I wouldn't say that I felt particularly bad coming in. Like, I felt probably a bit better actually than I had the last couple of days that I played, and I think he didn't. Yeah, as I said, he didn't play perfectly, but he played in his style. Complicated the game, which also generally I was fine with. Yeah, at the critical moments, and especially in the first tiebreak game, he was better. But yeah, I'm a bit annoyed, especially at the first tiebreak game, that I missed something very simple there. I could have, at some point, I could have taken his rook instead of pushing a pawn, and that was just based on a very simple oversight. I just didn't see that he could play rook c8 and threaten queen c2. I was calculating other things. Like, if I'd seen that, I would have taken the rook, and I would have had a very, very safe position, and I think presumably good winning chances. So, you know, things often go my way. I didn't today. But yeah, I think the margins were fine, and it's yeah. As I said, I think it's a fair outcome. He was better today.
So this is the AI Cup, and I've had a feeling that in your matches here with Maxim, we've seen more sacrifices than I've been used to. I think in one game today, there was also some opening things that sort of resembled some AI, maybe some prep you had from the Nepo match. Has AI played a big part in your matches with Maxim, and maybe other matches as well?
Yeah, as I talked about earlier, like Peter uses neural nets all the time. I think all the best players in seconds do. So, yeah, I mean, it's always a pity to use some good opening preparation. Like, you saw that Maxim played quickly, so I don't think the queen sack line was new to him, and it is like, it's not given as bad at all by engines. So it was to be expected. But it's always a pity, especially when I got such a good position later, to sort of waste that idea.
And yeah, Magnus, so Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he not only beats the best player in the world today in 2 matches, he wins the tournament, he qualifies for the tour finals. Do you have some words about his performance after he's been through some difficult years?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find the more deserving qualifier for the final, really. I mean, it's yeah, it's amazing. I think he was very, very strong in the Speed Chess Championship as well, and yeah, over the 2.5 matches that we played now, he was better. So it's good to see. It's good to see Maxim doing well. Like, there was never any real reason for him to all of a sudden be falling off. So I think this is the level that he's always been capable of playing at, and yeah, happy to see him back.
Nice.
And Magnus, what's next for you, and how much are you looking forward to those tour finals in December?
Yeah, I'm traveling to Albania tomorrow for the European Club Cup, and from there right to Qatar for the Qatar Masters. So not a lot of rest, but yeah, I'm looking forward to. I have a lot of events, not only those first of tour finals, a couple of others coming up before the end of the year. So it's gonna be exciting.
Very nice. We heard rumors MVL wants to celebrate and have a party tomorrow when you guys arrive at the same destination. I don't know if you will attend that as well, Magnus.
No, I mean, I have won a couple of events now in a row. So, I mean, this year on the tour, like, I won most of my matches. I lost a couple of really close ones. I think that's normal. And I'm not gonna sit here and be extremely disappointed by losing in the grand final against such a field. I always want to win, but yeah, he was very strong, and I failed at the critical moment. So I'm definitely not heartbroken by this loss.
Glad to hear that. Magnus, thank you for joining us. We look forward so much to seeing you in the Tour finals. You will be the one to beat there, the two-time Champions Chess Tour champion.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. A few months until that happens. That's going to be in December. You guys mentioned Magnus as the favorite, the one to beat. It's a long time until the Tour finals, but yeah, what do you expect already now, Tanya?
You have to beat the best to be the best, right? And I think it's very hard to bet against Magnus in that Tour final, just the year that he's had. He's won 3 events of the Champions Chess Tour, the World Cup winner. He's just won every single event that he's played this year, and this one as well, making it to the finals. Magnus, a huge favorite, but I think the field that we have with Hikaru Nakamura, with Fabi, with MVL, and all the others, it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a big fight, and I'm really excited about it.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to that one.
8 amazing players going to Toronto. You can also head to Toronto if you place a bid for the NFT trophy for the AI Cup. Owning the AI-generated trophy of CCT event number 6, the AI Cup, comes with a ticket to the 2023 Tour Finals in Toronto in December. And if you head to chesschamps.io, you can place your bid, which then comes with that very nice ticket. That was it for the AI Cup. We have a champion. His name is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, such a deserved champion, and he banks his ticket to Toronto. David, you are traveling tomorrow as well, going to enter that MVL party, I guess.
Yeah, that's the only reason. Definitely not for any tournaments or anything, but no, that'll be fun. A lot of chess still for the rest of the year. A lot to look forward to.
Yeah. Oh, and we have another winner we actually have to announce. Because we had a competition today on Instagram. We wanted you guys to share your pictures following the chess today. And we have Radoslav saying, watching the AI Cup from Champions Chess Tour on a London bus, getting home on this Friday evening after a long week. Enjoy your weekend, people. I love that. And you will now receive this Airthings Wave Mini. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your pictures and spending your Friday here with us. I also enjoyed so much spending my Friday here with you guys.
Oh, it's been awesome, guys. It's been such a great tournament. Thank God it's Friday, and what chess we had. Just an amazing way to end.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic season so far, and the best is still ahead in December.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Tour finals coming up in December in Toronto. Everyone, thank you so much for watching this week, for watching today. We will be back with the Tour finals in December. Have a great weekend and a Friday, everyone. But bye for now.
Oh my gosh!
Whoa, he's given up a second pawn. Magnus is just going all in. I think he's lost his head here a bit.
And that's it. Magnus resigns.
We are heading to a grand final reset. MVL, he is on fire, the Frenchman.
Whoa.
What?
Oh my gosh, I love it, David.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins another game. He takes the lead.
There's no checks. Black has no counterplay. It's going to be checkmate.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, he wins the AI Cup.